What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. It's episode number 686. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line, all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's BK. BK, welcome to LR. Thanks so much for filling in for Luis for the set review.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a thrill to be here. One of my favorite podcasts of all time. And, you know, Luis is out of the country. And so I understand it's just most convenient, given the way the internet tubes are laid out, to just get somebody else from Denver to do it.
Yeah, you know, it made my intro that much easier. I had to change very little, just a few letters here and there. But no, BK, we really do appreciate you coming on. Of course, you are the long-running co-host with Luis of Constructed Resources, and you've been a Magic pro and game designer for a long time. In fact, you know, you have a somewhat similar career path to Luis when it comes to, you know, playing professional Magic and also combining that with making games as well. And I love that perspective. I think that's one of the things that Luis brings to the show. And I'm really glad to have you on for this set review as well, as you can lend that professional Magic player voice in conjunction with the ability to kind of break down how these cards are actually designed. And, you know, that's, I think, a really special combination. So thanks a lot for coming on and helping us out while Luis was out of the country.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun show. We got a sweet set to look at.
That's right. So today we are going to do all of the commons and uncommons for Phyrexia. All will be one. We'll just call it one going forward. And that's right. We're going to be diving into each and every one of those commons and uncommons. And that's going to get us that bread and butter look at what this set looks like for us limited players, because of course the commons and uncommons are the most important cards for us, as they're the cards that we're going to be seeing draft in and draft out. Now, before we get into the actual cards, let's talk about our sponsor. TCG Player and channel Fireball.com have teamed up to create the subscription that every Magic player needs. You can get exclusive CFB Pro content. That's right, stuff like Luis Scott-Vargas' written set reviews and all of the cool limited stuff that comes out around when a new set comes out. That's all that CFB Pro content. Plus, you can get free shipping and tracking on direct by TCG Player orders and bonus bucks and awesome promos at tcgplayer.com for just $6.99 a month. That's it. There's a link in the show notes for that if you want to sign up for the TCG Player subscription. And also there's a link in the show notes that's for just the TCG Player marketplace. That's just where you buy and sell cards and stuff. And if you click on that, it helps us out because it sends over like as an affiliate. So it says, oh, hey, Limited Resources are the ones that sent them over. And it lets them know, you know, that our listener base listens to us and cares. And if you buy anything there, it helps out the show as well. So we do appreciate it if you'd use that link. And we also appreciate TCG Player and Channel Fireball's continued support of the show. It's been a great partnership and we really, really appreciate it. Okay. The show is also brought to you by you via the Patreon. You know, that's really kind of the lifeblood of this show is patreon.com/limited resources. You can sign up over there. No matter what level you sign up at, you get a thank you card and an LR sticker in the mail, and you get access to a bunch of cool bonuses and stuff as well. Again, there's a link in the show notes for that. It's patreon.com/limited resources. And I just want to say thank you to each and every person who chooses to support us on Patreon. It really does mean the world to us, especially after we've been around for so long. You know, it's really a kind thing and really well appreciated over here. Okay, before we get into the actual cards, we are going to be giving these cards a grade. We're going to talk about them, what we like about them, what we don't. But then we're going to put a kind of stamp on it, and that's going to be the grade. And this is how the grades work. They're going to be on a A through F scale. That's kind of the the school scale here in the States. An A is a bomb. It's a game winner. It's a card that's good in many situations, particularly while you're behind. It often are some of the best cards in the set or super, super efficient spells. Think cards like Titania's Command or Siege Veteran. Probably won't be many A's, but they do pop up occasionally in the uncommon slot. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors. These are the types of cards that you might solidify a color for in the draft, or maybe even change colors. They can be headliners for a set, go-to cards, or reasons to be in a color or a guild or a pair or whatever. Usually the really good removal falls into the B category as well, the solid 1-for-1 removal. Cards like Zephyr Sentinel, Thopter Mechanic, Horn Stone Seeker, typically Bs. Cs are your playables for the set. They're the pawns of limited. They're fairly interchangeable, but you do need some amount of these for each of your decks. Mediocre removal might fit in here, some combat tricks as well. Cards like Goblin Blast Runner, Disfigure, Boulder Branch Golem. Ds are sometimes playable. Getting a D doesn't mean you should never touch it. It means you'd prefer not to run them. They're mediocre, sometimes kind of junky cards. Maybe they're too situational. Maybe they have a high setup cost. Occasionally they'll make the cut, but you're not really thrilled with it. And oftentimes bad removal goes here as well. Cards like Phylagi Chain Dancer, Gixian Skullflayer, Veterans Powerblade. Fs are unplayable in virtually all scenarios. They're incredibly narrow cards. They have insane mana costs sometimes. These are the types of cards that you'd feel comfortable telling somebody, if you never put this card in your deck for the entirety of the set and just decided that up front, you'd probably be better off than looking for some niche scenario where it goes. Cards like Symmetry Matrix, Thran Power Suit, Liquid Metal Coating. And then there's two other categories that don't get a specific or that fall into a different type of grade. There's Sideboard, which are cards that basically never make it in the main deck, but can be very powerful out of the sideboard given the matchup that you're in. A lot of people play best of one, so sideboard doesn't apply. But if you are playing best 2 out of 3 matches, then sideboard cards are very important. They can be an A or a B in the right scenario, but an F in the average scenario. Cards like Disenchant, Raise to the Ground fall in this category. And then last are build-arounds. So these are cards that are typically not good enough on their own. If you just read it and just inserted it into a deck that could cast it, it would often not be able to pull its weight. But if you properly build around it, it can be an absolute all-star. Like literally the best card in your deck could be a build-around card. Cards like Levitating Statue and Slagstone Refinery are cards that you might look at for that. Okay, so with that out of the way, VK, let's get into the cards. We're going to start off with the Signpost Uncommons for the set. These are the 10 gold cards. Each color pair gets one of these cards, and more often than not, this card will tell us what the color pair cares about, what it's trying to do, what its theme is, and we can kind of extrapolate from there. So the first one up is called Cephalopod Sentry. It is 2 white-blue for a star 5 artifact creature. It's a Phyrexian squid, which I like. By the way, this first run are all uncommons. And it also has flying. So it says Cephalopod Sentry's power is equal to the number of artifacts you control. So they're not really shy about this first one, are they, BK?
No, and let's first of all just note that this is itself an artifact creature, and it counts itself. So the floor on this is a 1/5 flyer for 4. And the other big thing to note is that one of the most common types of tokens that'll be produced in this set is Phyrexian mites, which are also artifacts. And you see a lot of those being made in white. And then blue you're going to see as we get on deeper into the set review, some more like tempo artifact kind of synergies going on with it. And I think this is a great sign for you that blue-white in this is not really as much of a flyers deck or a control deck. It's really a beatdown deck, and this is sort of the, okay, stuff on the ground has kind of failed, and this is how I'm going to go over the top and win.
What would be the floor for this card's power that you would be happy casting it? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 1?
Yeah, I think 2. I mean, the thing that's nice about it is that it's not setting it once it comes into play. It can continue to keep growing over the course of the game. There's a 5 mana white drop that produces 2 mites that you can follow this up with a lot. And so I really like this card, and I think this is going to be a card that really with all of these Signpost Uncommons, it's going to be a card that you actively want for when you're this archetype, but it does look like it fits extremely well with what white-blue is going to be doing in this set. And this is going to be somewhere, I would guess, in the low B range for me. Yeah,
I would give this a B. Like this card looks like the type of card that you can play on turn 4. It's huge. It's difficult for them to kill you if you are even in a remotely defensive stance. But as you said, you can turn the tables quite quickly. A couple of artifacts later, and you're slamming in the air for 3, 4, 5 damage. This thing becomes a dragon at some point, right? And
totally.
kill your opponent pretty quickly. So I like solid B for Cephalopod Sentry. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go B-. There's a couple of things I just want to note. First, that being an artifact means this is going to probably be vulnerable to a little bit more removal than traditional you would like for a top end flying finisher for an aggro or mid-range deck. And just being a 4-drop, it's, I love when you get these signpost uncommons, if getting multiples of them and getting them early is a little bit better than this one is going to be, because this one just comes down, doesn't do anything on entry. But as far as just, it's not a French vanilla, but it's in that vein, right?
Right, it is, yeah. But definitely powerful and definitely worth building around. Next card up is Voidwing Hybrid. This is black-blue for a 2/1 Phyrexian Bat. It's got flying. It has Toxic 1, and I'm going to read Toxic just this first time here. So it says, players dealt damage by this creature also get a poison counter. And it says, when you proliferate, return Voidwing Hybrid from your graveyard to your hand. What an annoying card.
Yeah. The obvious comparison is to the infect mechanic that we've seen in the past. The one big difference is that if you're familiar with infect, there's no dealing damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counters. Mm-hmm. So, but this is just, this is kind of like that baseline 2/1 flyer for 2 that you like to see in your blue tempo aggressive decks. When you proliferate, that's something that we're going to see all over the set. It works with a bunch of the different mechanics that are going on. And a really, really big thing is getting to toxic or getting to 3 poison counters on your opponent. It's hard to not jump ahead.
Corrupted, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. That's a keyword ability. It's just reminder text about when this thing turns online. We'll be seeing that more as it goes on. The big thing, why is Voidwing Hybrid going to be a card you're really going to want for your blue-black decks? Well, it has flying in Toxic 1. And that first point of damage that you deal with Toxic gets the initial poison counter on your opponent, and then you could start proliferating that counter. And so that can get up to that magic number 10 where you win the game, and also a slightly less magic number of 3 where some of your other cards will get better.
Yeah, and this card just seems to be the absolute all-star at getting that train rolling and then rewarding you for it later as well by getting it back in your hand from the yard when your opponent finally uses removal on this pesky little card. Coming down on turn 2, particularly on the play, this is going to be very scary. I again like B for Voidwing Hybrid. This card seems to be very efficient at just 2 mana. And assuming you are just blue-black, there's a good chance you can cast it on turn 2.
Yeah, B sounds about right. I mean, 1 toughness is a little annoying just because it can't block 1/1 tokens well. But something that is nice is that this card does just block well. When it comes back to your hand, you can replay it and block with it. And if you have cards which are continually allowing you to proliferate, you could just be playing this and chumping with it every turn. And it's not like it costs any additional mana to bring it back from your yard. It just comes back to your hand from free, and it only costs 2 more mana to recast.
Yeah, and if you are proliferating after it got that counter on, you are actually advancing your game plan of winning the game too, while blocking. And it's not very common that you could do that. So really cool card and a strategy that I'm definitely excited to try out. Next one is called Charforger, and it is 1 black-red for a 2/3 Phyrexian Beast. It says, when it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red Phyrexian goblin creature token. So you get a 1/1 and a 2/3 for 3 mana. And it says, whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Charforger. And it says, remove 3 oil counters from Charforger and exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Dang, a lot going on here.
Yeah, and just to get it out of the way, there's no special text or abilities that you get inherently from getting an oil counter on a permanent. It's just sort of a marker that you have this resource that you can use. If you in past Mirrodin sets, they oftentimes call these charge counters. Mm-hmm. They're called oil counters in this set, and this one gives you this sort of ability where you can be blocking and sacrificing your tokens and other artifacts. There's a cycle of spell bombs in the set, and you'll be able to put more and more charge or oil counters on Charforger, and then you can use that to play cards from the top of your deck. That ability, it just getting a 2/3 with an extra 1/1 on the side already is going to make this a card that I would want to have in the B range. Yes. When you're up against any kind of aggressive start, a 2/3 plus a 1/1 is just going to be a nightmare to deal with if you're not going through the air.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I really like that when you don't have to pay any mana to remove the 3 oil counters, and that gives you the best chance of actually being able to play that card that you exile, in case it, does cost mana. It can get kind of awkward if you have to pay 2 mana and then you get a 4-drop and you're a mana short. This lets you actually kind of save up those oil counters, maybe even proliferate a few of them on there, and then, actually give you the best chance to take use of that card. It also does say play that card this turn, so you can hit lands off of it as well.
That's a great point. And, to note, oil counters, they're proliferatable, just like +1/+1 counters, but we won't be seeing any of those in this set.
So you said you had it in the B range just based off of stats. Would you bump it up to B+ because of the activated ability, or does it just get a B for you?
I think just a B. I mean, we'll need to see exactly. I think a big thing for me is how cheap we'll be getting proliferate abilities.
Yeah.
Because like if you're just tacking on proliferate to card after card, and it's like a creature that has ETB proliferate, well, when that creature goes away, you get another counter on the Charforger, and the proliferate's putting another one, and that's like 2/3 of the way towards another card.
That's right. And we'll keep an eye on that as we work our way through here as well. Proliferate will be around. The question is it on cards that we would play anyway, or is it affordable? Right. And we're going to find that out today. I like B as well for Charforger. Super solid card and kind of interesting for the color pair as well. Next is Cinder/Ravager. This is 4 red-green for a 5/5 Phyrexian warrior. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent you control with an oil counter on it. Okay, so 6 mana, 5/5. It also happens to have Vigilance, by the way, the old red-green Vigilance. And then it says, when Cinder/Ravager enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. Wow, that's pretty powerful stuff. I mean, 6 mana, 5/5 Vigilance isn't exactly burning down the house at gold uncommon level. But, if you bump that down to 4 mana, now you're definitely in business. And 5 mana is certainly something that you would pay this for. And, that 1 damage to each creature your opponents control, that can be devastating.
Yeah, it certainly can be. If your opponent is playing any kind of a go-wide strategy in this format, we're going to be seeing lots of 1/1s running around. This is sort of the card that I think is going to break maybe the trend of all of our gold uncommons getting just straight Bs so far. And the reason why is that I would say every card we've seen before this really just can't go that wrong. Like, obviously, you could start drafting it and not end up in this color pair, but it's hard to even just have those cards in games and not have them be actively very good. Yes. Whereas if you just draw this card and you happen to not get any creatures or permanents with oil counters out, you're not getting a deal that you're quite happy enough with for 6 mana. Now, there will be spots where, but not consistently.
No, this looks like a common, at that point. I mean, yes, the dealing 1 damage thing does kind of bump it up, but I agree with you. I would give C+ for Cinder/Ravager. The upside is definitely on par with the other cards, but the downside is a lot lower.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly how good of creatures we can get with oil counters as we go through, but I'm with you as a C+ to just start with. I'd rather kind of have an idea that I'm going to be playing good cards with oil counters before I just start drafting crap cards just to turn this thing on.
Exactly. Slaughter Singer is next. It is green-white for a 2/2 Phyrexian cleric, and this one has Toxic 2. So again, that just means that if this thing hits the opponent, they're going to pick up 2 poison counters, which is, difference between Toxic 1 and Toxic 2 is massive, right? I mean, it's a totally different era, of if you have a few more creatures with Toxic 2 that you can actually get through a few times, like all of a sudden your opponent's really getting nervous about getting poisoned out. This one's also, 2 mana, 2/2 with Toxic 2, and it says, whenever another creature you control with Toxic attacks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Wow. That's a scary, scary card.
Yeah, really strong with the 1/1 Phyrexian mites. We'll be seeing that all have Toxic 1, those tokens. A really great thing about this card is that it's kind of a fake 2-drop. I mean, you play it on turn 2, and if it gets in there, it works. But this has a pseudo form of haste in that when you play it, the creature, it doesn't have to attack itself. And so you can sometimes sort of wait on this card, dodge removal for a few turns, bait out removal, play it. Now everything you're attacking with it as toxic is getting buffed, and they still have to deal with this one in subsequent turns.
Yeah, it definitely appears as a not 2-drop. Like, this is a one that you'd be very happy ending your curve with, which is kind of strange. But as you said, if you play it on turn 2 and you're staring down at a pump spell or a removal spell in your hand, and your opponent, they're like, okay, here's my 2-drop. Like, yeah, you're slamming. I mean, this thing has toxic 2 itself and could get in for a chunk before it kind of hits its expiration date. And even then, it just sits on the battlefield like an enchantment and pumps up your other guys. This card looks terrifying to me. I wouldn't be surprised if early in the format, this is the one card I really, really didn't want to see on the other side of the battlefield. Slaughter Singer for me would get a B as well.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with B- just because this is like a Yoshin Dissident kind of from the last set.
Yep.
But I think slightly more cumbersome in terms of like your creatures actually have to have toxic for this thing to work, and it's a little less like modal. I mean, so it's the high end of this card is going to be as high as any uncommon we're likely to see today. It's just going to take a little bit more to work for you than some of the other uncommons we've seen so far.
So and when I'm
starting off a draft,
okay.
yeah, that's. I mean, it's obviously tricky when we're giving grades. We have to both reflect for the times when you do make the cards work, but also knowing early on in a draft, hey, do I want to just take the card with the best grade or not?
Right, exactly. Next is Vivisection Evangelist. This one is 3 white-black for a 4/4 Phyrexian Cleric with Vigilance, and it has Corrupted, which we mentioned before. When it enters a battlefield, if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Wow. Now that's a payoff for Corrupted right there.
Yes. Relatively low floor, like 5 mana 4/4 Vigilance is not a particularly good Magic card in modern day limited, but it's okay, I guess. But my goodness, I mean, one of the things that's great about a 4/4 Vigilance with this ability is that, like, boy, it sure dominates most creatures. But you know what? If it doesn't dominate one creature on the opponent's board, well, that can be the one you kill.
Absolutely. I was going to say, it's going to be the biggest thing left over, right? Like, it always kills their best thing that could actually tussle with it. Yeah. I mean, look, there's an obvious setup cost here. The difference between playing this when you have Corrupted and not is very, very big. It's a take your medicine kind of thing where you're like, all right, sure, I'll spend a high pick on this card. It's a gold card, and I'm going to get a 4/4 Vigilance, which, as you mentioned, is fairly mediocre. But boy, when you get that Corrupted going, this thing is a banger. I mean, it adds a big body to the board while taking away their best creature. That thing has some serious upside. I think all told, I would probably give this also a B. Maybe a B+, for that insane upside. I don't know how easy it will be to get Corrupted going. That's the problem. My guess is that it's quite difficult. I don't think that it's just, if you're in the Corrupted deck, that you just get spotted Corrupted every game. I don't think that's going to be how it plays out. So I'm going to go B on Vivisection Evangelist. What about you?
Yeah, I think B sounds about right. I mean, this is also a card that's going to cause people to play badly. Like, you're going to be in spots where it's like people are just making self-sacrificing attacks and attacking when they're behind in spots where they shouldn't, just to try to get this thing turned online. Sometimes it'll be appropriate, but sometimes it really won't be. And so you want to make sure that you're recognizing that you don't just try to maximize this card, but maximize your chances of winning the game.
Right. Next is Serum Core Chimera. This is 2 blue-red for a 2/4 flying Phyrexian Chimera. It says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on this thing, remove 3 oil counters from it, and draw a card. Then you may discard a non-land card. When you discard a card this way, Serum Core Chimera deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you can only do that at sorcery speed. So, we've been talking a lot about floors and ceilings here, right? And this one is a 4-mana 2/4 flyer that allows you to get oil counters going just for casting non-creature spells. So already that's like pretty nice. And then it does just have the text, remove 3 oil counters, draw a card. Like you can just do that. It can turn oil counters into a card. That is pretty dang fantastic. But you may also discard a non-land card to bolt something as well. So that is all gravy. That's all upside on this card. You're already getting a decent body as a 2/4 flyer for 4. But then on top of it, you're getting, a potential card draw engine. And then if it happens to be that the card that you've got isn't something that's going to be relevant to the game, you can discard it to do 3 damage to snipe a creature or something. Really powerful.
Yeah, this card looks pretty ridiculous. Like I struggle to imagine that if you build your deck with this card in mind and you untap with it, you will lose almost ever.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
Like
I wonder how much you have to build around it.
I think you probably are trying to maybe we'll be seeing the skull bombs a little bit later on. Those are pretty nice with it. I would guess that you don't have to sort of do too much extra. It seems like if you are there's a bunch of mechanics in the set, but they mostly just help you like they put oil counters on things that don't want them, or they proliferate, which puts more oil counters on things. It seems like the cards mostly just kind of work with this. And given that's the case, the fact that you're not going to have to like pass up on crazy value. I mean, one of the really cool things is that the equipment mechanic in the set, we haven't talked about it yet, for Mirrodin, it's like a living weapon style mechanic. Those are actually non-creature spells technically.
Right. Of course. That's a great point.
And when you cast a spell that says there's an anticipate in the set that also has proliferate, even though when you're casting the spell, you don't have an oil counter maybe on this, you'll get a trigger in response to the spell. And then by the time it resolves, you'll be able to proliferate. So everything that I've seen so far works really nicely with this.
So any instant or sorcery that has proliferate on it will trigger this, resolve the trigger, and then you will be able to proliferate as well. That is, man, everything just seems to be kind of going the way of Serum Core Chimera here. I like B+ for it. I do think you need to build around it.
Go high on this one.
Yeah, what do you think?
I want to give it a B+ too, but when I read this card, I was like, oh my gosh, this is a Marshall card.
Yeah, this card looks silly. All right, next one is Necrogen Rot Priest. This is 2 black-green for a 1/5 Phyrexian zombie cleric. This one has Toxic 2, only 1 power, but Toxic 2. Whenever a creature you control with Toxic deals combat damage to a player, that player gets an additional poison counter. Wow. And then this thing has activated ability of 1 green/black. Target creature you control with Toxic gains Death Touch until end of turn. Oh my God. This is like the most annoying card ever. It's a 1/5.
Yeah, it can target itself with that activated ability.
Totally.
So the playing against this card is going to be really, really not fun, because this card attacks and then you're looking at your board and they've got 4 mana and you could double block it because it can give itself Death Touch. A 1/5 will kill anything, but it won't be able to kill 2 things. But if they just have like any kind of cheap combat trick and they give it Death Touch, you probably didn't put enough power in front of it to kill it as an X5. Now both of your things are dying because it also probably activated and gave itself Death Touch. And if you're just not blocking it, well, it's going to put on 3 poison counters just from itself. This card looks really, really great, even if you had nothing else with Toxic going on. But it just keeps getting better and better if you have tokens with Toxic, because you can give them Death Touch. Really annoying card to play against.
Yeah, 5 toughness is also, because this card ends up being a lightning rod, right? Like people are like, okay, I got to get that thing off the board. Well, 5 toughness makes that difficult. Like you said, through combat, it can be tricky. Red burn spells often don't deal, 5 damage. It can be quite difficult actually to get rid of. I also like that even though it is a primarily offensive creature, right? Like a card that has effectively Toxic 3 is looking to get into the red zone. The fact that you can just sit back on this and I have a 1/5 air quotes Death Touch. Like there's not a lot of boards that can just happily attack into that, right? Like they need to get rid of this card in order to progress their game if they're trying to beat you down. And if you're trying to beat them down, they need to get rid of this card because it is going to be a real problem for them as well. So, any card that demands that much attention at just 4 mana and uncommon, that is good enough for me for sure. I would go B on Necrogen Rot Priest.
Yeah, I think so. You love to have Death Touch just all the time. And I will just note, I mean, you mentioned worked on making cards in the past, and making high toughness creatures with Death Touch is probably one of the most common sources of, holy cow, this card was way too good in playtesting. Not in like a way where it's like, it wasn't broken, but boy, did it really just dominate games to a degree you would not expect.
Yeah, and there's a lot of times when the opponent kind of is forced to like think about what's in their library still, right? They're just like, that thing has 5, like, what am I going to do to get that off the board? So yeah, there you go. 2 more to go here for the signposts. First one is Bladehold War Whip. This is 1 red-white for an equipment. And it has the mechanic that you just mentioned a minute ago for Mirrodin. And this is what it says. It says, when this equipment enters the battlefield, this is for all equipment that have 4 Mirrodin. It says, when this equipment enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 red rebel creature token and then attach this to it. So you play this equipment, but you get a 2/2 with this equipment on it. So it really does play out more like a creature. And it says it has a few things on it. 1, equip abilities you activate of other equipment cost 1 less to activate. Equipped creature has double strike. And the equip cost on this, and this is where you kind of have to pay the piper, right? Is because you're getting a 3 mana 2/2 double strike that affects your other equipment and that you don't have to pay to attach this thing. You're just getting that. The equip cost is 3 red white. It's 5 mana to move this thing around. And it doesn't change the power and toughness of the creature or whatever if your rebel dies. It's just giving things double strike.
Yep. Big thing to note here is double strike interacts pretty well with toxic. The game sort of sees you hitting them twice with a toxic creature, so each time. So it gets a multiplier there in a way that some other forms of combat tricks and manipulation don't. Something I really like about this card is we're pretty used to seeing in sets like 3 mana 2/2 double strike with upside. Those frequently come in the form of upsides that you get if the thing lives and if the thing continues to keep working. And most of the time that won't happen. Your opponent will kill it in some way, deal with it. Equipment, harder to kill. And so this is going to continue to provide an advantage because of that. So you're getting a really nice distribution of when this card is good for you. On turn 3, a 2/2 double strike will frequently be the best creature on the board and sometimes be for more turns than just that. But then you also get some late game upside, and I really like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think that this card does put a lot of pressure on that initial 3 mana 2/2 double strike. Like that has to perform because the equip cost is fairly prohibitive later. Yes, I mean, sometimes you just sort of end up with the dust settling and all of a sudden you have always some type of double strike creature on your side, and that can be really good. But there's also times where the game's a lot tighter. They kill the 2/2, which is fairly easy to kill. And then you're forced into a decision where you have to like, am I going to actually equip something? And if you do, and they kill that, like the game's kind of over, right? Like you can't just dump 5 mana and just watch it evaporate in Modern Limited. So I think there's a lot of pressure on, does this 2/2 first striker survive? Or, I mean, the other part, kind of ignoring it, but the making your other equipment cheaper, is that like, do I care about that?
It's, I would say in most sets you wouldn't. I think the fact that this is like a living weapon style set means you're going to care about it a little more. One of the most common ways that sort of equipment style decks go wrong is it's like, wow, I managed to play my 3rd card of the game that just doesn't impact the board unless I sink more mana into it. And there's sort of an increased cost on each amount of mana that it takes to equip another thing. You're equipping onto the same thing. So this will help you actually play like a respectable deck. When we've had mechanics like this in the past, like I'm thinking of like bestow style mechanics, you actually did appreciate that. And it gave you this ability to play the game in a more modal way where it's like, okay, I don't need this ability to work early for my equipment tribal deck to be good, but late game, it will like really start to make things hum.
It's kind of interesting because, I'm not a game designer and I never have been, but when I see equip for 3 red white, I really get the feeling that started out lower. And they were like, this is actually a little too good. Like maybe it was 3 or 4 mana and they're like, we need to bump that up a little bit. What do you want to go for Bladehold Warwhip?
I think this is a B- for me. The fact that this card doesn't interact with the other central mechanics of the set in the forms of like particularly like corrupted or toxic or proliferate or oil counters, it's kind of doing its own thing, means that I'm kind of going to need to be a little more enticed to go down this road than some of the others where it's like, oh, I know this is all blending together perfectly.
Yeah, agree. All right, last gold card is Tainted Observer. This is 1 blue-green for a 2/3 flying Phyrexian bird, and it has Toxic 1. And it says, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2. If you do, proliferate.
This is a funny card. I mean, the ability to get lots of free proliferates sounds nice, but ultimately, is it actually winning you the game? This card on its own gets you that first poison counter on your opponent because it's a 2/3 flyer with Toxic 1. I think the question is going to be, are you actually getting a use out of the proliferate that's very exciting for you? Because in a way, some decks proliferate is just going to mean like, in essence, deal 2 damage to the opponent, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You need to deal 10 poison to them. Each poison counter is essentially 1/10 of their life total.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if that's exactly going to be exciting enough. And so I'm a little bit worried. We'll see as things go on. Maybe there's going to be dope cards with oil counters building up, but the ones that we've seen so far, like Serum Core Chimera, they just kind of work awesome on their own. This one it just doesn't feel like it's essentially doing anything like super oppressive onto the game by just being a 2/3 flyer, which is like good at attacking and blocking, but not anything especially potent in and of itself.
Yeah, the thing I like about the design of this card and the reason why I think it's actually quite strong, right, is it's a 2/3 flyer with Toxic 1, so it will be able to get the party started, and on its own, over time, it can significantly further that strategy, right? Like all it's saying is cast me, attack with me, cast other creatures. It's like, well, these are all things that are going to happen anyway. It's not like asking you to do anything crazy. And then if you have the mana to pay, like those start to add up and your opponent can't just sit there and let the Tainted Observer sit there. And of course, this type of card does have that insane upside, right? Where like under certain circumstances, you're going to be doing more than just toxic, getting a poison counter and proliferating onto a player. You're going to have a bunch of oil counters or a bunch of other stuff going on where you're like, okay, you get an extra counter and I get another one of these and one of those happens. And you're doing it just by simply casting creatures with this thing out and paying the extra mana. So I do like the upside, and I do like that it's a self-contained game plan on some level. That said, no single part of this feels super powerful, right? 3 mana, 2/3 flyer with Toxic 1 feels fine, right? Adding 2 conditions to get to proliferate. You have to have a creature enter the battlefield under your control, and you have to pay an additional 2 mana, which is a lot. For the payoff of proliferate, which isn't a massive payoff, right? None of these things scream at me, super powerful, amazing card. But I like it. I think that it seems to sort of play within itself and lend itself to a game plan that makes sense to me. So I would go B- on Tainted Observer. I think that just they didn't quite ratchet up the power level at any given point to make me go higher, but I like where it's sitting.
I'm going to go C+, but I'm very open that I could be wrong about this.
Okay.
I just wish this is of all the cards that we've sort of seen so far, this one doesn't feel like it has nearly as much impact on the board. And I think one of the things that I'm starting to pick up as I've looked at cards over the last few days about this set is, and all of the gold uncommons we've seen are just like creatures that are pretty impactful on the board, is that this is going to be a format where what happens in the early turns of the game matters a lot. Sort of who can apply the pressure onto their opponent in terms of, can you get toxic damage through, is going to matter a lot.
Yep. I think you're right about that. Okay. that does it for the gold uncommons, the signposts. So now we have an idea for where these color pairs are, but we're going to start getting into individual colors. And we're going to start with black. And our first card up is Annihilating Glare. It is black for a sorcery. It's common. It says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, pay 4 or sacrifice an artifact or creature. And it says, destroy target creature or planeswalker. So 5 mana to destroy anything sorcery speed. Or, this is kind of how I view these cards, or you can pay less by sacrificing an artifact or creature. What do you think?
Yeah, a very, very respectable card. I mean, I don't know that there's a lot of like very, very free things that you'll be able to use to sacrifice. Like, there's no artifact special token in this set. Like if this was a set with food or treasures, my mind would immediately be like, wow, I'm going to just get essentially a 1 mana kill anything for one quite consistently. But this card is a little bit more like, you either get what is kind of a bad rate removal spell, 5 mana sorcery, or you might have to sacrifice something you no longer have use with. But it's not like I think you're going to be able to, on turns 3 and 4, consistently just fire this off and get some great deal out of it. And so that's leaning me more towards like a card I'm pretty happy to have in my deck because, you know, I want to have some ability to have flexible ways to deal with important threats, but not something I'm like, wow, I'm just slamming this out of early pack. So I'm leaning more in like the C to C plus direction.
Yeah, I would give Annihilating Glare a C myself. It looks like a bread and butter removal spell. It's fine.
All right, I'll stick with you. I'll go with C.
All right. Bilious? I don't know how to say that. Skull Dweller. It is black for a 1/1 Phyrexian insect. It's uncommon. It has Death Touch and Toxic 1. Wow. That is scary.
Yeah, really cool to get Toxic 1 on a 1-drop, and this one can just attack into just about anything, and it can also block with anything.
Love it.
It's very flexible card, and something I think I'm thinking like this is in the C plus B minus range. I'll go C plus. I'm a little bit worried that there's going to be like a lot of effects which will just kill X1s easily, since there's a lot of things that make those X1 white light tokens easily.
I'm going to go B for the Skull Dweller. I think if somebody plays this on turn 1, you're genuinely scared, because this is so far the easiest way to get corrupted, right? Like they go turn 1 this, you go land go, and they hit you. They've already got you for a poison counter. So now, you know, all of the game plans around Proliferate are open, but you're also a third of the way to being corrupted. And then if you go 2-drop and they attack you with this, I mean, you have to trade off something for it. It's really annoying. But the thing that pushes it to be for me is that you can draw this later in the game and it's a great blocker. Like it just sits there and says, you know, come at me, bro. And I don't care if you're a 5/5 or whatever. And I like that it isn't only good on turn 1. Sure. Next card up is Duress, an old classic. This is black for a sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Does the prevalence of Mirrodin style cards bump Duress into main deckable for you, or is it still a strictly sideboard card?
I mean, it helps it. I mean, if I was playing against an equipment deck, it's going to be going from a card that I would probably not have sideboarded in to something that I will be sideboarding in against equipment decks in this format, red-white. But now this is just going to be sideboard. I think generally Duress is something you should not play just because it doesn't impact the board, and it's too inconsistent at hitting the thing you want to hit, because in the late game they just top deck it and play it immediately.
That's right. So I would give Duress a sideboard D. Like I want it in the board, and I almost never actually want to bring it in. Vat of Rebirth is next. It's black for an artifact at uncommon. It says whenever another artifact or creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Vat of Rebirth, and you can pay 2 and a black, tap it, remove 4 oil counters from it, and return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield at sorcery speed.
That's pretty exciting. I mean, this thing does not run out. I mean, it runs out when you remove all the oil counters, but hey, guess what? The thing that you put onto the battlefield might get removed again.
That's right. And start the vat rolling again. At what point do you feel like you've gotten your, Like if you just play this on turn 1 and then just a few things die and you get to bring something back, are you already like, I'm good, like I'm glad I played the VAT, that's enough for me? You're getting effectively a 1-for-1 out of it?
No, I don't think so. I think
you
anytime
need it to kind of engine up for you and do a bunch of like multiple times.
Yeah, I think anytime you just have a card in your opening hand that is cheap and you cannot use it to immediately swing the game either through combat or through interaction to be more favorable to you that you have to wait on, that is just not an acceptable thing in the sense of like, I'm excited to have this card. Now what you need is to engineer a spot where you're getting a bunch of value for this. This thing just keeps on trucking. It does not stop. Every time you proliferate, it's getting more oil counters. I think this card is not actually very good, but I could be very wrong.
I think it's terrible. It seems really bad to me. I just feel like it's very slow. You can tell that they bumped it up. It's removed 4 oil counters. There's no way that that's where they started out. It just was too good at 2 or 3 or whatever. And, but putting it up to 4 is a heck of a lot. But the real reason I don't like this card is because the circumstance that we've been talking about this whole time is, okay, turn 1, you play Vat of Rebirth. And even then we're kind of like, well, what if you top deck it late? Like, then you have no action going on it at all. Your opponent knows it's there. It's not like you can hide it. And I don't know. And then it also has this highly conditional nature of like, well, you're getting back the best creature from your graveyard. That might not even be your best creature. That might not even be anything special at all. You know, if you haven't had a very good draw, it doesn't like make that better. So I like, man, I don't want to be too, I like D- for Vat of Rebirth. People are going to have to beat me with this card before I'll start playing it.
I think that's very fair. I think this looks like a pretty fun card to build around.
It does.
But because you just can get so much value, like a good baseline way to think about this is we know we're going to see some creatures that have like ETB proliferate, when they die proliferate. And so it's like when 2 of those get played, then you can do it. Don't overlook the fact that you still have to pay 3 mana. Yeah. Like when you actually want to bring something back. So yeah, I'll go with you on like a D. I'll give it a D just because I'm a dreamer, but I agree. Don't
okay. D for dreamer.
I'll unlike you, I will not need to be beaten to try this.
Next is Whisper of the Dross. This is black for an instant. It's common. It says target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Proliferate.
That's cool. I mean,
wait, but this doesn't actually work with itself, right?
No, I mean, it's not a -1/-1 counter, so we're not going to be getting to -2/-2 anything. A flexible card in the sense that you can both use this to kill X1s, but also swing combat. Mm-hmm. And so I like this card. I think when you're playing with -1/-1 effects, you either appreciate them as combat tricks for aggressive decks, or you can use them as good early removal for slower mid-range and controlling decks. The place where you run into trouble is when you try to use these cards on defense as combat tricks.
That's right. So the key here is that I assume that if you are in a strategy that wants proliferate, that anything that affects the board and also has proliferate for any type of reasonable cost is going to be something that you're interested in. And this fits that bill, right? Like you said, you could pick off a 1 toughness creature or affect combat with it, and you get that proliferate added on. Yes, it is not premium removal. You know, this looks like a C- to me for Whisper of the Dross, but like, that's fine. Like you put those in your deck all the time.
Yeah, I think a big thing that I'm looking at the format with is, when do I have a card in my deck that makes me care about proliferating? And I don't actually consider Toxic to be there. I would consider a card that has Corrupted to kind of be there. Okay. Or something that's really strong with oil counters.
Okay, oil counters and Corrupted to get you that value going, not the full distance of I'm going to proliferate 9 times over the course of this game to kill you or whatever. Next is Anoint with Affliction. This is 1 and a black for an instant. It is common. It says exile target creature if it has mana value 3 or less. Wow, 3 is a lot. And then it has Corrupted. Exile that creature instead if its controller has 3 or more poison counters. So this allows you to, for 2 mana, exile anything that has a mana value 3 or less. And then if you corrupted them, it's just exile anything, any creature. That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't think I gave a grade on the previous card. Will people be mad at me on the subreddit if I don't?
No, go ahead. What's
All
the?
right. I'm gonna give that one a C minus. I don't think you need to like draft it heavily to get that kind of a card.
Okay. What about Anoint with Affliction? This is not going to get a C minus. Anoint with
Affliction, not going to get a C minus. This is going to be
like at least
this.
A
I
B?
think is a full B minus.
I would give it a B. Come on, this card scales with the game. I mean, even just at 1 and a black to exile a 3 is already like you're ahead on mana. It's pretty good.
Yeah, part of it is I'm looking ahead and we already have so many good black removal cards. I mean, I guess part of it, it's always tricky when you're grading a Magic card is the format that it's in, the context. But yeah, this card is obviously really strong. Part of what I think is you need to make sure in this set with Proliferate and Toxic and all of the cool synergies that are going on with your cards, I think it's going to be pretty important that you actually get stuff that works together. And this one is a super dope removal spell, but maybe I can get that from other places.
Okay, so I'm giving it a B. You're going to go B minus?
Yeah.
Okay. Next is Blightbelly Rat. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 Phyrexian rat. It's common. It has Toxic 1, and when it dies, you proliferate. So this is what you had referred to cards like this, right? That when they die, you proliferate. And boy, 2 mana, 2/2 Toxic 1. That's kind of a bread and butter type card for this strategy.
Absolutely. I mean, this does a lot of what you like to see on a Magic card. It both gives you a nice little bonus when you block and a nice little bonus when you attack. And, a 2/2 for 2 is nothing special according to the vanilla test that we like to apply to cards. But this is just going to be super solid. And I think this is going to be a solid C for me. I mean, I think I would be very happy if my black decks had just 1 or 2 of these in the 2-drop slot consistently.
Agreed. And, to me, this is, effectively in many cases, getting you 2/3 of the way to Corrupted just on its own. You hit once and then it dies at some point and you've got 2 poison counters on your opponent. You're almost Corrupted. And that's on a common. Next is Drown and Ichor. This is 1 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Proliferate. All right. So Whisperer of the Dross, meet Big Brother Drown and Ichor.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, this is the biggest disadvantage this one has is that it's only a sorcery, not an instant. But that's okay because we probably don't need to combine it with other things in order to kill whatever we want at -4/-4. This will kill 90% of the creatures that you encounter in limited, and we're also getting a proliferate bonus out of it. This is just a fantastic. I'm going to say this is a B+.
B+ for Drown and Ichor. No brainer there. Play as many of them as you can get your hands on. Next is Fleshless Gladiator. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 Phyrexian skeleton at common. It's got Corrupted. You can pay 2 and a black and return Fleshless Gladiator from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, and you lose a life. And then, of course, you can only do this if your opponent has 3 or more poison counters. I'm not that excited about this, am I?
No, I mean, it's nice that it's at speed. It does come back into play immediately. It will be tapped, so you won't get the block with it. But the problem is that it doesn't have anything going on with it. It's in this weird, middle ground where a 2/2 is better than, 1/1 reassembling skeletons. I forget what the one from the last set was in terms of stats. But is it meaningful? And it costs 3 mana each time. I don't know.
I'm not sold on this. Also, the idea that you need Corrupted to make this thing work, but it doesn't actually help you get Corrupted going, isn't very appealing. And if my big payoff is I have a 2/2 forever and I have to, and it also, the life loss is really annoying. The tapped is really annoying. I think I'm just out on Fleshless Gladiator. I would give it a D-. I assume it's not the type of card that I want to, I will start by assuming it's the type of card I don't want in my deck.
I think that's right. Yeah, I'm with you on that grade.
Okay. Necrogen Communion is next. It is 1 and a black for an aura. It's uncommon. It says, enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature has Toxic 2. And when enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield under your control. Wow. I always talk on these set reviews about how high they have to push the levels of creature auras, to get me interested in them, because generally speaking, I feel that they're kind of a flawed strategy, right? Where you're just taking this unnecessary risk for the most part. And the downside is usually you lose the game, and the upside is like I have kind of a super good creature or whatever. But this one actually I could see being worth it. It's only 2 mana. And if you do stick it, which is not that hard to do early in the game, people tend to tap out a lot or whatever. If your creature dies, you get it back. That matters. Like that's getting a card back out of the deal.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to want to be putting this on some kind of flyer, something, because maybe we'll be seeing flyers that, like, when they hit, they proliferate. Maybe they have toxic already or corrupted. It's an interesting card. I could see this helping. I see a lot of potential from what we've seen so far for a very hyper aggressive toxic style deck.
Same.
And this is the kind of card that you would want for that. Yes, there's ways to undo this. Exile removal, bounce is a great way to undo this kind of a card. But Toxic 2 puts a lot of pressure. And there's almost like a thing of how many answers can you force your opponent to have early?
Right.
And this card really does ask them to have the first one. Maybe it opens up things for the second one. I'm going to put this one at a C- because I don't think, or maybe even a D+. I don't think most decks are going to want this card, but I do really think that there's going to be a potential here for you to really go in, draft a lot of these and a lot of cheap aggressive cards.
I like C- as well. I do have one question though. If I put Necrogen Communion on Blightbelly Rat, which has Toxic 1, and I hit my opponent, does it just replace Toxic 1 with Toxic 2, or do I get both?
That's a good question. I think in between colors, we should double check. My guess is that it does work and combine. Okay,
because that would be important as well. Because if you put it on a non-toxic creature, then that's of course a big upside. But if you're going to play an all-in toxic deck, a lot of your toxic creatures are going to have, or a lot of your creatures are going to have toxic anyway. Okay.
We'll put it this way: when we confirm one way or another, we'll either be like, yes, it works the way that you'd want it to, or wow, this is so unsatisfying.
Yeah, we may have to just take one for the team and try it out on Arena day 1. Hey, this is how we're going to roll. All right, next card up is Offer Immortality. It is 1 and a black for an instant at common, and it says target creature gains Death Touch and Indestructible until end of turn.
That's a good trick on offense. A really nice trick. Like
if they block.
Yeah, you just can't lose. And I think it's always easy to imagine the situations where something works because, that's what you want your card to do, right? And it's like, oh yeah, this will always work when my opponent blocks. In a set with Toxic, your opponent has to block.
Yes. You are forcing them to block, right? Or we'll call it highly encouraging them.
Yes. And so it's not just that you're going to have some cards in your black decks. You're going to have a bunch of cards. So it's like, if I do attack with this, you have to block, if not this turn in the future. And, your opponent might be able to sniff this out some amount of the time. The other place that this could come up is that if you are playing this in a deck that has premium cards, you can use this as a protection effect.
Yeah.
And then if you want to get desperate, use it on defense. Understand you're going to get blown out sometimes, but you'll get blown out less often than like +1, +2 in Death Touch, because Indestructible is just more resilient than any amount of stats you could get.
Yeah. I don't normally like cards like this very much, but I actually do like this one for the reasons that you said, BK. So look, I want to give it a C- for Offer Immortality. I'm not trying to be super high on it. It might even be a D+, but I would not be surprised if this card played a role in the format.
Yeah, this is a card where it's hard for this card to be the worst card in your deck or to be a bad option to play. It will become bad if you play too many of them and you don't have cheap enough creatures to combine this with. But assuming you meet those boxes, it's totally fine to just fill out your deck. So yeah, D+ is where I'm going to be. But I don't know. We almost kind of have to grade these things based off of how often you're going to play them, but recognizing that in some formats, the Ds are going to be a little better than others. And this is one where I think this is going to be a little better than other Ds.
I think so too. Pestilent Siphoner is next. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 flying Phyrexian insect. It's common. It has Toxic 1. I mean, there's definitely an aggressive black toxic deck here. I mean, we have 2 commons now at the 2-drop slot that both have Toxic 1 that, you could just stack up as many of these as you can get your little hands on and just start sending them in. And, this is where Offer Immortality just, they're going to start blocking your stupid Blight Belly Rat at some point, and you get to just take out whatever their blocker was with it.
Yeah, the big downside to this card compared to your favorites, Bilious Skull Dweller, just once you've gotten like a little bit of corrupted damage in, once your opponent's got 3 poison counters, this thing doesn't really turn into a useful body. And that might be okay. Chumping could be a little better. There's a bunch of cards which say when a creature goes to your graveyard, but this is C-. I think, I would even probably just say D+. I do not like playing creatures which just can't play. They either need to be exceptional on one side, either offense or defense, or good at both. And this one is like, I would say a good offensive body, but it's because of what it can do for you early on in games and just continuing to peck in, but not very flexible.
Yeah, the role I see for Pestilent Siphoner is in the all-in Toxic deck, it's just a very solid 2-drop that you want as many as you can get of. And it is a good Corrupted Enabler, but you need to have really great payoffs because Siphoner in a Corrupted only deck that really isn't going to like fully poison you out that often, it is going to fall off on power level fairly quickly. But I think that those are 2 important roles in the format, So I would assume Pestilent Siphoner is like a C. Like I think we'll see this card quite a bit in the Toxic deck and in the Corrupted deck. I just think it's a card you want there. Scheming Aspirant. 1 and a black, 1/3 Phyrexian Advisor at uncommon. Whenever you proliferate, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Kind of weird, right? To combine that with, what we assume is that when you proliferate, you're also doing some poison counter stuff, right? So like the 2 life helps buffer you and give you enough time to kind of finish the job there. But them losing 2 life is kind of, ancillary to that. I don't know. It's a little bit of a weirdly placed card.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think in general, we have to be lower confidence about how valuable we think any amount of opponent lose life and you gaining 2 life is, just because you always have this out of killing them or being killed with poison damage. And in general, that number can really only go up.
Yes, that's right. You don't get to ungain poison. This looks like a powerful build around to me, but it doesn't feel particularly well placed. I'm going to start out lower on it than I normally would be. I'm going to give it a build around grade. It says whenever you proliferate. So if you're not proliferating, then you're just simply not putting this card in your deck. So build around, I'm going to say B-. That, draining for 2 does add up. And if you are not on the poison plan and you're just proliferating, doing your thing, I mean, that's, 2 per time. That can be in conjunction with an aggressive start or whatever from a non-toxic deck. And plus, I mean, it is worth noting that even most of the toxic creatures do hit for damage as well, right? They're not only doing poison. So I like it at build around B- for Scheming Aspirant, but pretty heavy on the build around. What do you think?
Yeah, that grade sounds exactly on the mark to me. Okay. It's just one of the funny things about this card is that so some of the proliferate cards will be like, well, I don't do anything if you don't have a poison counter or I don't have a creature with an oil counter. I believe the way this card will technically work is that you could proliferate. Nobody in the game, your opponent's creatures, you could have any counters, and it'll be like, yeah, you prolifferated, you did it. Here you go, gain weird. 2 life, lose 2 life. But I think that will be how that works.
That would be really annoying if you had to have some counter somewhere, that you needed to do. All right, next card, Sheoldred's Edict. This is 1 and a black for an instant. It's uncommon. You get to choose 1. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Each opponent sacrifices a creature token, or each opponent sacrifices a planeswalker.
Yeah, I hate Edicts Unlimited, Marshall. I don't know if we've ever talked about this.
We haven't.
I try to never play them in any format. This one is a little bit better because it really boils down to each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature, right? Like one of the biggest, most common fail cases is they just have a token. It's worth nothing. They lose it. There are more planeswalkers in this set. I will say that, though, now that I'm thinking about it, we're not going to be getting into it today, but this set has rare planeswalkers, and that is something that almost no sets ever have. But this one has more planeswalkers and has a bunch of rares. So the fact that this card will beat up on rares is kind of nice. And so because of that, I'm going to give it a C. Like, I think that upside plus the non-token part works well enough. But
would you have this in the sideboard? Like, would you be comfortable starting this card, or would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start this card just because you just fire it off on turn 2. You don't get picky about it. It's just like, all right, here's what I'm going to do on turn 2.
Yeah.
I'm just going to kill that stupid 1/1 flyer with Toxic 1. And with some premium removal, you get this awesome shell feeling of like, I'm so protected. No matter what happens to me in this game, I can deal with it all.
Yes.
With this card, it's just like, this is a tempo play. You play it, and for 2 mana, hopefully you trade it equal on mana, and then sometimes your opponent won't have made a play until turn 3 or 4. You get to kill it. That's great. And in this format, you get to kill Planeswalkers, and that's dope.
Okay. I'm going to go D on Shieldred's Edict. I'm with you, man. I even with the added benefit of the Planeswalker thing, I am just so like loath to give my opponent choices late in the game that are just like, sure, I'll sacrifice. I mean, sometimes these cards are just straight up blank. Like your opponent is like, I can sacrifice something that has absolutely no effect on the board at this point in the game. And I can't stomach that. I need to see a Planeswalker on the other side, and then I'll have it and do the turn 2 thing when it pops up and get their walker in other scenarios. Ambulatory Edifice is next. Is 2 and a black for a 3/2 artifact creature Phyrexian construct. This is an uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 life. When you do, target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Nice.
Wow. Yeah, that's really great. I mean, if you're paying 2 life to kill something because it has -1/-1, that's worth the 2 life. Like, that creature was probably going to do something to you. A really big thing to keep in mind with this card is that it's not just good against X1s. It is yet another way for black creatures in this format to attack into something larger, and then if it's only a little bit larger, you get to -1/-1 it. So our Whispers of the Dross are maybe a little less valuable. I don't know, but this is exactly what I was thinking about. When we were talking earlier, there might be a lot of ways to pick off X1s, and this looks like one of the best ones. This is a card I'm going to give to be just a B-. Most of the time you play it, fantastic. You pulled ahead in the game. It can just be kind of mediocre in some spots, but that's okay.
I like B- as well for Ambulatory Edifice. Next is Bone Picker Scourge. This is 2 and a black for a 2/2 flying Phyrexian imp at common. And it has Corrupted. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, it has Death Touch and Lifelink.
Is this what you were mentioning as a corrupted payoff, Marshall?
This is not what I was thinking.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
No.
I think my brain is kind of geared towards toxic stuff at this point. And when I see this, I'm like, well, the rate's fine.
Yeah. We haven't seen too much yet that like enhances our creatures. Like, there's going to be equipment we'll see in red and white. Mm-hmm. But one of the nice things about a flying Death Touch lifelink body, if you get to that point, is like, okay, you get more toughness, nothing can attack. And if you get more power, well, it's really draining for a lot.
I mean, if it was just 3 mana 2/2 flying Death Touch lifelink, I'd be like, wow, right? Like, that's a pushed card. So maybe I'm a little too down on it. What kind of grade do you
I don't think you are, because a Death Touch creature in the early turns of the game and a flying one has so much impact. It really deals with so many scenarios. I would give this card just a... I don't think this card is going to be better than like a D. At some point you have to play something that's like really like just, wow, that looks really, really awesome. And you can't just be playing 1/1 flyers into 2/2 flyers and expect to keep up with somebody who's just putting solid stats and removal into the game.
Yeah, that's the problem, I think, is that, there was a time when 3 mana 2/2 flyer was a totally fine card, but those days are mostly behind us at this point. And this set looks powerful and synergistic, and raw stat creatures tend to fall to the wayside when people are like putting together these proliferate decks that can do all this crazy stuff, and you're like, well, I have a very well statted 3-drop here, and they're like, yeah, cool, put a counter on all my things, attack you with, you're just like, okay, wow. So yeah, D+, C-, somewhere like that for Bone Picker Scourge. It's just not really the payoff I was hoping for. Next is Chittering Skitterling. It's a nice name. 2 and a black for a 1/4 Phyrexian rat. This one's uncommon. And it has Corrupted. Sacrifice an artifact or creature to draw a card. You can only do this if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters.
So here's something to note. This card does not say activate only as a sorcery. And it does not say like anything about only on your turn. So you can block with this and sacrifice the creature you blocked with. You can also block with the Skitterling itself. So say you play this and your opponent has 3 poison counters, and then they play a removal spell on their turn. You just sack the Skitterling to itself, and you're up a card. So this is the first, like, I would say, premium corrupted payoff that we've seen. Definitely. And something that would make me very excited to play with 1/1 flyers and 1/1 death touches that I can sacrifice if my opponent tries to kill them later in the game or they're just outclassed. And then this card is going to set up all of your when something dies, put an oil counter on me cards. We'll be seeing more of those. So lots of lovely stuff here. I'm going to give this, I just want this card to be great. A 1/4 body early on in games shuts down a lot of attackers. I'm going to give this card a B+ because I imagine this is the card that is going to really turn on black corrupted and black sacrifice decks. Works awesome with threaten effects if we're in corrupted range.
Oh, yeah. Wow. In fact, this card existing makes me think that we will not have great threaten effect. Like, this is just too good. They don't usually take the handcuffs off like this. Like you said, it's usually more limited to like once per turn or only on your turn or sorcery speed. They just don't let you go, you know what? I've got 7 creatures here. I'll just sack all of them and draw 7 cards and see what happens, right? Like they don't let you do that anymore. I love Chittering Skitterling as a great payoff. B+ for that one. Next is Cutthroat Centurion. This is 2 and a black for a 2/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian warrior. This one's common, and it says sacrifice another artifact or creature. Where have I heard that before? And it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Now this one you can only activate once per turn, though. They better not put like 2 and a red threaten in this set. I'll tell you that. After those 2 cards.
Yeah, that's a good point. This one does work when you don't have corrupted. This card is not very good. What I will say for this card is you can kind of get like a little bit of a flyer blocker game plan going with this. Hitting for 2 and not having toxic each turn, not particularly nice. But if you're getting your opponent poison counters through the air and then you've got this sitting back, and if they ever try to attack into it, you could sack and make it a 4/4. Yeah, you're setting yourself up for a little bit of blowout. But this thing actually like can trade up and deal with bigger things better than most 3-drops can. So I don't think this card's very good. I just think you might be able to find spots where you can play it. I'm going to give this card just a D. Yeah,
I would give it a D+. I mean, it's borderline, right? Like, it might make the cut. I don't know. I agree with you, though. It just needs some support to really kind of, I don't think on its own it's where you want to be, but, you know, a little bit of bump could make it a lot better. Next is Infectious Inquiry. This is 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. It says you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life, and each opponent gets a poison counter.
Well, it's nice that we get a poison counter reliably. Generally, draw 2, lose 2 life. That's firmly in the D range. If you're not getting good upsides, and maybe this is good enough. Just getting the first reliably for control decks.
It just has to be for the corrupted deck to just have a card that says 3 mana, the 1/3 of corrupted happens like that. No matter what kind of start you had, no matter if you had your toxic creature out on turn 2 or even turn 1, you know, this lets you, so now you've got 2 proliferate cards in your hand. You just fire those off over the course of the next 2 turns, and now you go, okay, my deck's turned on, right? My Chittering Skitterling's rolling, that uncommon can go. I agree that you are paying a price here in that the card is subpar without the counter, but it's not awful, right? Like, you know, Divination lose 2 life is not where you want to be in Modern Limited, but it's certainly playable. I mean, you can, you know, drawing 2 cards goes a long way. I would give Infectious Inquiry a D. You know, this doesn't seem to be like some linchpin card, but like I would expect to see these resolved in the format.
I think a really great heuristic to use when you're like, is this a D kind of card or a C kind of card, is be like, do you want to draw multiple of these within a game?
Yeah,
and
totally.
I do not want to draw.
No.
Well, I kind of want to draw multiple Infectious Inquiries in one sense, but in the sense that, like, do I actually want to win the game? I don't.
And with that, we'll move to Stinging Hive Master, which is 2 and a black for a 3/2 Phyrexian Warlock at common. It's got Toxic 1. And whenever the Stinging Hive Master dies, you get a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature token with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. So, we've really started to put together a very solid early curve core of toxic creatures, to get your opponent dead here, right? We've got a 2 mana 2/2 toxic 1. We've got a 2 mana 1/1 flying toxic 1. And now we have a 3 mana 3/2 toxic 1 that dies into a 1/1 toxic 1 that can't block. And these are all common, by the way.
Yeah, 3/2 is a nice set of stats, kind of consistently going to trade with most limited creatures that are played in the first 4 turns of the game. And so this one will just trade and just leave you some value behind. This is going to be a C+ to me, and this looks like the kind of 3-drop that I would want to have multiple copies of in any black corrupted deck.
Yeah, and I'm just curious what the overlap looks like between corrupted decks and decks that are trying to actually fully poison you out. Do they all run a bunch of the same cards, or is it a different type of strategy? That to me is something to look into. And, Stinging Hive Master clearly fits into the one that's trying to get you up to the 10 poison. Does it fit in the other? Probably so. We'll have to see. Next is Vraska's Fall. This is 2 and a black for an instant. It's common. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker and gets a poison counter. Hey, I heard you like edicts, BK.
I don't like edicts, and I think the one exception to that is edicts, which will fit well and nicely into aggressive decks. And since black is trying to be corrupted, I don't love this card. I think I'm going to give it a D+. But this is like the kind of card where I could imagine just following up a curve of some, medium toxic beaters with this, and I'm actually able to get the jump on somebody. I think because of that value you're getting, you might be interested in this, but you're probably not for the most part. I mean, just if you want to give your opponent a poison counter, play with Stinging Hive Master, and you want a 3-drop. It just does not compare favorably.
Right. I like D for Vraska's Fall.
Okay.
Feed the Infection. This is 3 and a black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says you draw 3 cards and lose 3 life. And if you have corrupted, each opponent who has 3 or more poison counters loses 3 life, BK. Here we are crossing the streams again.
Yeah, so
it just makes me feel weird to think of trying to combine life loss with poison.
Yeah, and I'm not really worried about that. I mean, that part could be okay. I think the part that makes me kind of like this card is that when you're playing sort of black, very aggressive, just sort of throw stuff at the wall aggro, which is, when I'm thinking of that, I'm thinking of those 1 mana 1/1s that when they become tapped, the opponent loses 1 life. That's the style of gameplay that Toxic and Corrupted is going to be giving us. If you're playing that, well, that you're going to be using a lot of cheap cards, and you're going to be going aggressive. It's oftentimes rough to add in draw 2, lose 2 to those decks, because it's I have to take a turn off of playing to the board and pushing my advantage for that. This actually does gas you up a fair amount. And so you're getting a concentrated burst of new cards. I am going to give this card a C- because I think this card actually does fit well into aggressive black decks.
And it could be a finisher. I mean, if you do get that corrupted going, 3 life loss is a heck of a lot in the mid to late game when you're under a lot of pressure. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. You kind of convinced me on that one. I was a little down, but I think you're right. Oh, good. Another blood-sucking Phyrexian insect. This one's called Necrosquito. It's 3 and a black for a 0/0 flying Phyrexian insect at uncommon. Necrosquito enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. It gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. And whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, it gets an oil counter.
Marshall, I feel like I was lied to.
Okay.
I was told there were no +1/+1 counters in this set.
Yeah, this is a lie.
No, I mean, yeah. So this card is really dope with proliferate effects. We're getting the very traditional style of gameplay of every time you proliferate, this creature gets +1/+1 bigger.
Yeah.
Obviously at the start, this is not very big. But this is another good top end card for black corrupted aggro decks. and it's something I think you're going to want a lot. Like this is, I would say, not as good as Chittering Skitterling. I'm going to give this just like a B minus, maybe even a C plus, but this actually makes me excited to be playing with creatures that are going to die, that are kind of crappy, but they're good early.
How big does it need to be before you're happy? It's 2/2 when it comes in, you're not happy. 3/3, not happy, right? 4? 4 is the line?
Yeah.
I agree. But it has the ability to become a 9/9 or something stupid. So there you go.
Oh, yeah.
I like C for Necrosquito. It's a decent build around, but like it ultimately just gives you power and toughness in the sky. That is powerful. That is something worth going for, but it's not like crazy game bending stuff. And it is difficult to do. Next is Ravenous Necrotitan. This is 2 black for a 6/6 Phyrexian horror. It is uncommon, and it's got Corrupted. When it enters the battlefield, if Corrupted is happening, sacrifice a creature unless an opponent has. So this actually has a downside. So you got a 4-mana 6/6, and you have to sack a creature unless you've managed to get your opponent to Corrupted.
This is funny. So a lot of the corrupted like enablers are like these dorky creatures that it's like, oh, they get in and they get you a little extra value for doing so. If they can't get in, not the end of the world, because we can sacrifice them to this
Feed
thing.
them to the Necrotitan.
So if you're playing this is the most aggressive we've seen Black be in a format in a while, it looks to me. Like, it's just, they are really hammering on like, get in, get your opponent corrupted, attack, lose some life along the way. I like this card because it just is totally on theme with all of those things. I'm going to give this card a B minus. 6/6 is enormous.
6/6 is huge, but you have to sack a creature. Like, it's such a huge cost if you can't get them corrupted.
Yeah, I play with crappy creatures a lot, though. No, I mean, like, most of the creatures we've seen, like...
They've been pretty expendable. It's true.
Like, imagine this card was 4-mana, 4/4 ETB, sack a creature to get +2/+2. Like, you would not have trouble finding fodder for it in this set. So I think you're going to be surprised by this card, but I can certainly respect that you don't want to give up value.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a D for Ravenous Necrotitan. I just think that these cards have a very high setup cost, and on average, it's difficult to make them worth it when you have to throw away a creature just to get it on the battlefield. Now, if you properly build around it and you are rarely having to actually toss the creature, I'm in. I mean, that's, if you can get up to the corrupted, especially by turn 4, there's a tension that I don't like, which is I need to get my opponent corrupted before I get to my turn 4, because that's when this card comes down as a 6/6 and is like easily the biggest thing on the battlefield for a few turns. If I can't cast my Necrotitan without sacrificing my board, till turn 7, it's like, well, now it's fine, but it's not, turn 4 Necrotitan is where you want to be, right? You just want to slam this thing and be able to start crushing with it. Sheoldred's Head Cleaver, yikes, is next.
That's one of the things I want cleaved the least.
Yeah, seriously. 3 and a black for a 2/4 Phyrexian warrior at common. It's got Menace and Toxic 2.
Interesting.
That's pretty scary.
This is kind of, a lot of the black cards we've seen are kind of like on plan. They get you to corrupted and by turn 5 or so. This one is like, okay, I don't need as much going on. I can kind of do a bunch of the work myself. 2/4 Menace is a weird body. It's not one that I think we see in most limited formats. Mm-mm. It kind of gets double blocked pretty easily.
Yes.
2/2/2s trade up with this card, given no other removal. And one of the things that will be a common play against the Head Cleaver is throw a lot of things in front of it. It only has 2 power, so even if they have a removal spell, it can only probably kill one of them, and it'll still get blocked down. Can
I offer you some immortality?
Oh, that is a combo right
It's a nice combo, right? Death Touch with 2 power will kill 2 creatures. They will block. Like, this thing does, it hits hard enough with Toxic 2. I'm with you though. I think that on its own, which is kind of how we have to grade it, we can't assume combat tricks in hand for you or whatever. It's probably like a D. Like it is a somewhat scary, somewhat powerful creature, but it is just handled too well by having even mediocre blockers in my mind.
Yeah, this is a card that you should be interested in more if you have very good corrupted payoffs. But otherwise, do not. When you're just trying to play an ABC game of Magic, this is not going to do it for you. And so a D sounds appropriate to me.
All right, Testament Bearer is 3 and a black for a 4/1 Phyrexian warrior at common. When Testament Bearer dies, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. Okay.
Yeah, trades with everything.
Yeah. Get you a card back. It's just a card, right? It doesn't even care what it is.
It's just a card.
Yeah.
And there, the value of like dumping the other things in the graveyard doesn't look to be super important in this set.
Right.
I think it's interesting. Even just, I would be interested if we polled all the listeners. Which do you think will prove out to be the better black common 4-drop? This or the Head Cleaver?
Yeah.
I guess it's probably this one. I mean, this is just.
This is the type of card that you play, you turn it sideways, you trade for literally anything.
Yeah.
And you get a card back out of it. And you get a little bit of card selection. And technically you get a little bit of graveyard bonus. But as you mentioned, that's not really heavily supported here. Yeah, this looks like a C. I think black has been really aggressive from what we've seen. And I think a 4-powered 4-drop that replaces itself is probably okay.
Yeah, this card will suffer if the format ends up being, I think, like very aggressive because it's kind of a poor tempo play. It could be very trivial to trade with this for 1 mana. But yeah, I think a C sounds totally appropriate. I mean, this is still a pretty reliable 2-for-1.
Yeah. Next is Gulping Scrap Trap. This is 4 and a black for a 4/4 Phyrexian Horror. It's common. And it says, when it enters the battlefield or dies, proliferate.
This just looks like a format where black wants to play more cheaper cards than fewer impactful, expensive cards from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, so where would this fit then?
Not really feeling. I mean, it's just a mediocre body with Proliferate, and Proliferate just is not doing that much until you have good payoffs. And I think you can get Proliferate for cheap. Like, I'll just play all the Whispers of Dross I can before I start playing this card. And so I'm going to go with this card as just like a D at best.
Yeah, the one spot where I could see it is if you are trying to be not just corrupted, but my plan is to poison you out. Like, I'm going to get a counter on you, as many as counters as I can with my early creatures until they run out of steam. And then I am on the Proliferate plan. And literally every card I put in my deck is going to try to have that text on it. In that case, yes, Gulping Scrap Trap is in. It has power and toughness, it blocks, it keeps you alive longer, and it gets you that 1 extra counter. That's the type of decks that we've seen in the past where if you are all in on Proliferate, then cards like Gulping Scrap Trap are no-brainers. But if you're not, if you're just trying to get to Corrupted, or if you're just getting a random Proliferate here or there for value, then the Scrap Trap doesn't usually hold up. I would say D+ for Gulping Scrap Trap. You gave it a D?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nimrazor Paladin is 4 and a black for a 4/4 Phyrexian Knight. This one's uncommon, and it's got Toxic 2. And it says when the Paladin enters the battlefield, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand.
It's a great card.
Yeah. So you get a 2-for-1 and have a 4/4 Toxic. Yeah, same.
I play creatures with mana value 3 or less quite regularly, and Toxic 2 means, this is a card that your opponent, it's more impactful. Oftentimes in the late game, your opponents can maybe, your 4/4 will be like holding back multiple things on the other side. And so there's not even much value in getting in with it. Whereas this one, it just synergizes, Toxic 2. This is a much better version than the previous 5 mana 4/4 we just saw. And I'm going to give this card Can we just go B? B-?
B? Like, it gets you back a 3-drop, and it's a 4. Like, Can you imagine a card?
Yeah.
Like you get to this point in the game where you're like trading resources, and then there go Nimrazor Paladin, get back the 3-drop that you just used a removal spell on. You're just like, ugh. Like that's a game.
No, you know what?
Play.
You're right. This is a beat because a lot of times we see this and we like this, but all it's doing is putting it. Oh well, this is to your hand.
Yes.
Okay, not to the battlefield. I misread it initially.
Okay. I mean, Grave Dig back a 3-drop. You get a 4/4 Toxic 2 for 5. Like, what's not to love here?
The thing I'm wondering is just how much you just want to go just mono cheaps and just try to just spam as much as possible with black. Maybe that's a little ambitious. Those cheap cards will be more contested over. We want to have good late game stabilization abilities, and this does look like this does that and gives you value plus. So I will stick with B-, but I could be wrong, and maybe I'll be first picking them in every pack.
All right, I'm going B on Nimrazor Paladin. Next is Vat Emergence. I've had enough Vats today. It's 4 and a black for a sorcery. This one's uncommon. Put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, and then proliferate.
Yeah, you usually need to have like a mechanic like cycling or something to make a card like this good enough.
Yeah.
Just don't build your game plan around bringing back one creature. They tend to put enough good, cheap common removal that even if you pull off your dream, it'll still just get killed. And
yeah,
so
this does hit the opponent's graveyards. Does that change the equation at all?
No, I draft the better creatures than my opponents.
Me too. See, I knew we had that in common. Yeah, I like D for Vat Emergence. These type of cards just require quite a bit of setup, and the payoff's not usually that amazing.
Yeah.
Last black card is called Cruel Grimnarch. It is 5 and a black for a 5/5 Phyrexian Cleric common. It's got Death Touch, and when it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you gain 4 life.
Feral Abomination really got to glow up.
No kidding. What was the one from Dominaria that you could kick the witch?
Oh yeah, Caligo Skin Witch.
Yeah. And whoever
Combines.
played that thing on too anyway, right? Now look at this bad boy. 6 mana for a 5/5 Death Touch that makes him discard. And even gives you a benefit if they, and if you catch them with no hand.
When you're playing in black in the format, you should be aware that this card exists because sometimes you'll want to hold a land more often than you normally do, just because this could start coming down. This is like, if the format ends up being where it's like we just sort of whoever has the biggest thing, playing one of these at your top end of a black mid-range deck will be acceptable. I get the sense that there's going to be enough like proliferating, evasion stuff going on that you should not be waiting around until turn 6 to make a highly impactful play like this. And so I'm just going to be putting this as a D. It's a good 6-drop, but it's a 6-drop in a format which looks like it's not going to be about 6 drops.
That's what I think too. And like I'm sad because I really like cards like this. They tend to be very high impact when you play them and get their last card out of their hand. But it has no. It feels like it's from a different planet, right?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't say proliferate. It doesn't say toxic. It doesn't have oil counters. It's not doing anything that you kind of. I'm assuming that these synergy decks are going to be doing. Okay, so there you go. D for Cruel Grimnarch, and that's going to do it for black. That's going to bring us to red. And first red card is Cacophony Scamp. This is red for a 1/1 Phyrexian Goblin Warrior at uncommon. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. If you do, proliferate. And when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target.
Adorable.
Let's see. So it's combat damage. This seems terrible.
Well, here's the thing. It's good with equipment and combat tricks, kind of.
Okay.
That's like the upside. Because if your opponent it kind of says, if you put a +2/+2 equipment on me, your opponent really doesn't get the option about whether or not they want to block it because with their 2/2. Because if you don't, I get the option to just sack this thing on damage and then kill your 2/2.
And then randomly there's a proliferate thrown in there for good measure. Okay.
Yeah, and I think proliferate. It's going to be interesting. We're going to be seeing different uses of proliferate in different colors. We didn't see many oil counters in black. I expect we'll be seeing more in red, given the red, green, gold uncommon we saw. And I think it could be a little bit more valuable here. This card is, it's hard for this card to be amazing, excuse me, because it really gets like, it's one shot. Like once you sacrifice it, it can deal its damage, and it could be good for one drop. It can't be amazing. I'm just going to give this card a C because I'm guessing your red decks will actually appreciate proliferate. You will have a number of ways to enhance it, but it's not anything special.
Okay, I have been bumping up the grades on one drops almost across the board, but I can't get there with Cacophony Scamp. I don't get it. It doesn't have haste. Like they play it on turn one. They hit you with it once. They're not going to just sacrifice it to do one damage to something, right? So you're like, okay, I take one. And they're like, all right. And then you go, here's a 2/2. Cool. Good game, Cacophony Scamp. Like we had a great run together, you and I. You got in for one damage, right? Like I don't get it. I definitely can see what you were talking about with augmenting it, but that is not something that I find appealing. Like, oh, no, this card's complete trash. But if you have an equipment, cast the equipment, then pay the mana to equip it to this Cacophony Scamp, then it's okay. And it's like, all right, I don't get it. So I'm going to say D for Cacophony Scamp. And that's weird because, like I said, the one drops, I'm actually looking for reasons to bump them up, but I can't get there with this one. Churning Reservoirs next. It is red for an artifact. It's uncommon. And it says at the beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on another target non-token artifact or creature you control. Okay, so this just churns out the oil. And it says you can pay 2 mana and tap it to create a 1/1 red Phyrexian goblin creature token. Activate only if an oil counter was removed from a permanent you controlled this turn, or a permanent with an oil counter on it was put into a graveyard this turn. Is this thing for real, BK? Like, you know, we do an award for the Sunset Show here on LR, and it's the card that you always have to read when it's cast against you. Like, am I ever going to not have to reread exactly when and what I can do with this stupid thing?
The first ability, I think you'll get pretty used to.
Okay.
It's a little annoying, like how many like sort of weird conditional style words we have on this, like another target non-token artifact or creature you control. Like it's like,
can you just tell me what I can put it? Like, don't tell me everything I can't. Like, is this worth it? This wordiness for this card, this like weird build around. Anyway, I'll set aside my gripes there. Is this card any good?
I'm going to guess it is because for two reasons. Well, one, I think you're just going to be able to turn on that second ability a lot. Like, there will just be a good amount of oil counters on your permanents, and you'll be able to remove them or they'll die. And then you just get to this pretty nice ability of make 2 mana, make a 1/1, and you can use that for blocking, go wide strategies, equipment. And then I think the ability to put oil counters on other things. We're going to see some cards, I'm guessing, that will be like self-contained. Hey, if I have like 2 uses of this ability, but guess what? Because of my churning reservoir, I get to use it like every turn. Mm-hmm. And that'll be pretty valuable. And I think we will probably come to the conclusion that between those 2 abilities and only costing 1 mana, we're getting a pretty good deal. I'm going to guess this is a B- because...
But you're giving it a build around grade, just to be clear, right? Like you can't just throw this into a deck, right? So build around B-?
I mean, I'll give it a build around grade, but my guess is that given everything I've seen so far, is that this is just going to work with like everything in red.
Okay.
I know you're skeptical.
I am skeptical, but I'm interested. I really like that it's only 1 mana and that it does a thing without having to pay any mana, you know? And I keep going back to the blue-red uncommon, right? And I'm just like,
good with
dang.
that card.
Yeah, like let's get that rolling. Okay.
Yeah, you play this churning reservoir, and this is 2/3 for that 4-drop. What is it? The Chimera?
Yeah, the Chimera.
The serum core Chimera.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in it. Okay. Next up is Exuberant Fuseling. This is red for a 0/1 Phyrexian Goblin Warrior at uncommon. It's got Trample. Oh yeah, give me that 0/1 Trampler. It gets +1/+0 for each oil counter on it. And it enters when it enters the battlefield, and whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you put an oil counter on it. Cool. So it's 1/1 trampler, and then whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, basically it just starts stacking up oil counters.
Yeah, works with the turning reservoir we just saw on sort of both levels, because it'll both die a lot. And I am not a fan of this card because I respect the dream. I respect how big this can get for a 1-drop. My goodness, this card is not hard to deal with.
Great point.
It is a
capped at 1 toughness.
Yeah, it's so. It's got a decent ceiling, and if you have a very strong red aggressive deck that's got synergies with this, you're going to play this and it's going to be fine. It lacks that ceiling of being like a card that truly takes the game over with and is hard for your opponent to interact with. And so I'm going to say this card is a C-, because I think you'll play this a lot in your red decks, because it scales up pretty quickly for a 1-drop. Like, this is like actually a creature which kind of blocks kind of well, because like, hey, just you play this for 1, a thing or 2 dies, and now you've got a 3/1 which can trade up with 3 drops. But
yeah,
not going to be very effective at like actually being an aggro dominator.
Agree. C-. Your opponent just has the option to trade for it too readily. Next is Free from Flesh. It is red for an instant. It is common. It says target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, and you put 2 oil counters on it. That's a nice simple card.
It is a simple card, but the implications could be very big for you and your opponent, because we've seen already a couple of cards which get +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. Mm-hmm. This is a 1-mana trick which gives it permanent +2/+2 and an additional +2/+2 for that turn.
Yeah.
And the floor is like pretty reasonably high, because it is just a 1-mana combat trick for +2/+2. It doesn't have to be any kind of creature which cares about oil counters. My guess is that there are going to be decks which are going to want to draft like literally as many Free from Fleshes as you can get. Uh-huh. And I'm going to give this card a C+. Well, I think I'm torn between C and C+. Where are you at?
I would give it a C. I would give Free from Flesh a C. This seems like a very serviceable combat trick, mainly because it isn't all about combat. If you want to put 2 oil counters on something to get some value from it for whatever activated ability it has, that's fine. Like, sometimes you do that and you get to cash in a card or whatever off of the Chimera, which I keep going back to. This is like instantly a card, right? Just straight up.
Just straight up.
Gets a counter and then it gets 2 more and you can just cash it in. So yeah, I like C for Free from Flesh as well. Next is Gleeful Demolition. It is red for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says destroy target artifact. If you control that artifact, create 3 1/1 red Phyrexian goblin creature tokens. Okay, we should keep this one short. This is sideboard only, right?
It's also a build around.
Okay. You think it's worth it to 2 for 1 yourself-ish?
Well, this is very similar to a card we've seen in the past called Oath of Rebirth. Oath of Rebirth was just single red, sack an artifact, make 3 1/1s. This, they've tweaked the templating to make it so now it doesn't sack as part of the cost, and you get the upside of you could just turn this into a shatter effect. Mm-hmm. It is possible that if you had enough artifacts that were cheap, that liked being killed, like Ichor Wellspring from past formats, you might be able to make this into like a deck where all of a sudden it's turn 3 and you just have like 8 1/1s on the board because you've played like 2 of these and maybe another thing. Uh-huh. And now you could just go wide. And so there's going to be there might be a cheeky deck with this. We'll need to see. It is mostly a sideboard card though.
Okay. What kind of grade do you like for it?
This is like a pretty high one. I would give this card like like a solid. I don't know exactly how you like grading a sideboard card. Like, what would you give this? Because 1 mana kill an artifact on a Mirrodin set. Come on, like that kills a lot of stuff potentially.
It's fine. I mean, I'd give it like a C.
Okay.
I'm not really impressed by either side of this.
Yeah, you should get into the casual cues on this is the kind of card where like called whenever there has been a Magic Online like digital client, whether it was Moto or Duels of the Planeswalkers or Arena, Koldotha Rebirth is like the kind of card which is always showing up in those queues.
Okay, well,
I know.
Have fun
Not
in
your
there.
jam.
Yeah, have fun. I would give it a sideboard C. Like, it's just like, sure, you can bring it in, and then maybe you'll blow up your own thing every once in a while. I mean, it's an uncommon. You're not going to get many of these anyway. Next up is Hexgold Slash. It's red for an instant. It's common. It says Hexgold Slash deals 2 damage to target creature. If that creature has Toxic, it does 4 damage to it instead. Nice.
Yeah, really great. This is going to be, I don't know. I think this is a B minus. What do you think? Any better than that for you? Any worse?
No, I have it at B minus.
Yeah.
It scales well against some
everything.
threats. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Doesn't go face.
No.
But very solid.
Yeah. Next is Sawblade Scamp. This is red for a 1/1 Phyrexian Beast at common. It has haste, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets an oil counter, and you can tap and remove an oil counter from it to do 1 damage to each opponent. Nice. I like this one.
Yeah.
How annoying.
This is one of the best Raging Goblins we've seen in a limited common in a while. I mean, the fact that this card just gets in on turn 1 when you're on the play and probably on the draw, and then later on in the game can trade with Phyrexian Mites or other X1s if your opponent has them, but also could just ping your opponent not every turn, but
many
pretty
turns.
Close.
Yeah, I bet you a lot of turns, especially if you're doing any type of proliferation or adding oil counters besides, using the natural triggered ability here of the non-creature spell. Yeah, I like Scott-Blade Scamp. I mean, look, we're clearly seeing an oil-based, red-blue deck, right? We saw that when we looked at the Signpost Uncommon, and Sawblade Scamp looks to be the type of card I want in that deck. So I'd probably give it a build-around grade, even though it's a little bit weird for a 1-drop common, but I would assume that I am not excited to have this card outside of that. If I've got, 4 non-creature spells or 6 non-creature spells in my whole library, and I don't draw this on turn 1, what am I doing with my life, right? But if you could build around it even a little bit, I think it'll be really annoying. Like, seriously, I think it's just like ping you, and they're just going to be like, fine, I'll kill that stupid thing at some point when they realize it's not going to run out of oil. So I like the obvious.
Yeah, I would go. I'm going to go a little bit lower. I think there's a couple of issues I don't like about it. One, it doesn't block, and 2, unlike Thermo Alchemist, this card just isn't going to be very good at dealing your opponent multiple damages in a turn.
That's true,
right? Like Thermo Alchemist was
1 per turn.
You could deal 1 just on the house. An extra spell got you 2. You play 2 spells, you're getting 3 on that turn.
No, you're right.
This thing is capped out at 1 because and it might be 0, but even if you get a lot of oil counters on it, it still can only do 1 a turn.
But to be fair, Thermo Alchemist was an uncommon and one of the better uncommons. Like, this thing doesn't have to live up to that quite, right? But you're totally right. Like, this is not even in that league at all. But I could definitely see, given that this is a common, turn 1 Scamp hits you, turn 2 play another Scamp, maybe hit you with both, and now your opponent's going like, right? If you start rattling off a removal spell, ping you, like, this is starting to get really annoying really, really fast, and that's from a 1-drop common. It's pretty good to get that kind of value out of a cheap spell that you should be able to pick up pretty easily. So what did you end up giving it?
I would go build around just like a C minus. Okay. I think when I want to draft like a tempo burn deck, I either want to hit really hard or do some blocking, and this one is not doing either of those.
All right, next is Axiom Engraver. This is 1 and a red for a 1/3 Phyrexian Wizard at common. When it enters the battlefield, it enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it, and you can tap to remove an oil counter from it to rummage. You can discard a card and then draw a card.
This is not the payoff for getting more oil counters. Like,
not impressed.
Let me tell you something. The third time you get to rummage in the game is not that exciting.
No, it's not. I would give Axiom Engraver a D.
Yeah, that's fair. The one thing I like about it is that this 1/3 body tactically quite nice against early toxic creatures.
True, good point.
And so this is something where, when we talk about like when do you play these? Most commonly, it's to fill out a spot on your curve, and you're not going to want to just concede that you're going to take every hit from a 2-drop because you didn't draft any 2-drops in your deck.
No, great point. Yep. So it does have a little bit of a home there. Next is Barbed Batterfist. This is 1 and a red for an equipment. It is common, and it has 4 Mirrodin, so it comes in with a 2/2 that it's attached to. The equipped creature gets +1/-1. And the equip cost is 1.
I mean, this is basically Skull Clamp. It doesn't have the ability that when the creature dies, you draw 2 cards.
It does have a few similarities with Skull Clamp. You're right. So what do you get? You get a 3/1?
Yeah. You get a 3/1.
For 2?
Yeah, a 3/1 for 2 that leaves around an odd piece of equipment. Like, when we think of, like, equipment, we think of something that you can move around and enhance your creatures. And it enhances them in some respects while de-enhancing them in others.
It does. I think I don't love it, but I don't hate just a 3/1 for 2 for the aggressive deck. So it's like, even if I'm a little nitpicky about the equipment that it leaves behind, probably still going to play this thing.
Yeah, it's an interesting card. If this is like a very respectable just 2-drop in the sense that you can play a 2-mana 3/1 because it's going to leave something behind. Even the thing that leaves behind doesn't have to be that good for you to want to play with it. I mean, we saw that sort of in the blood set. I feel like a lot with those vampires, it was like they left behind a blood token. That was good. And so cards like Voldaren Epicure ended up being a lot more valuable than you would have first thought. Even if the thing wasn't like providing you some amazing advantage, it gives you more options, and we love having more options.
Yeah, for sure. What do you want to give Barbed Batterfist?
I'm going to give this card a C because I think you're going to like just getting extra value on a common 2-drop is just.
I like C for Barbed Batterfist as well. Next is Blazing Crescendo. This is 1 and a red for an instant at common. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card.
Have we ever seen a combat trick that did this?
Don't think so.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. I mean,
that's drawing you a card too.
Yeah, that if we're drafting our decks lean, mean, and aggressive, which this format seems to be about, +3/+1 is going to trade with a lot of things, and we're still getting an extra card afterwards, and it only costs 2 mana. I might go as high as C+ on this card.
I agree.
Mean, this is just going to make it very hard for opponents to stabilize when you have this in your deck.
That is a potentially game-changing combat trick. Like, if it was just 1 and a red, target creature gets +3/+1 draw card, you'd be like, what? Okay, like, let's do that as many times as we can. And this is really close to that.
Yeah.
Wow, C+ for Blazing Crescendo. Nice work, Blazing Crescendo. Next is Hexgold Halberd. This is 1 and a red for an artifact equipment at uncommon. It has 4 Mirrodin. And it says, as long as your turn, equipped creature has first strike and trample. So you get a 2/2 first strike trample as long as it's your turn. And then equip cost is 2 and a red.
Yeah, this is like one of the first instances we're seeing of trample, and I do love trample with toxic. That's going to be a big interaction to look out for in the format because normally you trample over for 1 and it's like I just got 1 damage, but you get the full toxic damage, whatever that was for your creature.
Totally, and this one happens to have first strike as well. These are hard because the equipment themselves are fairly mediocre, right? Like I would not play 1 in a red, equip 2 in a red for this effect, but for Mirrodin, that is an absolute game changer. I mean, it's better to think about these cards as creatures that leave behind something bonus-wise than it is to think about them as equipment. And when I think about this card that way, yeah, I'm in. I mean, I'm just in. This is good.
Yeah, the abilities it gives you, like something that equipment are nice is that it gets your smaller creature bigger than their biggest thing. The problem with this one is that it doesn't do that. It sort of says, like, if you have something that's big, it's harder to deal with and it will consistently get through. I wonder if this card is even better than Barbed Batterfist. I think I'll probably start it as a C+ and assume that getting first strike on things like my Emberlink Fusling, Cacophony Scamp, like those are nice abilities to have. But I worry that like how much mana do I need to sink in to make something first strike and trample? I kind of want to make my things bigger with equipment.
Yeah, me too. I always am hard on equipment that doesn't augment power. Like that's the number one thing that I really, really want. But man, I just think that you're going to play a 2-mana 2/2 first strike trample in an aggressive deck, and you're going to augment that card too, right? You're going to be playing combat tricks on it, and it's just never going to lose combat, right? First strike trampler is just, that this is a perfect target for Blazing Crescendo. Like your opponent's like double block. You're like, okay, here you go, right? And lose your whole board, take some extra damage. So yeah, I assume that Hexgold Halberd is quite strong. I'm going to give it a B-. I'm trying to make sure that I give proper respect to the fact that you're getting like a dang respectable creature and an admittedly mediocre bonus, but it's just free. Like you're just getting that for free, right? And if you end up with a 3-powered creature at some point later in the game and you throw this Halberd on it, it's just really good. Like, so I like B- for Hexgold Halberd. What's your grade?
I went with C+. Yeah.
Okay. Next is Nahiri's Sacrifice. It is 1 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature with mana value X. Nahiri's Sacrifice deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures.
That's pretty cool. I think this card is going to surprise people and be excellent. I think that I'm going to give this card a B, and it's because like the flexibility of this card. So first of all, this card is just really, really nice with the Vermeerden mechanic. Let's get that out of the way. Obvious synergy. You get a 2/2, and then you've got this equipment which can be used. Now, most of the Vermeerden equipment we've seen so far on the smaller end, 2 and 3 mana. We'll probably get to some bigger ones. This is a format which looks like you're going to be playing with a lot of small creatures and trying to make good use of them. The fact that you get to divide up the damage among any number of targets, it just means that you're going to be able to be very precise. It's going to cost you something to use this, but as we've seen, I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a maybe not something that our limited players will appreciate, but if you've played Construct in the last 2 years and you've seen the work that the card Fury has done, and that's a card where you have to pitch something to divide a bunch of damage, and it's been one of the best red creatures of all time.
What do you mean our limited players? That was in the Vintage Cube. Come on.
It was in the Vintage Cube. It was
in
Modern
Fury
Horizons
for
too.
weeks.
But if you're an arena player, you may have never encountered a Fury before.
Fair enough. Okay, so you think that there's enough synergy with I play a Vermeerden card, I get my 2/2, maybe I do some combat, and then I'm like, you know what? I can get rid of this artifact, this equipment. I don't need to have it. Because there is no way that Nahiri Sacrifice is going to be some great card if I have to sacrifice my 5-drop creature to it, right? Like, even if I get a 2-for-1 or approaching the 3-for-1 out of it, I'm still like not in great shape, right? Like, I had to spend 7 mana and 2 cards to kill your 2 or 3 creatures. Like, that still isn't, really where you want to be. So you need expendable things to throw to Nahiri Sacrifice, but you see these equipment being that way.
I do, and I also I'm putting a little bit of faith in that historically cards which have the text divide up an amount of damage among any number of targets tend to overperform.
Extremely powerful. And from what we've seen, especially having only gone through black, is you could kill 5 things, right? They're all 1 toughness, 2 toughness. Right. So, okay. So this is where the rubber meets the road. What grade do you want to give Nahiri Sacrifice?
Well, I said B. I will just stick to my guns and say that this is a card that if you add this to just about any red deck, it will just be the best card, like one of the best cards you draw each game. And I'll stick to my guns and say that you'll be able to do that. It's a B.
Wow.
But
you're a real upside guy, just glasses half full over at BK's house. Okay, I have to temper it just because it's giving up onboard presence that you've already paid mana for is an extremely costly way to try to get ahead in a Magic game. But boy, that upside is there. You are not kidding. Like this easily could be the most devastating card played in any game in this format. I'm still going to go D. I think the cost is too high for me to get up into that B range where it's a type of card that when it pops off, you're like, oh my God. But when it doesn't, when you don't have something to sacrifice, or when the thing that you need to sacrifice is also how you were supposed to win the game, or when you just don't have enough because they have a freaking 5/5 and you know, you don't want to 2-for-1 yourself, or you can't, then that's when this card, you know, looks worse. So we'll see. Moving along, Shrapnel Slinger is 1 and a red for a 2/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian Beast. It's common, and when it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. When you do, destroy target artifact an opponent controls.
Yeah, this is it's a nice card because you just get a 2/2 for 2, and you don't have to do anything extra for it. But you might get to blow up something big, and it could be something that you're really trading up with.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen some amount of token makers in this set. I think I am going to say that I like this better than any of the other red 2-drops we've seen so far. So I'm going to give this a C+.
Okay. I would say C- for Shrapnel Slinger. I like the modality though. Next is Thrill of Possibility.
I just want to note, though, real quick, that we've now seen so many sacrifice cards, like at low rarity, that we kind of like.
That make you sacrifice your own stuff. I know, man. Like, seriously. Thrill of Possibility is next. It's 1 and a red for an instant at common. It says at an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards. I'm kind of in, right? Like, Thrill of Possibility is a borderline playable usually. You need an excuse, right? Because you end up even on cards, but you do get to see some cards. And this one, you know, with this blue-red deck, this is the type of card you want to see.
Yeah, I think a big thing for you to figure out in this format is, are you a deck that is trying to move around equipment? Are you trying to beat down and get toxic damage? Or are you a deck which cares about when you cast a non-creature spell, something happens? And so this is we're not going to put this in the build around category. I'll give it a C- because I just don't think you should be looking to fill up your deck with this. You're not getting any kind of real madness or like graveyard advantage in this format, it looks like. But Thrill of Possibility is a solid card to play with in limited.
C-. Next is Bladegraft Aspirant. It is 2 and a red for a 2/3 creature, Phyrexian Warrior at common. And it's got Menace, and equipment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. And activated abilities of equipment you control that target Bladegraft Aspirant cost 1 less to activate. So here's your common equipment enabler.
Yeah. So far, the equipment we've seen in red aren't like amazing with this because, you know, we're just moving around like +1, -1 for strike and trample or whatever. But 2/3 Menace body with some upsides. I'm happy with this. One of the things that it's kind of nice getting a high toughness equipment matters card, just because it so often feels like an equipment matters deck. So if you ever need to block or be on defense, it's just like game over. And so I'm curious to see. Normally when we see these kinds of cards, it feels like they're 3/2s. And I actually think it's kind of better that this is a 2/3.
I agree. Yeah, it makes it difficult to block with the double blocks, and especially if it's getting pumped. I like C for Bladegraft Aspirant. I mean, this seems like the red-white deck will probably want it. Forge Hammer Centurion is next. It is 2 and a red for a 3/2 Phyrexian Warrior at common. And it says, whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on it. And whenever it attacks, you may remove 2 oil counters from it. And when you do, target creature can't block this turn.
Yeah.
A little tough that you don't get spotted anything.
Yeah.
You do need to get up to 2. You're going to activate it like once a game, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, one thing is that it would be nice if you could just like remove them at will. That's a huge difference. The fact that you can't like build up to 4 counters and then make 2 things can't block. It's like when it attacks, you get a 1-shot use out of this thing. 3/2 will probably get blocked down. This looks to me like solid filler. Like I would guess that given how aggressive we've seen the format be, when things die is a nice synergy with equipment because you're oftentimes getting a body that you don't actually mind trading off or losing. But I don't think this is anything better than like C-.
Yeah, I have C- for Forge Hammer Centurion as well. Next is Furnace Punisher. It's 2 and a red for a 3/3 Phyrexian Warrior. This one's uncommon, and it has Menace. 3/3 Menace for 3. And at the beginning of each player's upkeep, it does 2 damage to that player unless they control 2 or more basic lands.
Okay. Weird constructed hoser.
Yeah. Okay, but who cares, right? It is a 3/3 menace for 3. Like, you are slamming this thing. It's at least a C+ for me. If you're in any type of aggressive deck, plus menace plus equipment can be really good too. So I like B- for Furnace Punisher just on stats.
I don't think 3/3 for 3 menace gets you up to a B-, but I'm just going to go C+.
C+, okay. Next is Kuldotha Cackler. This is 2 and a red for a 2/3 Phyrexian Hyena at common. It's got Trample, and whenever it attacks, it gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the number of permanents you control with oil counters on them.
I feel like we're pretty deep into Reddit. We haven't seen too many permanents with oil counters that I'm like that excited to play.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess maybe there's a deck where this gets really popping, but I don't know.
I kind of like it.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't need to do that much to make me happy, right? Like, if I pay 3 mana for this thing, and then the next turn I untap, play something with an oil counter, and just attack with my 3/3 Trampler, like, I don't need to dream. You know, it doesn't need to be 6/3 Trampler. Like, give me a 3/3 Trample for 3. I'll do it. And then, every once in a while it'll get dumb and it'll be a 5/3 or 6/3, and your opponent's like, okay, I will now trade my 3-drop for it and get rid of it. Look, I don't have a super high ceiling on it, but I'm kind of in, like Trample, Pump. I would give it a C- for Kuldotha Cackler. I'm not that excited about it.
I'm going to go D+.
Oh, the poor hyena. Who's laughing now? Magmatic Sprinter is next. It is 2 and a red for a 3/2 Phyrexian Warrior. This one's uncommon. It's got haste. And it says, when the Sprinter enters the battlefield, put 2 oil counters on target artifact or creature you control. Okay, now we're getting some oil flowing. At the beginning of your end step, return it to its owner's hand unless you remove 2 oil counters from it. What? So I can just choose. Yeah, can you explain to me this stupid card?
All right. Baseline. You could just play this as a 3 mana 3/2 haste. You put the oil counters on itself, and then at the end of your turn, you remove those. You get to keep it. You have your 3 mana 3/2 haste. But if you want, what you can do is you can get some kind of like Viashino Sandstalker style action where you play it. You put 2 oil counters on something else, and then at the end of your turn, you bounce this back to your hand, and then next turn you do the same thing. So this has kind of got like a repeatable pay 3 mana each turn, play it, put oil counters on something. So this is, it kind of goes
also
2 different directions.
But worth noting, if I play it, put them on it, attack, whatever, remove the counters to keep it, the next turn that's not happening again. Like I need to remove 2 more counters the next turn if I want to keep it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a possibility of, like, let's say that I'm just not in an attacking mood, right? I'm playing blue-red. We're just sitting back. We're casting Thrill of Possibilities. We're removing oil counters for value. I could just start chaining this thing out every turn, 3 mana, 2 oil counters. And if I can make that into some form of value, then I can just kind of keep going.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that. I also like cool attacking card for 3. Yeah, that's a really neat card.
It either works really well if you want to do something very slow and dirtily, or if you want to be very fast and aggressive.
Yeah, I like that. I like both of those approaches.
It's kind of the 2 sides of like red that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it fits in well at all into like anything dealing with equipment.
No, you have to keep recasting it over and over.
Yeah.
Re-equipping. What do you want to give Magmatic Sprinter? That's a really interesting card.
Gosh, I do not know. This is a
very difficult card to grade.
I haven't seen enough that makes me so excited to repeatedly get oil counters where the card can't get oil counters well on its own that I'm going to give this a D, but I think it's more weird than it is good. But like, we had 3 mana 3/2. We've seen 3 mana 3/2 haste a lot. Mm-hmm. That is a D when you don't get anything else.
They trade down. Okay, I'm going to give it a C. And my reasoning is I have no idea how this card fits in, and I'm going to go right down the middle because I can see some upside and I can see it being really mediocre as well. All right, next is Rebel Salvo. This is 2 and a red for an instant at uncommon. And it says it has affinity for equipment. Oh, affinity spec. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each equipment you control. And it deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. And that permanent loses indestructible until end of turn. Yet it's already only 3. Like,
right.
It's like, you know what? I didn't want to pay the 3. I need to pay 2, and I'm going to have an equipment out. This is clearly very premium removal. Basically 3 mana or even less to kill anything. So B plus, A minus, something like that.
Yeah. It's hard for removal to get quite to the A range. I would guess just B plus, because this is about as good as removal as you're going to see. It kills just about everything. It's like, this is going to be more incidental synergy than planned or developed synergy, where it's like, if you have this card and you have drafted some stuff with equipment, great. You might got a totally busted card that costs 1 mana, but you don't need to do anything for this card to be good.
Yeah, super awesome. Love every second of it. Next is Volt Charge. This better be a removal spell too. It's 2 and a red for an instant at common. Hey, it does 3 damage to any target, and then you proliferate as well. Fantastic. Wow, just 2 bangers right back to back, 2 red burn spells that you're going to be taking as high as you can get them. I would give B for Volt Charge. Just awesome.
I will go B minus just because
any target can hit players.
And I can hit players. I think the fact that this is like on turn 3 going to trade with a 3-drop and maybe often will not give you any additional upside just puts it in like that's a solid play. It's not a special play.
Okay, fair enough. Awaken the Sleeper is next. This is 3 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon. Okay. So they moved it to uncommon. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste until end of turn. If it's equipped, you may destroy all equipment attached to that creature as well. So we found our threat and effect, BK, but it is uncommon. So that's
uncommon and it costs 4.
And it costs 4. So they knew. They knew dang well, look, we don't want to not have this at all. That is a cool interaction. It is not devastating to the game. Like, it's a powerful swing, but it's not the type of thing that just goes, well, then I can never win. So they felt okay putting that in here, but they did not put it at common where we can just build an entire deck around it. Awaken the Sleeper, therefore, gets a build around B plus for me, because if you do have the black-red deck with the free sacrifice outlets that we've seen so far, the uncommon and the common, really excellent with Awaken the Sleeper, and you should definitely prioritize it higher. But outside of that, this type of card gets very mediocre very fast and ends up being like a D.
Yeah, I think I will go with a build around just B minus, because 4 mana is it's fine. It's a totally fine amount to pay for the free sack outlets, which we have a couple of in black. But in red, you actually have to pay more mana on top of it. And so we're talking about like maybe until you have like 6 mana, until you get that super sweet combo of getting to sack and steal something when you have the red sacrifice effects.
Exactly. This is also like the rare card that we could technically put into all 3. Like, we could give it a regular grade, a build around grade, and then even a sideboard grade, because it is good against the equipment strategy where you can bring it in and blow up their equipment.
Yeah, it's weird because, in this set, you're going to appreciate less that you're blowing up the equipment, because most of the equipment has the value baked in of giving you a 2/2 along the way. So you'll steal the thing, attack with, and you blow up the equipment before you attack with it. So your opponent will oftentimes just take the 2 damage and then get the creature back.
Yep, exactly. Okay, next is Chimney Rabble. This is 3 and a red for a 3/3 Phyrexian Goblin Warrior. It's common. It's got haste. And when it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature token. Nice. That's a common.
Do you think it's relevant that you have a bunch of Phyrexian Goblin warriors and then you get a Phyrexian Goblin that isn't a warrior? Do you think your Phyrexian Goblin token feels inferior and has an insecurity about that it's not a warrior?
Imposter syndrome to the max for that little fella. And he kind of deserves it. He's not a warrior, get your stripes. Wow. This card seems strong to me. I mean, that's a lot. You're getting, 4 power, 4 toughness, 3 of it has haste, and 2 bodies for 4 mana at common. Nice.
Yeah, 2 bodies, very nice in an equipment format because you got more places to throw the love around. This gives you sacrifice fodder. Certain sacrifice fodder. The 1/1 token will not be a good thing to use with Nahiri sacrifice, but the 4-drop body will be.
Yeah.
I like this card. I think this is, it's tough for common 4-drops and 5-drops to get like C grades, I think, in this grading system. And I think this is a solid C.
Yeah, I give it a C+ even. I really think that that's a lot of power and toughness for what you get. Next is Hazardous Blast. This is 3 and a red for a sorcery at common. It does 1 damage to each creature your opponents control, and creatures your opponents control can't block this turn. By the way, your hunch about 1 toughness creatures being quite fragile in the set has definitely played out. We've seen now multiple types of cards that would wipe out, a board of 1/1s. Mm-hmm. And this is just this is sideboard card though. Are you really playing it as a falter effect?
Well, it's a falter effect, which will basically, can I use my falter effect to do something? And on the early turns of can you just play this on turn 4? And it's you might have just killed 1 or 2 things. And what you're looking for is, you're not saying I'm playing it to do that. What you're saying is, can I get away with putting falter into my deck? That's always the thing that you're looking for with those, any kind of rally, inspired charge +2/+1 or effects like this. I don't think this is a card that you're going to be looking to play, but I would go with this one as a D+, where if you have the right kind of deck, you could actually main deck a copy or 2 of this, and it will work out okay for you.
Aggressive deck is what you're looking for?
Definitely. One of the problems that you'll have is that if you play an aggressive deck with X1s that are just cheap aggressive creatures, and your opponent's just got 2/1s and 3/1s that could block, this could do a substantial amount of work early on in the game. We've seen this. There was a card like this in Dominaria. It was
yep. I think it did it to 3 things or whatever.
Radiant Lightning. It was Radiant Lightning. It was deal 3 to the face and then deal 1 to all of their creatures or something. And that ended up being, I see this as a similar kind of card.
Okay.
And that was something that you would consider playing in some of your blue-red wizard decks in that format.
Urabrask. Go ahead.
Yeah. We can move right along.
Urabrask's Anointer is next. It's 3 and a red for a 4/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian wizard at uncommon. And when the Anointer enters the battlefield, it deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of permanents you control with oil counters on them. So on its own, not a fan, right? 4 mana, 4/2, definitely not where you want to be stats-wise. So we are talking about a build-around style card here. What does that number need to be to make you interested, BK?
I mean, I'm interested at 1.
1? Okay.
I mean, if I this format's got X1s, if I could just attack with things into it and then pick off and do the last point of damage.
So 2 you're in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of big creatures that I've seen that I'm looking to play right now.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I think you're just in on Urabrask's Anointer. I have to imagine that if you put any effort at all to build towards it, you're going to be able to get that one oil countered up creature checkboxed off okay, right?
Well, I mean, we'll see when we get to green. I think that's going to be the other major color with oil counters. I haven't seen a single oil counter card where I'm in just red of commons and uncommons. That I'm I am looking to play this in just about every one of my red decks. And so
yeah, where's the 2/2 for 2 that has an oil,
Right.
Okay. So where do you want to come? I mean, I still want to give it build around gray just because I don't think that you would play it without understanding that you needed at least a few oil counter cards, to put the Urabrask Anointer in. But once you did,
yeah, I mean,
is it a B? C+?
I'm struggling to imagine you're going to have a curve that is that good that I'm going to go better than C+.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a fully built around Urabrask Anointer would be pretty sweet, where we're talking to get up into the 3-4 range, 5 even, any target, that can be pretty insane. I would say C+ myself.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm worried about is with some of the like toxic stuff going around, your opponent's going to play creatures that you're going to want to pick off with Urabrask's Anointer, but they're also going to compel you on early turns of the game to block with them. And once you've blocked with that creature with an oil counter, we've kind of defeated the purpose of what we were trying to set up here.
That's a really good point. Yep, that does. The way the games play out really matters because you need to build up some type of board to have this Anointer be good, and sometimes you're not incentivized to do so. Next up is Volshock Splitter. This is 3 and a red for an equipment. It's an artifact. It is common, and it has 4 Mirrodin. And the equipped creature gets +2/+0. Okay, so you're getting a 4/2 for 4. What's the equip cost? It's 3. It's 2 and a red.
Yeah, this is the best equipment I think we've seen. I like this better than the uncommon 2-drop. Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to go with a C+, just because once we get into that 4 mana equipment range, 3 equip, we are really taxing our mana. And so you have to make other considerations with your curve and deck building to support that. But this is a very solid deal and something I'd be very happy to have 1 or 2 copies of in every red deck.
Yeah, it hits the thing that you and I both said that we actually want, which is boosting the power, and it's right on that threshold. 2 mana to equip would be excellent. 4 mana would make it basically unplayable. 3 is like, okay, let's go. Furnace Strider is next. It's 4 and a red for a 4/5 Phyrexian beast. It's common. It enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. You can remove an oil counter from Furnace Strider, and target creature you control gains haste until end of turn. Is it too late in the game by the time Furnace Strider has resolved, is on the battlefield, and then the next creature you play gets to get haste? Is that still okay?
I mean, it's okay. It's not good.
The best haste givers are the ones that cost like 1 mana and then can give your stuff haste going up your curve, right? And this is kind of the opposite of that.
Right, and like this doesn't curve into the Urabrask Anointer. One of the other quirks about this card is that equipment doesn't really synergize with haste, in that it's usually like you play the creature, next turn you're moving around equipment and you're doing that over turns, and that's how your threats are being developed. So
this is a 4/5 haster itself, right?
That is the best part about the card.
And they give you 2 counters. So the first one's like, okay, I get to be a haster, and then maybe I will give something else haste at some point. That seems reasonable to me, just as a mediocre 5-drop. I mean, this looks like a D to me, right? Which is a card that you sometimes play, but often don't. 5-drops in aggressive formats are usually not at a premium, and they usually have competition at that slot. You can't play that many of them. So I'm going to bump it down a bit, but this card seems serviceable to me.
Yeah, this is a Flyers card, in the sense that like if you have more flyers after this card, the 4/5 body holds down the ground and you're getting the damage in from there. One of the ways that a flying mid-range flying tempo deck loses is it doesn't have big blockers, and the flyers, if you ever fall behind in the game, how are you ever catching up? And so this complements those nicely, but not in any particularly highly efficient way by being a 5-drop. So I'm going to go with just a D+ for this card.
Yeah, that's where I'm
one of the things you want to look for is like, does this bring anything unique? And a 4/5 body, like we've had limited formats in the past. Like I remember people played Guilds of Ravnica, where it was like there was like a random like vanilla like 4/5 for 5 in that format that was really good in black. Just because it was like, wow, actually everything was really small. And so you don't need to have a lot of it, but you will. I think this is a format where it's going to surprise you when you just have a random, like, I'm kind of coming up on that black-white 4/4 we saw earlier, because it's like, that is going to be bigger than just about everything on the board. It
does, yeah, for sure. All right, next card is Molten Rebuke. It's 4 and a red for a sorcery at common. Choose one or both. Molten Rebuke deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you can destroy target equipment.
Yeah.
Okay. Definitely mediocre removal, especially if we're talking about the first part of it, doing 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker at sorcery speed. But if you do get to nab an equipment, now you're talking business. Now you're getting a 2 for 1. Now it's actually worth the full 5 mana. I would assume that this is the type of card that you may occasionally play one of in the main, and you kind of aren't real happy about it. But you could do worse, or you just needed it, or whatever. And then there are some decks where it's pretty devastating, like where you get to actually, fully get a 2-for-1 where a real creature died, like a big real 5-drop or whatever, and whatever their best equipment was. That said, I would still give Molten Rebuke like a D.
Yeah, I'll go D+. So there's 2 major use cases when you want like the 5-mana deal 5 in your deck. It's either because you're an aggressive deck and you need a way to get through bigger things. You probably don't need that in this format because you have equipment in red in good, plentiful quantities. The place where you do need this, though, potentially is like your blue-red non-creature spells deck or other kinds of decks like that, where it's like, oh my gosh, I wish my creatures could ever stabilize, but they have equipment, which keeps getting moved around and making it too hard for me to block any individual thing. And that's where this is going to shine, because just playing a copy of this, you'll find it in longer games and you'll be able to shut down the equipment and get some extra value on top of it.
There you go. Next is Resistance Skywarden. It's 3 red for a 5/5 Ogre Rebel at uncommon, and it's got Menace and Reach. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I love the Reach ability. A big issue for stabilizing big drops is like they get punked by flyers, and Reach is quite nice here. Yeah, the Menace will come up late game, but I just love a good solid red drop with Reach for my decks, and so I'm going to give this a C+, because I don't think you need this card, but you're pretty happy to have it.
I give it a C+ as well. Any card that's good when you're behind or good when you're ahead, I'm in. Like this type of card that completely finishes a game if you curve into it off of a good aggro start, like a 5/5 Menace. They're just like, what am I supposed to do here? And if you find yourself struggling at parity a little bit behind and you play a 5/5 Reach, like, sorry, removal spell or bust. Nothing's getting through that. Next is, in fact, this is our last red card, is Oxida Finisher. It is 5 red for a 7/5 Ogre Rebel at uncommon with affinity for equipment and trample. Can I just run from that? Like, I have no... I do not want a 7-drop. I don't care if it becomes a 5-drop at some point over the course of the game. I mean, yes, it is powerful, 7/5 Trampler, but I am having a very hard time imagining that Oxida Finisher is how this format plays out for red.
Are you interested in combining this card with Nahiri's Sacrifice?
Yes, I am. Give me my cheaper finisher. I play it for 4. The problem is you can just turn it sideways twice and win. It's like a little easier, but...
Yeah, when you get the cost reduction thing, it's nice if you get you did a bunch of work. Let's hope this didn't just get dealt with a removal spell. Mm-hmm. And Oxida Finisher, that'll happen a lot. Not every removal spell can deal with a 7/5. A lot of them can. And it's just a 7/5 trample. Obviously, the trample works nice with equipment, but I struggle to see this as anything better than just like a. It's close to a build around like good card, but it's not really. It'll fit into some red decks, but I'm just going to go D+, and maybe you'll pick it up and play with it when you get a good card with it. But what has affinity for equipment? Cheap creatures with good abilities
that you can put the equipment onto when the other one dies. Yes, I agree. All right, that's going to do it for red. That's going to move us over to green. And our first green card is Evolving Adaptive. It is green for a 0/0 Phyrexian warrior. It is uncommon, and it enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. And it gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. They tricked us again, BK. And whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if that creature has greater power or toughness than Evolving Adaptive, put an oil counter on Evolving Adaptive. Love it.
Yeah, looks really strong.
Yeah, so this is a type of 1-drop that can absolutely take over, right? If you can get a good creature curve of 1 and then somewhere in the 2, 3, 4 range, 2 or 3 of those checked off, this thing just slams. And then it has, potentially oil synergies as well. So, this to me is the type of uncommon 1-drop that I look for. Does not age particularly well if you top deck it later. They oftentimes, kind of have, it really does need to come down on turn 1. But I think it's fair when grading this to assume that you're going to have it in your opener and kind of take it from there for the most part. Yeah,
I mean, it grows on 2 different angles, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will go B minus because you mentioned like late game it's not great, but late game you have better ability to play it in the same turn as another creature, and the other creatures will almost always be bigger. So this thing is not going to be hard even in the late game to get it up to respectable 2/2, 3/3, 4/4 range, and works with proliferate. It just works with so many things. So
B?
I'll still stick with, let's go B.
B
I mean, it's just
I
one
think it
mana.
really does have a lot of upside. Yeah. Next is Incubation Sac. It is green for an artifact, uncommon. It enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. Theme emerging. You can pay 4 mana, tap it, and remove an oil counter from it to create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token. And you can only do this at sorcery speed. What?
I mean,
just at face value over the course of 3 turns, I could just dump a bunch of mana into this and make an army of 3/3s.
Yeah, it is taxing on your mana to do that. It costs 4, but if you get a bunch of them, I mean, the biggest risks are the 3/3s just kind of get outclassed. Tokens are susceptible to bounce. But the fact that not only can you get 3 3/3s out of this, but if you put more oil counters, you could just keep on going forever. This is an inevitability engine that looks quite potent.
I love this card.
Yeah.
I think
This
that there's
really
many games of Limited that play out where you go turn 1 this, then do some stuff, and then on turn 4 you go make a 3/3 go. And then yes, that may be outclassed, but by the time you get 2 3/3s, that is not, like 5/5s can't attack into that anymore, right? Like, and you just go draw my card, pay 4 mana, make another one, play my land, go. And then you do that again, and you're just like, okay, I have, and that's without any proliferation, any type of anything adding to this or making it, a longer term plan. Unless you're facing flyers, that's difficult. That's really hard to overcome because remember, you get to keep drawing cards that whole time. So once you're out of gas on this, you're like, here's my whole hand.
Yeah.
I really like this card.
How high are you going to go?
B plus.
I
could see you winning a game without doing much else.
Yeah, the one thing I will note is that every turn you have a better option for 4 mana than making a 3/3. This card will not be doing anything. With the one exception, it will just be a permanent sitting in play with oil counters on it, which does have value. It has values for a couple of uncommons that we've seen so far. Mm-hmm. I'll go B, but I'm open that this could be just busted because if you can consistently interact, you will just win the game eventually with this.
Yeah, I would want to pair this with as much removal as I could possibly get. Right, I need to kill your flyers or your 1 bomb or whatever. But if it's just power and toughness clashing against each other, this will win the day eventually. Rustvine Cultivator, is next. It is green for a 1/2. It's a Phyrexian elf druid. It's common, and it has tap, put an oil counter on itself, or tap, remove an oil counter from itself to untap target land. And it doesn't spot you any. You don't get any when it comes in.
I kind of wanted to cheat ahead and look just to see. I don't see any auras that go on lands that make them tap for multiple mana. That would be a sick combo if it existed.
Yeah, I mean, at its worst, right? This is attempting to be a mana elf or a creature that can ramp you from that turn 1. The issue is that it on its own it gets to do that about every other turn.
Yeah.
Which isn't that bad, right? So you play it on 1, you say go on your turn. Let's just say you decided to use the turn to put a oil counter on it. So by turn 3, it ramps you up to 4. Or you can just say, okay, I'll add another counter and then get the jump on 5 and 6 or whatever.
Yeah, this is a much better card at getting you to an expensive effect that will provide you lasting value over the game than it is this is basically like another mana source.
Yeah. If would you consider this card better or worse if it just was green 1/2 taps to add a color of mana that your lands could produce or whatever?
It would be better if it could do that.
Because this has oil stuff going on and whatever, but if its purpose is to ramp your mana, it is not doing that in the way that you would normally prefer.
Right. This is a very tricky card to evaluate because it is a consistent source of like having an oiled permanent. Can we just call that a thing? Having an oiled permanent?
Oil well. Yeah.
I will give this card a C minus, but it could be better.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think that unless you have some other oil synergies, I'm right with you. A C minus. Next is Thirsting Roots. It is green for a sorcery. It's common. It says choose one. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. The classic. Or you can proliferate. That's pretty good, actually, right? Because generally speaking, it's kind of an early game, late game type scenario. Like turn one, you just want to get the land and make sure you hit your land drops, get your colors and everything. But later in the game, that might not be as relevant, and a proliferate could help you out. I mean, every card we've looked at so far has oil counters on it in green. We're 3 for 3 leading up to this one. So,
yeah, this will proc when you cast a non-creature spell in a very cantripping kind of way, but also can proliferate. It's hard for Lay of the Land to be better than C, and I think the fact that it might even just be a C is like pretty good in saying something. So I'm going to give it a C.
Okay, I like C for Thirsting Roots. Next is Tyvar's Stand. This is green X for an instant. It's uncommon. It says target creature you control gets +X/+X and gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. All right, so let's walk up the scale here because X spells like this tend to be mana inefficient, even though they do grant you some flexibility as a result. So if we paid 2 mana for this, okay, actually, let's start at the bottom. I pay 1 mana for this, and my creature gets hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Is that playable?
Yeah.
And then if I pay 1 mana and I pump it up by 1, probably going to win combat against a same cost creature. And then it goes up from there. 2, 3, 4, and all of a sudden it can be, oops, I got you for 9 or whatever.
Yeah, we've seen cards a little bit like this before, and I would say that this card kind of excels at the ranges. And what I mean by that is you don't really like it when you're paying 3 or 4 mana for it, because when you're getting, what that probably means is like you're getting like a combat trick out of it. And it's like, okay, that's fine. What you really love is 1 mana protection and Fireball.
Gotcha.
And the Fireball ability of like combining it with a trample or evasive creature where it's like, I have 9 mana and it's like you deal an extra 8 damage from it. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I like to call these type of cards like game plan cards, where when the game gets later, you can start looking down at this card and going, can I set up a scenario where like if my opponent taps out, oops, gotcha, you're dead, right? Attack with everything. Okay, block all my stuff, kill you, right? That type of thing. And that's very powerful option to have on a Magic card, one where you could make it into your game plan in the right scenario. And then like you said, sometimes they spend 4. I mean, removal tends to be fairly clunky in many times these days, right? Sometimes people are paying 4 or even 5 mana to try to kill your creature. And if you can pay 1 to protect it, we've seen those spells go up and up in value over the last, say, 2 to 3 years, where they used to be kind of mediocre, and they're actually getting better and better now because of that intense tempo swing that you get from them. So this to me gives you both of those. I'm in.
Yeah, I would give this card a B.
Me too.
Might even be a B+. I mean, like,
this is like an absolute premium combat trick.
Yeah, would not surprise me if this was the best green uncommon.
There you go. And let's also not forget that it combines well with things like Trample or Menace or Flying or anything like that too. Next is Armored Scrapgorger. This is 1 and a green for a 0/3 Phyrexian beast. This one's also uncommon. It gets +3/+0 as long as it has 3 or more oil counters on it. And it taps to add a mana of any color. And whenever Armored Scrapgorger becomes tapped, exile target card from a graveyard and put an oil counter on it.
Okay. I love a 2 mana 0/3 mana dork for any color. Like,
seriously.
I'm already in for doing that. And when you combine that with Thirsting Roots, we're already talking about some real potential for a 5-color green deck to be possible in the format. That ability is kind of quirky. It'll be kind of keep it in the back of your mind that when it becomes tapped, exile a card from a graveyard to put an oil counter on it. Maybe there's some potential ways to immediately get it up. And the fact that this combines nicely with Proliferate, where you can quickly get it to that +3/+0 range. A lot to love about this card. I would go as high as B-, I think.
Me too. I would say B- for Armored Scrapgorger. Of note, it is not optional. If it becomes tapped for any reason, you do have to exile a card if it's there. That is awesome. It's weird because reading that card, it feels like I'm reading two separate cards. Like they don't, that text is like two very separate things. But anyway, really great. Branch Blight Stalker is next. That's 1 and a green for a 3/1 Phyrexian Elf Scout at common with Toxic 2. Is Toxic going to be a big part of the pie here for green? We saw black was very heavy into Toxic, and I'm assuming white is as well.
This is we could do a quick little aside on the format. It looks to me like each color kind of has a theme, and then it kind of branches out into other ones. Black was corrupted, red was equipment, and green looks to be oil. And we've seen support for each of the other ones in the other colors, but in green, Toxic is not the primary game plan, but if you happen to be a green-black deck, Branch Blight Stalker will be a nice card for you to have.
Okay.
But otherwise, I'm guessing you're not going to be very excited by this.
It looks like a D to me.
Yeah, I think that's a right place to put it.
Cankerbloom is next. It's 1 and a green for a 3/2 Phyrexian Fungus at uncommon. And it says you can pay 1 and sacrifice it to choose one of 3 options. You can destroy an artifact or an enchantment or proliferate. It's interesting because, you read that and you're like, oh, okay. But like, you're just getting free rolled that on a 2-mana 3/2. It's like, there's not a lot to complain about here.
No, it's not a lot to complain about.
It's not, the upside just isn't tremendous, right? It's like, It's a somewhat flexible 1-for-1 available to you. But dang it, what are you going to do? Not play this card? Like that's,
It's a pretty tricksy card against equipment where you block something, you sack this, so it's a free roll block there. You're blowing up the equipment there. You're proliferating to make maybe a creature larger. So, this is a very respectable. If you have this in green, you'll be happy to play with it. I think those kinds of uncommons kind of grade out for me in the C+ range because I think you always should be prioritizing like just efficiently killing things that you need to kill and putting together a solid game plan before you get to this sort of it does a lot of things kind of okay.
Yeah, and that's what this is. So C+ for Cankerbloom, solid card. Copper Longlegs is next. It is 1 and a green for a 1/3 Phyrexian Spider at common with reach, and you can pay 1 and a green and sacrifice it to proliferate once again. Boy, you mentioned before about 1/3 being a nice stat line against the Toxic decks. And then you also mentioned that you liked reach, to help stabilize and stuff. This one just has both. Like this is a little stop sign right here.
Yeah, it's a solid card. You'll play this card in more mid-range and controlling green decks and be happy to get a copy or two because it kind of does something like Cankerbloom at various stages of the game, dealing with flyers. It's not something that you're getting a 2-drop that deals with flyers well is a very nice deal. And the flyers we've seen so far tend to be on the smaller end. We're looking at 2/1 and 1/1 flyers and 2/2s. That doesn't grade out to anything better than like a D+, because I think this is a card maybe C-.
I would go C-. It does feel to me that for what we've seen from the colors that we've talked about, that small attacking creatures are very viable and something that we're going to be seeing a lot of. And if you are trying to slow down that procession of Copper Longlegs is a 2-drop that you want. So, boy, this next one's called... You go ahead.
I was going to say, it looks to me like it's so easy to get effects that push through a blocker. Like, True. When you play a 1/3 for 2 with reach, something like that, you get like 1 out of 4 or 5 games where you play it where it's like, holy cow, this totally changed the texture of the game. And I think you're going to get that even a little bit less in this format because there's just so much good combat tricks.
I really hope the Copper Longlegs is good. Because then it means the format's a little different than I've seen it right now, which is kind of like, don't get poisoned, don't get ran over. Next card is Infectious Bite. And I'm not sure I needed to see that artwork and have nightmares about it for the next week. But 1 and a green for an instant and uncommon. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. And I'll throw in a poison counter for good measure. Each opponent gets a poison counter.
A very interesting card because green is so long on proliferate and kind of bad at toxic. So this could be, I would guess that this is a B-, but it's like but I think that's better than you would think for just like a 2-mana like fight spell. What do you have a term you like to describe fight where they don't hit back?
Bite.
Sure, that works.
Yeah. And this one's even called Infectious Bite, but yeah, but this is a good bite spell. I mean, those, instant speed, cheap ones are where you want to be because you can react to your opponent rather than having to be the one to, put something out. Sorcery speed, like this is going to target this and this, like, please don't do anything bad. And here it's the opposite, and that really does swing the table to make that type of card excellent. I think B- for Infectious Bite is where I'd want to be.
Sure.
Next is Predation Steward. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 Phyrexian Elf Warrior at common. It says Predation Steward enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it, and you can pay 2 and a green and tap it and remove an oil counter from it to give target creature +2/+2 until end of turn at sorcery speed. Sorcery speed.
Yeah.
And it doesn't affect itself because it has to tap, so you're kind of spreading this around. Sorcery speed, huh? It would be probably too good at not sorcery speed, but it might be too bad at sorcery speed. I don't know. Maybe it just sits there and is just a little engine in the mid to late game that just keeps pumping something up and sending it in.
Yeah, that's the thing about this is like this is a lot more mid to late game impact than you are used to getting from a common 2-drop.
Ah, good point. Interesting.
Like I agree with you that like I'm not that happy to pay for this effect, but it's like I'm getting this for just like my curve filling 2-drop. And so I think
that is a big effect on the board, even at sorcery speed.
Yeah, it's mana intensive, but I would guess that this is something you're going to be actively happy. Like I would not be surprised if this was a better 2-drop than Cankerbloom even.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, certainly like getting removal out of a 2-drop is great, but blocking looks like a nightmare if your opponent has just played these. And again, the 3-mana tap means like keep your curve low, make sure you can use the mana if you're going to be playing with this card. But we've seen plenty of things that incentivize that already. Yeah,
it's just tough because, I tend to think in terms of like, if you're behind, and this card, you really can't afford to activate it if you're behind because it taps itself and then you're pumping up something and then attacking with that. You're kind of like tapping a lot of your board and leaving yourself open. And it doesn't do anything in that scenario. Like there is no mitigating, but still, I kind of am with you, man. Like it just seems like I played a 2/2 for 2 that had oil. So maybe I did something with that. And then it's just like, if I activate this twice in the mid game, especially if my creature has anything relevant going on, right? Like if it's toxic, God forbid if it has lifelink.
Yeah.
What do you want to give Predation Steward?
I give it a C+ because I think this is actually a good bit above rate for like a 2-drop. But
okay, I'm going to go C for Predation Steward. But
sure.
You talked to me. I was going to give it a lower grade than that. So that's pretty good. Ruthless Predation is next. It is 1 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. It says target creature you control gets +1/+2 until end of turn. It fights target creature you don't control. Now, this one's interesting because it leans into what I was saying earlier about how you don't want to be the first one to start this chain of events that could easily end with you getting 2 for 1. But the fact that Ruthless Predation is only 2 mana helps a lot because you can sneak it in while your opponent's tapped out or tapped low. And 2, +1/+2 is a complete game changer on a fight spell. Like it basically means you win. Like you're playing green, your creatures are already pretty big, and +1/+2 more often than not means that you're going to win the fight. Where a straight up fight, hey, who knows, right? But this thing actually makes it so that you're very likely to win. And then it also often unlocks attacks that you didn't have prior. A lot of times when you do a fight spell, you play it and then you can't really attack because now your 5/5 trades off for a 2/2 or something like that. But here it actually does open the door. So I like Ruthless Predation as like a go-to green common removal spell here.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems very solid. And
C plus range for you?
Yeah, I think C plus. Because I think there's always what I've seen is that there's going to be a number of spells you can play to help you win combat. But this one looks like this is or win on the board, and this one looks like it'll do it more reliably and cheaper than most.
Also, we've just seen a lot of small creatures, right, from the other colors that we've done. Next is Titanic Growth. That's a reprint. 1 and a green for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn.
Fun Magic trivia: the first time we've ever seen it printed in a non-core set.
Oh, that is fun.
Yeah.
What would you like to grade a basic card like this? That is a lot of power and toughness for just 2 mana.
Yeah, I mean, Titanic Growth is cool because it gets into the range where it starts pushing a good amount of damage when you put it on an unblocked creature.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is still just like a C minus, but maybe it's a C. But +4/+4 is a lot.
It is a lot. Yeah. This is where you want to be in many ways for combat tricks, but you know, they really do push it. Like ones that make your creature indestructible or give it lifelink or something like that, you know, tend to be the ones that get up into the C plus range. I would say C minus for Titanic Growth.
Cool.
Unnatural Restoration is 1 and a green for a sorcery and uncommon. It says return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Proliferate. Man, I don't think Proliferate's enough to get me on board with a card like this.
No.
Even unconditional versions of this are dubious, but the ones that are like, oh, you can only get a permanent card, like, you know, you can't buy back your Infectious Bite or your Ruthless Predation and have 4 mana and be like, buy this back, kill that, get you, you know, you just, it's some random creature or whatever. I would say a Natural Restoration, unless you're extremely long on Proliferate, is like a D.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Sad.
You have to come up with real reasons, not like it works, but like real reasons why you want to play with this card.
Yes, and if you do, then go for it. It's not that far off from being okay, but what you said, BK, is perfect. People think a real reason would be, well, my creature might die and then I'll buy it back. And it's like, well, would you pay 7 for that thing? Because you wouldn't pay 7 for that thing, you know, and there you go. All right, and next is Adaptive Spore Singer. This is 2 and a green for a 2/2 Phyrexian Druid at common with Vigilance. And when it enters your battlefield, choose 1. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains Vigilance until end of turn, or Proliferate. That's pretty mediocre, huh?
Sure is doing a lot and yet not doing a lot.
Yeah, the turn it comes down, it seems really great. And then you're like, oh, I have a 2/2 that I paid 3 mana for when the dust settles. You know,
the one thing oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I keep going back to Proliferate. Like, if you are trying some game plan that revolves around it, then I would be much more willing to play cards like Unnatural Restoration, Adaptive Spore Singer gets better. But if you're not, it's like, man, it's close, right? +2/+2 and Vigilance to one of your creatures while you're developing your board is powerful. It's a nice tempo swing. Probably get you in for a chunk of damage, but you are paying a cost for a 3 mana 2/2 Vigilance. It's just not where you want to be in limited.
It's really not. The one saving grace for this card is that green. I'll keep coming back to this. It looks like it's the best at proliferating, and my guess is that green might actually be the best color at getting your opponent to 10 poison. But the thing that green is going to struggle with is getting the first poison counter through. An Adaptive Spore Singer with any toxic creature is going to be a lot more reliable at doing that. And so that is what it's going to be, I think, helpful for. That doesn't grade out to being better than I mean, this is still like a lot of modality on a 3-drop common. I'll give it a C-, but I'm not that happy with it.
Agree. C- for Adaptive Spore Singer. Next is Carnivorous Canopy. This is 2 and a green for a sorcery at common. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. If that permanent's mana value was 3 or less, proliferate. Still sideboard, right? I mean, there
think
are
so.
a lot of targets. Like this is starting to get there, right? Where like there's artifact creatures, there's effectively artifact creatures with the equipment, with the Mirrodin stuff. Like, are we there where we could be okay? I mean, this one's actually kind of crappy. It's a sorcery also, conditional. I think I would still be sideboard C or whatever for Carnivorous Canopy, maybe sideboard C+. But we do have to consider that this set does have a few more artifacts and stuff and artifact creatures and whatever floating around. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I've been a little surprised at how little we've seen in the way of like colored artifacts for a set based on Mirrodin.
Yeah, we have not. Blue-white was the signpost was artifacts, and those are the two colors we haven't done. So I assume we'll see a pretty big spike in that.
Yeah, I think that's a good bet. All right, so I'm with you on that grade, and maybe it'll be a little higher. This next card is ridiculous.
This card's sweet. Contagious Vorak is 2 and a green for a 3/3 creature, Phyrexian Boar Beast at common. I love that artwork. Oh my god. That's easy front runner for best art in the set for me in the Sunset Show. When Contagious Vorak enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, proliferate. Dang. Good pig.
The Green Inspiring Overseer.
That's incredible. Wow,
Yeah.
There is just nothing not to love about this card, is there?
I mean, it's totally busted.
Yeah. I mean, 3 mana, 3/3, I was already interested. And then I just get to like snipe lands or do the thing. Can I choose? Like, can I always proliferate if I'd like?
Yeah.
I can just fail to find.
Because it says you may reveal, you're under no obligation to take anything.
Jeez. What do you want to give the Vorak? A+?
It's not there, but it's in the B range for sure. I mean, this is one of the best green commons I've ever seen. I might just go straight B.
Straight B. I mean, that is like straight B for a common is incredible. And I think you're actually right, dude. Like this card is insane. It's just a built-in 2-for-1. And you know, when it's better, you can proliferate when that pops up. Right.
Like that. Yeah. Right. Like already 3 mana 3/3 with the sort of Saber Wayfinder text. It doesn't put him into the graveyard. Would already be maybe a B-. And the fact that this could sometime it doesn't trail off in games because proliferate
exactly.
is. Yeah.
All right, give me all the Contagious Voraks I can get my hands on. Next is Ichorspit Basilisk. It's 2 and a green for a 1/3 Phyrexian Basilisk at common. It's Death Touch and Toxic 1. So it's 3 mana, not 2, but this is a way to get the ball rolling that is quite annoying for the opponent.
It is, and a 1/3 Death Touch, one of the bigger problems with it is it's like if your opponent isn't playing into you, it just doesn't do as much as you would like. Mm-hmm. But having Toxic 1, it's like, okay, Toxic 1, Death Touch with 3 toughness is like, you probably need to block this at some point, and you can't just throw nothing into this. It's got to be an actual card with some actual stats. And this is not as good as the previous green 3-drop common, but I like it better than Adaptive Spore Singer. I'm going to go C+ on this one. I think this is actively good.
I think so too.
I think green is going to be quite a controlling color in this format, just because it looks like we've seen so much proliferate, solid interaction, that I think that's where you're going to want to be if you're building a green deck. Okay. Yeah, I like that. C+ for Ichorspit Basilisk, perfectly statted for what it's trying to do. You can't trade it off for your 2/2. That's bottom line. Next is Maze's Mantle. It's 2 and a green for an enchantment aura at common. It does have flash and it enchants a creature, so they give you that at least. And when Maze's Mantle enters the battlefield, if enchanted creature has toxic, that creature gains hexproof until end of turn, and the creature gets +2/+2 is what the thing actually does. So this one should be viewed more as a combat trick than a traditional aura because of flash, right? Yeah, right. It's a lot of this card is 3 mana put 2+1/+1 counters on your creature. I mean,
Right, air quotes. Yeah.
Right. It's a very strange card. So for your toxic creatures, it kind of functions as a protection spell against removal, but it's not trivial to have up 3 mana when that's going on. I think you'll be most happy if you view this as like a combat trick with long game upside. So this is the card that you'll want for your green aggressive decks. And I mean, once again, this is another card that makes blocking look very hard in the format. I would give this card a C minus. It may be more of a C minus because I don't think every green deck is going to want this.
Yeah.
But the ones that do are going to be quite happy to have a couple copies of this.
I think it gets to C minus as well. I mean, it's a permanent change to the creature as well. Just in a simple scenario where you just attack, get blocked, you can just bump your creature, it wins combat. Like, this is what combat tricks are supposed to do, but this one leaves it behind. So probably worth an additional mana, to get that. Next is Viral Spawning. It's 2 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says create a 3/3 green Phyrexian beast creature token with toxic 1. And this spell also has corrupted as long as one has 3 or more poison counters and Viral Spawning is in your graveyard. It has flashback for 2 and a green. That is sweet.
Yeah. This
Love
is a
it.
pretty solid card. This card I think is just worse than Contagious Vorak for the most part, but
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
another 3 mana 3/3, but it's still a pretty good card.
It's pretty good. This is also one of the first payoffs that we've seen for all of this proliferate in green.
Yes.
Right? Like finally corrupted on a green card. Like it really feels like green wants corrupted. I know that's not a core tenant for green, but man, green looks like it can get corrupted going, and this is a great payoff. I mean, this is 2 Contagious Voraks. Taste it.
Does this make the same token as the incubation sac? No, those are
colorless. Yeah, they're golems.
Yeah, those are colorless. Okay. Yeah, the tokens here will have toxic 1.
Yeah. So you use it, start slamming with it, maybe get a little proliferate or just get a few hits in and boom, you can get it back again. That seems really strong. Viral Spawning to me looks like a B. Like this card looks super strong to me.
I think, yeah, it's you can't use this as reliably as you on like turns 4 and 5 as I would like. I think I'll go B minus, but
okay,
it's pretty good.
Expand the Sphere is 3 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put up to 2 land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you put fewer than 2 lands onto the battlefield this way, proliferate a number of times equal to the difference. I think I would just say hard no on all of this. Like, I'm not a huge fan of ramping from 4 mana. It is rare that like jumping to 6 or whatever is the difference. Also, it's not guaranteed. And I would never pay 4 mana to proliferate twice, I don't think.
No, I mean, we've been through a couple of colors now, and we largely haven't seen things where it's like 6, 7 mana that we're like really excited to play. Right. I guess it's kind of confusing because the ability to proliferate a couple of times. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean,
D?
Yeah.
D on Expand the Sphere?
I'm sure I'll build some stupid decks with this, but I don't think they'll be the best decks I draft.
Yeah, you have the ability to draft and play and win with, by the way, complete nonsense. You are top tier at that.
Thank you.
I have to say, I've seen you do it many times in our showdowns. Lattice Blade Mantis is next. That is 3 and a green for a 4/3 Phyrexian insect at common. And it enters a battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. And whenever it attacks you, you may remove an oil counter from it. If you do, untap it, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It's kind of a slammer. 5/4 vigilance, for a couple of turns.
Yeah, solid curve filler.
That's a good description.
It's an impressive 4-drop for just like being a stat monster for a common. And then it has oil counters, so another solid card with oil counters. We basically saw like none in red, and we've seen a couple in green. So it looks like green can play a couple of different directions. I think it'll be important to know like when you want this kind of a thing versus something that's just sort of more helping you stabilize and proliferate. But I would give this card I think a C. It's just like down the road, just down the middle. Okay.
Curve filler, like you said, C for Lattice Blade Mantis. Next is Plague Nurse. This is 3 and a green for a 3/4 Phyrexian Cleric at common. It's got Toxic 2. I like that on a 3/4. And then it has 2 and a green. Each other creature you control with Toxic gains Toxic 1 until end of turn, but you can only activate it once each turn. That's a common, by the way.
Okay. So this certainly answers our question about whether Toxic abilities stack.
Yes, it does.
In fact, there's a reminder text here. A player dealt combat damage by a creature with Toxic also gets poison counters equal to that creature's total Toxic value.
I see. So they just add up.
Yep.
So this is a interesting card to me because it is heavily towards the toxic end of things. It is a Toxic 2 that gives other toxic things more toxic. Like it is just all the way down that road, but it's common. This is them saying toxic is a big part of what green's doing. At least a part of what green's doing.
Yeah, this is a secretly green-white / green-black card. Because those are the two colors where I think you're going to see the most like cheap creatures that are good with toxic. White's going to get the tokens. Black has some flyers with toxic. I think this card is a little bit more fancy than it is good. But it's certainly going to be a card which will overperform for you when you put it in the right deck, but deceive you into thinking you should put this into a lot of decks. Yeah. I will give this card a C- for that reason, but I might just be even like a D+.
Yeah, it's probably a D+. It might be a C-. I agree. I think that the setup cost is relatively high and that the situations where this card does the thing that you envision when you read it are very rare. But that being said, that is powerful and it has reasonable stats. So, it'll happen occasionally. Venomous Brutalizer is next. It's 2 green for a 4/4 Phyrexian Knight at uncommon. It has Toxic 3. So yeah, the Toxic's really flowing now. When Venomous Brutalizer enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 and a green. If you do, proliferate. Wow. So these last two cards have just been like heavy into the Toxic theme. 4 mana 4/4 Toxic 3 that gets you potentially a proliferate if you can hold off on casting it till a little bit later in the game.
Yeah.
Which you will not want to do.
You can maybe get hit by this once, but you cannot get hit by this twice.
Agreed.
If you get up to 6, green can proliferate 4 times. It looks like easy enough over the course of a game.
Yeah.
So, it's fun as we go through this and we can kind of revise. I was saying green's more of a control color, but it looks like it's more of like a mid-range where it's not going to be a good corrupted color because it's hard to get poison early, but green is like, it's going to chunk you. And this is one of the best ones. I like this as a B- because just a 4 mana 4/4, not anything special on the vanilla test. It does have that sort of kicker style ability, but this one can do a lot of the damage that you need to do to win with poison. And I would guess that this card is among the best cards we will see in the entire set outside of rare and mythic for killing somebody with poison damage.
Yeah, really quickly. And, we mentioned it, but I mean, we've got Tyvar's Stand, Titanic Growth, right? We've got the cheap fight spells to get blockers out of the way. We even have the Maze's Mantle. These are all cards that are like, they're going to push these creatures through. So cards like Venomous Brutalizer being able to be backed up by combat tricks or cheap removal spells to get blockers out of the way. Toxic 3 adds up super fast. So there you go. I like B for Venomous Brutalizer. Next is Noxious Assault. This is 3 green for a sorcery at uncommon. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Whenever a creature blocks this turn, its controller gets a poison counter.
Funny card. This is an overrun style effect. It doesn't give trample, but instead they get to block when they get a poison counter. not super high on this. This is subtly, again, a green, white, green, black card where you're going to have the most go wide and poison synergies going on. I would say that one of the issues I have with this card is your opponent gets a lot of ability to sort of split things up. They can take damage where they want, take a little bit of poison, and so it doesn't add up to being like you're getting everything that you want out of it. Your opponent's got so much agency from blocking. But of course, with any overrun effect, you can remove that agency if you just have a big enough, wide enough board.
Yeah, also this could just be a toxic finisher. Like if all your creatures have toxic, then they're either not blocking and losing to toxic, or they are blocking and losing to poison counters. If you get your opponent to 7 poison and you have 3 toxic creatures and you go Noxious Assault, the game's over. Like they can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm not going to go any higher than I think C- on this because I don't.
You don't think you can get that critical mass of toxic creatures often enough?
Oh, I think you can. It's just, it's a little bit of like this one has the problem of it clears multiple hurdles before you ever see it resolve in a game. Did I put it into my deck and did I cast it in the game? This card will be up there for the cards which has one of the higher spreads in terms of win rate when drawn and win rate versus played.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would view this, my starting point would be if I am in a toxic deck, I will play Noxious Assault.
Yeah, that sounds true. I think, part of it is in green, you're going to have this sort of split between are you a toxic deck, which is killing with actually attacking with a ton of toxic creatures, or are you a toxic deck that is winning through proliferating?
Yeah, and I meant toxic. I mean, because what this does is, like at its base, it says for every creature that has toxic on the battlefield, your opponent gets a poison counter on every creature on your side of the battlefield.
That's an interesting way to look at it. That's true.
Right? Yes. That's the bare minimum that this is going to do. And you might not need that many, I'm going to give it a C+ as well for Noxious Assault. I do feel that it's highly board sensitive. It's terrible when you're behind. It has a lot of setup, but I think that it can do something powerful. Oil Gorger Troll is next. It's 3 green for a 3/4 Phyrexian Troll Warrior at common. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Then if you control a permanent with an oil counter on it, draw a card? Wow. So 5 mana, 3/4, gain 3, draw a card is its upside?
Yeah, and its floor is 3/4, gain 3 for 5.
Which is okay. Boy, you really better want to be blocking. And, this to me is a good example of where the delineation comes on what you were just talking about. If I'm I'm playing toxic and trying to deal toxic damage to you until you're dead, I'm really not that interested in the Oil Gorger Troll. I just want anything else that says toxic on it. But if I am in the ding you with a poison counter and then try to proliferate you out, yeah, sign me up for the Oil Gorger Troll. Like that buffs my life total. That blocks really well. That gets me another card deeper, and I'm interested.
Yeah, drafting dynamics, always have to matter with a card like this because do you need to draft this highly, and would you ever play multiples? Would you want to play multiples of these?
Great.
And the
point.
answers to those is like, you don't have to draft it highly. How many players at the table could want this card? And if you got multiples, you probably would even cut some, even if it was even in a good deck for it. So I'm going to go with a D+ for it, but this one has a little bit more upside because there's going to be decks where they're going to be quite happy playing the first and even second copy of it.
That's a great point, BK, and I'm going to agree with you on that one. Next is Tyrannak's Atrocity. It is 3 green for a 4/4 Phyrexian Dinosaur. Cool. At common. It's got haste. And boy, they really put the pedal to the metal late on the upper drops here for us, BK. Toxic 3. 5 mana, 4/4 haste with Toxic 3. Like this thing is a major headache if you are trying to go for the full toxic plan.
Yeah. A nice card to ramp into. It's kind of normally when we think about like with that one drop earlier that can sort of give you a little extra mana during the course of the game. And we said like you want something that gives you extra value as the game goes on. Well, getting a 4/4 Toxic 3 with haste down early, that's kind of that. And I'm going to give this a C minus because I don't think you're going to want this in most green decks. Most of the time, you're going to want to be doing some blocking. You find the right deck for this, you're going to want a copy or two, and it's going to be impressive for you because the creatures in a lot of the other colors are trying to be cute and fancy with equipment and being small, and this thing will just tempo them out.
Yes. Yeah, I really like that we're being forced numerous times to decide, well, which version of this deck do we want, even though it's all within one color. And this is another one that kind of highlights that. I'm going to give C for Tyrannex Atrocity, but it is interesting that it could be a card you're really not like you. There are decks that will just want Oil Gorger Troll over it, which is just strange.
Very true.
Next one is Sky Scythe Engulfer, which is 5 and a green for a 6/5 Phyrexian Beast at common. It's got reach and trample. There's our 1-2 punch again. And it can't be blocked by creatures with flying. What? Who cares about that?
This
Why
card
is that a thing?
Sure does. This is very, it's like the Feral Abomination that we saw from the other color, the 6-drop in black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It does a bunch of things.
Not
you
interested.
can put this at the top end of your curve in a mid-range and control deck, and it will very much be medium, and it will sometimes be very enticing that it had reach, and sometimes it'll be a finisher that they can't contend with. But just don't play with this card that much because you can probably do better. Like, when you have a card like, what's that 2-drop at common? The Predation Steward?
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to play a 6/5. It's much better for you to just play with a 3 or 4 drop and then give it +2/+2 with your Predation Steward. So,
yeah,
this is for me as a D.
Me too. I think it's a D.
Maybe.
I would go D+, but these type of cards it's a totally fine Magic card. It has stats, it has abilities, and it's just not what Limited's about these days. 2 more green cards. Sylvok Battle Chair. Really? A battle chair. It's 4 green for, it's an equipment. All right. It's uncommon. It has 4 Mirrodin, so you get your 2/2 red creature. And the creature gets +4/+4 and trample. So the equip cost, let's talk business. 3, 4 mana? No. 5 mana? No. 6 mana? 7 mana equip cost. It costs 5 green to throw this onto something.
For having read the card, you sure got it wrong a bunch of times what its equip cost was.
I had to build my way up. 7 mana.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So what do you get? You get a 6/6 trampler for 6, and then you can, in a pinch, throw this around. It sucks because that actually is fine again. That is a thing, and 7 mana to equip is ridiculous, but it is +4/+4 and trample. It turns literally any creature into a threat. I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, so when we say a 6/6 trampler for 6 is fine, there's this whole risk profile when you're playing with expensive cards of could this card be very cheaply interacted with in a profitable way by my opponent, which could undo how much bigger this is the rest of it. Now, with a 6/6, it's less susceptible to some forms of removal. When it's a 2/2 token that is attached to an equipment, it's more susceptible in some ways. It's way more susceptible to bounce, way more susceptible to shatter effects. And so that undoes a bunch of the advantages. This is kind of a cool finisher for a green beatdown deck that doesn't care about toxic, that has a bunch of mana and thinks it's going to play a longer game, but that's a recipe that adds up to being nothing better than a D for me.
Me too. It's sad because that's a cool card, but I don't know. Last one is another, this one's actually 7 mana straight up. It's Paladin of Predation, 5 GG, for a 6/7 Phyrexia Knighted uncommon with toxic. What? It's got toxic 6. How in the... It says Paladin of Predation can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Wow.
So when we said before with the 4/4 toxic 3, you can't get hit by this more than once and win, we literally mean that with Paladin of Predation.
Yeah, this one's often going to finish the game off with 1 hit, but definitely does with 2. Okay, so let's say you're in the all-in toxic deck, and let's say you do have a little bit of mana ramp. Mm-hmm. I think you play it. It's extremely difficult to manage. All your small creatures can't chump it. Hits once and it's over. It's got 7 toughness.
This is a control finisher.
Yeah.
but it can also be like a ramp finisher. The one thing I don't like about like a ramp finisher is that it doesn't have like vigilance or do anything on ETB. As a control finisher, it's like 7 toughness, toxic 6. Yeah, it's just very quickly ends the game. You just don't have to value getting those even in your control decks that high. So I will say like D+ for that.
That's what I would say too. It's just a 7 drop in a format that doesn't look like it's particularly amenable to 7s. Like, you just don't need that. Yeah. But that card's powerful.
Yeah, the toxic ability is actually really good. I mean, because your opponent will likely... You can't... I mean, there's a lot to go on with this card. It's weird for just a simple lines of text. They can't double block it well because it's hard to have multiple things. They can take the damage, but getting 6 poison on top of whatever they've already got in this game plus proliferate is basically game over. This is very much going to feel, I think, when you play against it, like you are in the abyss.
Yes.
But at the abyss for only big creatures.
Right. You have to start jumping with your 5/5s. Like, that card's doing something right. Still, it's in a D+ C- range, and you probably need a little bit of ramp too, because this format looks like it's going to be pretty assertive. Okay, that will bring us to white. And so our first white card is Crawling Chorus, which is an absolutely terrifying piece of artwork. It's white for a 1/1 Phyrexian horror at common. It's got Toxic 1. And when Crawling Chorus dies, create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature token with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. Wow.
This is a real bellwether card for white in the format. If it turns out you should actually play this in most of your white decks, boy, that sure says a lot.
Yes, it sure does. And also, when we just came off of green, and like we were saying that green has a lot of proliferate. It has some great mid to late game toxic smashers, but it's missing this. Like this is the card that like gets the ball rolling, that you get, between 1 and 3 poison counters on your opponent before they really get their legs underneath them. Crawling Chorus is dope. Like, this card looks great.
Yeah, this is the card that makes you want to play with like random 1/3s for 2 and other colors, because we're going to see plenty of good payoffs for this, I'm sure. Lots of good corrupted cards in white, and yeah, I think this card is a C because, it's not doing anything special, but very bread and butter. You probably want to have these in most of your white decks, and based on what we've seen in the format, looks like it's going to be an aggressive color.
Next is Sinew Dancer. This is white for a 1/1 Phyrexian Soldier at common. You can pay 3 and a white and tap it to tap a creature, and it has Corrupted. You can pay white and tap it to tap target creature, but only activate it that way if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters. So it goes from basically stone unplayable to quite strong. Like, that's pretty rough, right? Like, one of these you would play as many of you as you could get in every deck, and the other one you probably wouldn't even put one in your deck. So the question becomes, can you get them corrupted?
Which this card is kind of good at, in the sense that, on turn 4, your opponent will have to either leap back more things that they wanted, or will just have to accept that you can tap down their one good blocker, and then your other toxic things are going to get through, and now it's on for the rest of the game. So even in the world where this doesn't work out perfectly, you just get to have a nice, smooth, corrupted curve out, you probably can still use it to turn itself on at some point.
Probably so. I would
this
lean
is a very
towards
hard
playable.
card to...
Yeah. So the first thing we have to note, right, is that there is a build around element to this. If you do not have the means, and I would even take it further to say the means to consistently get your opponent corrupted, relatively early in the game, I don't think you can afford to play a Sinew Dancer and just have it do almost nothing for too long. If, however, you do, I think I'm just in on Sinew Dancer. I mean, once it's turned on, it's just busted.
Yeah, I would go with a C for this card.
Me
because
too.
It just if you don't have corrupted toxic stuff in your deck, don't play it. But you probably do.
You probably do.
Right.
And Crawling Chorus into Sinew Dancer into something is nasty. So C for Sinew Dancer. Next is Swooping Lookout. This is white for a 1/2 artifact creature. It's a Phyrexian construct at uncommon, and it has flying and vigilance. That seems real bad.
The saving grace for this card is it's really great with equipment. Flying Vigilance is a nasty set of abilities to give anything with stats.
That's what this is for. Okay. All right. So this goes in the red-white deck.
Yeah, and it'll also be kind of a role player for go-wide decks. This, if you have cards which can grant toxic, this is a nice place to put it. Okay. I think there's enough upside that I would put this card at a C-, but be aware that this card doesn't really make the cut for decks that aren't actively helping do what this card can do.
Yeah, I think that in my mind, I'm going to put it at D. Not because of power level. I actually think that that's okay, the stats, but the fact that it needs to be augmented or it's too low impact makes it a little too narrow for me to put it up into the C range to start. Sure. If this ends up being one of the best cards for the red-white deck and you take it pretty highly based on that, I wouldn't be shocked. Zealot's Conviction is next. It is white for an aura at common. It's got Flash. It enchants a creature. The creature gets +1/+1. And as long as an opponent is corrupted, it gets an additional +1/+0 and first strike as well.
I mean, the corrupted mode of Flash +2/+1 and first strike is a nasty bit of business. So we are seeing yet another reason already in our first couple white cards where it's like, get them corrupted, get toxic in early, and you're going to get really paid off. Do you view this
as a card that helps you get them corrupted as well? Like, is it enough of a combat trick to push through?
I mean, it's not ideal. You'd rather have things which are like actually pushing the damage through. It's mediocre at that job, the job you just described. But
okay,
it does.
But once you get there, then it's kind of an all-star.
I mean, we're going to see when we get to Duelist of Deep Faith, it kind of does do it with that card. So this, you can't have a million of these. When we talk about a set where it's like corrupted payoffs, toxic payoffs, all that sort of stuff, you can only play so many that aren't actually doing the heavy lifting of being toxic. But this is a solid one, and I'll be happy to play with it. That's going to grade out at C- because it just doesn't. It's not reliable at that, but it does do the job.
Bladed Ambassador is next. It's 1 and a white for a 3/1 Phyrexian soldier at uncommon. It says Bladed Ambassador enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. You can pay 1 and remove an oil counter from it to give it indestructible until end of turn. So you've got a 2-mana 3/1 that has at least built in a 1-shot indestructible and could get more. Does not have toxic.
No, it doesn't. It also requires you to have mana up. You're going to feel that. It does block and still block with 3 power. Sometimes we see that. It doesn't tap it. One of the other things that it doesn't do that a lot of times we see in these style designs, it doesn't tap itself when you use this ability. So if you proliferate this and get multiple oil counters, it's pretty good. I mean, I don't think this is better than being a B-, but this is going to be a very annoying card to play against for sure. Definitely.
The fact that it only has 1 oil counter on it to start makes it a bit worse. Still, it just looks so annoying. I like B- for Bladed Ambassador. If somebody plays that on turn 2, you're like, oh God. Next is Complete Devotion. This is 1 and a white for an instant at common. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If that creature has toxic, draw a card.
Wow, that is a hell of a combat trick.
That's business right there.
Yeah, I mean,
I like C to C+ for Complete Devotion here.
Yeah, I'll go C+ because the floor is just not that low. Like, obviously, combat tricks have a relatively low floor, but it's not like this thing turns off. It's still +2/+2, even if it's on non-toxic creatures.
Totally, and it can help get you to corrupted, etc. This is the one you just mentioned, Duelist of Deep Faith. It is 1 and a white for a 2/2 Phyrexian soldier at common, and it has Toxic 1, and as long as it's your turn, it has first strike.
Busted.
That's sick.
Yeah, I mean, this is
really good with all these combat tricks that you were talking about. Wow.
Great with equipment. Would not be surprised if this is the best white common in the set. I would go as high as... I don't know if I want to go to B, but I'm going to go to at least B-.
I would go C+ on it, but I might be a little
I bet
low.
you come higher up on it.
Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye on it. Once that thing beats me like 3 times in a row, I'll be like, all right. I should have given you a B. Incisor Glider is next. It is 1 and a white for a 1/3 artifact creature, Phyrexian construct at common. It's got flying, so 2 mana 1/3 flyer, and it has corrupted. Whenever it attacks, if your opponent's corrupted, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Geez, we have seen the corrupted payoffs be really strong here, just out of these first 8 cards for white. Like,
yeah, I mean, when
get
you're
them
looking
corrupted.
we're not done with the 2-drops, and it's like if I just filled up my curve with all of these commons in white that cost 2 or less, I could beat people with expensive higher rarity cards. Like,
yes,
that's how I feel.
Definitely. It really does feel that way. I'd give C for Incisor Glider. I like the stats. I like that it has flying so that you could conceivably get this corrupted trigger multiple times. But getting corrupted is not free. It's hard. Your opponent knows that you're trying to get them corrupted. They're going to play the game. They're going to build their deck so that they don't get corrupted. It will happen, but it's not, you can't read that card as if it just had that ability all the time.
No, it's true. I mean, another nice thing about a 1/3, like I already like a 1/3 flyer for 2 more in an equipment set.
True. Good point. Especially when we were just talking about the swooping lookout, right? I mean, this is just like, yes, it is 1 additional mana to get it onto the battlefield, but boy, it has a lot more going for it, you know?
Yeah, I think this card is going to be really nice. I think I'm just going to leave it at a C, if just because like any creature that doesn't have toxic, I have to like mark down a little bit because I'm going to want to have a critical mass of toxic cards for my white aggro decks.
Infested Flesh Cutter. Sounds fun. 1 and a white for an artifact equipment at uncommon. Whenever equipped creature attacks, create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian might artifact creature token with toxic and toxic 1, and it can't block. And the equip cost is 2 and a white.
Just of note, this is not a Mirrodin card.
Right. So
you might
don't
have guessed that
freebie
because it's making Phyrexian mites, but
yeah. This is sweet though. Like that is a nice sweet spot, right?
Problem with this card is it takes 5 mana before you've gotten the first +2/+0 and
that is a little tough.
And token.
That is tough. Also, so you make a token and then the Flesh Cutter can go on the tokens is kind of the joke here.
I guess. I mean, it does like keep on churning, but you know, pretty taxing on your mana. It doesn't give the thing that it's equipping it toxic. So I think this is like a pretty solid card, but I don't think it's better than a C.
Okay, I'm going to go a little higher. I'm going to go C+ on Infested Flesh Cutter. I could see this being very annoying to deal with in the middle part of the game when if they get it rolling, they just go pay 3, put it on my might, attack. Okay, you're going to trade? No, okay. And by the way, I get a 1/1, right? And then if they do trade it off, then, you know, you can just put it on the next one.
Yeah, at least this is certainly I was going to say this is certainly a card which appreciates some of that equipment cost reduction we saw in red earlier.
Definitely. Okay, next is Jawbone Duelist. This is 1 and a white for a 1/1 double strike Phyrexian soldier. This one is uncommon and it has Toxic 1. That's a lot like Toxic 2.
Yes, it's a lot. Yeah, and it works really well if you give it more instances of Toxic.
Definitely. So this is the card, you know, this has got to be one of the scariest 2-drops that you can see. Right? If it gets in for just a single combat, you're almost corrupted. It could kill you through combat tricks. Like, it's an interesting dynamic, right? Because when you see toxic, you're thinking more about getting your opponent poisoned up. But this does take regular combat tricks very well to beat blockers, right? +2/+2 on this allows it to run over most blockers, for example.
Yeah, this looks fantastic. You know, really great upside. I think I'll go with like a B- just because I don't love that it's only got 1 toughness and it's going to make it quite vulnerable to removal, but certainly a very difficult card to deal with, especially when we've seen so many strong combat tricks.
Yeah, I'll go B on Jawbone Duelist. I think it's gonna be one of the scariest things you can see. Mandible Justiciar is 1 and a white for a 2/1 artifact creature Phyrexian cleric at common. It's got lifelink, and whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, Mandible Justiciar gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
It's interesting.
I do not like it.
Gets a lot bigger if you make a couple of mites. Like it's also, sometimes it starts off with lower toughness, but it picks up toughness on that, so it's a little harder to block down. I would much rather have some of the other 2-drops that we've seen, but this one is like playable. Child of Night has certainly come a long way, huh?
It has. I would say D+ for Mandible Justiciar. I just don't. I mean, it's only triggering off of artifacts ETBing. Like, that's pretty narrow. There's going to be turns where your opponent has a 1/1 and you don't have an artifact to play, or you can't get one on the battlefield, and you're just going to be like, yeah, okay, go. It's pretty miserable. Ossification is next. This is 1 and a white for an aura, an enchantment aura. It's uncommon, and it says enchant basic land you control. When Ossification enters the battlefield, exile target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls until Ossification leaves the battlefield. So it's an O-ring that you attach to your land, but it's only 2. So that makes it like slightly more vulnerable to something. I don't know, but probably not relevant for limited.
Probably not. Yeah, I mean, we went through red already, and we didn't see even like a rando destroy target land.
Right. Okay, so I get 2 mana Oblivion Ring here? Or not quite Oblivion Ring, it only hits creatures and planeswalkers, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Journey to Nowhere is a messed up card.
Yeah, sign me up.
Basically Journey to Nowhere, and I'll give it a B+.
Same, B+ for Ossification. That's just pure efficiency. Also exiling and stuff is nice. Planar Disruption is next. It's 1 and a white for an aura at common. It says enchant artifact, creature, or planeswalker. Enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities cannot be activated.
Wow. So pacifism / arrest is really better in this set. And
no kidding. You can hit artifacts, creatures, or planeswalkers with this. They all will be relevant. You mentioned that there's rare planeswalkers. Of course, creatures is your number 1 target, but artifacts, well, we've seen that equipment too.
Definitely. Yeah, this is not much worse than Ossification. Passive abilities will still be relevant, but it's a little bit easier to deal with this because you can bounce the creature or flicker the creature if you have those effects. But I still would put this up there in like the B range. And
I would give it a B. I mean, this also can hit artifacts. Ossification can't even do that.
And I said I would not be surprised if Duelist of Deep Faith was the best common, but the Planar Disruption looks better.
Yeah. Next is Resistance Reunited. It is 1 and a white for an instant at uncommon. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Equipped creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, I think
I never know how to gauge these. I mean, just on its base level, 2 mana +2/+2 is okay, but I would want to get a little something out of that second clause if I was going to be excited about Resistance Reunited.
Yeah, there's a nice little bit of upside you could try to tuck yourself into, that it protects your equipment investments, like if you really suit up a thing, but then it's still like can get exiled or like Planar Disruption or bounced, and it doesn't help you there. No. I think this is worse than the common we saw for 2, Complete Devotion.
Yeah.
This is like an okay card, but I don't think this is better than something in the D range. Like, this doesn't do anything that well.
No, I think it's a D+.
Yeah, it's
mediocre. Veil of Assimilation is next. This is 1 and a white for an artifact at uncommon. It says, whenever Veil of Assimilation or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains vigilance until end of turn.
It's a cool card. It's cool that you get to like really spread out the love. Multiple copies of this stack pretty nicely. A good and more amount of the creatures in white are artifacts. That's one of the downsides that I'm kind of seeing in white, is that when you play against a white deck, you probably get to side in a bunch of like sideboard cards, and they kill a lot more things between
Okay.
cards like this and some of the creatures. This is very much for an aggressive only deck. It's not quite a build around, but it's much more like you got to know that you're wanting to be playing a deck that is just trying to push things through. And so I'm going to give it like a D plus, but it has more upside than most D pluses.
I think so too. It is a build around. Like, you need to have artifacts entering the battlefield often, or you're not touching it. Annex Sentry is next. This is 2 and a white for a 1/4 artifact creature, Phyrexian Cleric at uncommon. It's got Toxic 1. And when Annex Sentry enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until Annex Sentry leaves the battlefield. Are you serious?
Apparently.
It just O-rings a smaller, medium-sized thing on the other side?
Yeah, and it has Toxic 1 itself, and it's a 1/4, 1/4 bodies, subtly nice with equipment. So
did they forget to put, if you're corrupted, you get to do this?
Doesn't look like it.
Wow.
This is a B for me. This is a great removal effect with some upside.
I would say B plus for me. Like, this is the easiest way to get corrupted ever. Like, you play an early toxic creature, then you Annex Sentry their thing, and then it gets to get in next turn. It's a 1/4. I like B plus for Annex Sentry. Next is Charge of the Mites. This is 2 and a white for an instant at common. Choose one. Charge of the Mites deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature, planeswalker, at instant speed, or create 2 1/1 mites. Those are the Toxic 1 cannot block mites. At instant speed.
Nice. It's definitely nice and modal in that it works if you have creatures. It works if you need more creatures. And it works with other like copies of itself well, where you can remove the things holding your mites back. It's not doing anything particularly impressive, but it's solid enough and flexible enough that I would give this a C minus.
Yeah, I like C minus for Charge of the Mites. I mean, if you are trying to get corrupted going and your opponent is not aware of this card, and you get to end step make 2 mites and then just slam in with them to guarantee corrupted, you're good to go. Like, that is a viable way to use Charge of the Mites. Next is Flensing Raptor. What does Flens mean?
Good question.
I guess we'll never know. 2 and a white for a 2/2 Phyrexian bird at common. It's got flying and Toxic 1. Yes, it's common. And when Flensing Raptor enters the battlefield, another target creature you control with Toxic gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn.
Oh, that's quite nice.
Wow, they push this thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly a nice Windrake with multiple forms of upside. It looks exactly what I want to be doing on a lot of my white decks, and so I'm going to give this a C, and I looked it up. Flensing means to strip or like ripping the skin or fat off of a carcass.
Oh, so, good, clean fun for the Flensing Raptor. Lovely. I'm going to go C plus at least on Flensing Raptor. In a toxic deck, this seems to be the perfect turn 3 play outside of like an Annex Sentry or whatever. Next is Gold Warden's Helm. This is 2 and a white for an artifact equipment at common. It does have 4 Mirrodin, and the equipped creature gets +1/+0. Excuse me, reverse that. +0/+1, and the equip cost is 1 and a white.
2/3 with some upside.
Nah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been pretty open to these things because they kind of free roll you like an equipment or whatever, but come on, 3 mana, 2/3 unlimited is not where you want to be. And the big play is I get to move this thing around and make my 3/3 a 3/4. Like, come on, I'm off it. I would give Gold Warden's Helm a D.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Leonin Lightbringer is next. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 Cat Rebel at common. It's got Ward 2. And it says, as long as Leonin Lightbringer is equipped, it gets +1/+1.
a role player, even in the equipment decks. It's just not doing anything that well, but it does, it'll be a nice little bit of value if you are wanting a deck with a lot of equipment.
Yeah, I think if I had a bunch of Formiridan, I probably would include Leonin Lightbringers, but even then, it's not like you're feeling like you're getting away with anything, I don't think.
No, so that just sounds like a D to me.
Yeah, looks like a D. Next is Vanish into Eternity. This is 2 and a white for an instant. At common, it says, this spell costs 3 more to cast if it targets a creature. Exile target non-land permanent. So you can pay 6 mana to exile a non-land permanent. You can pay 3 mana to exile a non-land permanent, or 6 mana if you want to do a creature.
Yeah. I guess I would say that you can play with some of these. It's more of a sideboard card because I think you will appreciate sometimes being able to kill like equipment or enchantments or non-creature artifacts. It doesn't get that nice upside you sometimes get out of like naturalized sort of effects where you get to sometimes kill an artifact creature because, well, then you're just targeting a creature. So right. I don't know if maybe this is just like a sideboard C, but
Are you unwilling to pay 6 mana to instant speed exile a creature?
Not in every format, but in this one, it looks like it matters much more that I can interact with creatures earlier in the game than that I want to be playing with removal that deals with big creatures.
We certainly have gotten that vibe as well. What grade do you want to give Vanish into Eternity?
I think a sideboard C. I don't think you should be main decking this card.
So think of it more as the 3 mana version. Next is Against All Odds. This is 3 and a white for a sorcery at uncommon. It says choose one or both. Exile target artifact or creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. For the low cost of 4 mana at sorcery speed. The other option is return target artifact or creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This card seems horrendously bad.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen really anything like the quantity of good ETB effects to justify it. This is a card that does work well against the pacifism that we saw earlier, but you would still need to have something in your yard at that stage of the game. It's not quite a sideboard card, but it's something in sealed formats, and you might end up getting this in your sideboard. You should be aware if your opponent ends up playing some forms of like non-exiling, non-kill removal.
Yeah, these type of cards do tend to have a reasonable upside. It's rarely like completely insane because they capped it a bit here, but I don't know, the ETB thing sticks out to me too. I just haven't really seen, that would be awesome.
Oh, no, I figured it out. This works with Formiridan well.
Oh, because you can do just an artifact.
Yeah.
And then you get another 2/2.
Yeah.
And if you bring back
that makes it actually
thing, then you get another 2/2.
Yeah, or just a creature. So this is a little bit like assuming you have a Formiridan equipment out. It's make a 2/2, bring back a creature that costs 3 or less, and for 4, decent deal. Does require like setup costs in both deck building and gameplay, but I think that's like a C-. Okay. Because there is like a decent quantity of that stuff that looks like you might want to play.
Build around C-. Yeah, this thing requires work, but you're right. That is a thing. Like that you're getting something out of that every time then if you build around it. Hexgold Hoverwings is next. It's 3 and a white for an artifact equipment at uncommon. It has Formiridan, and the creature gets flying, and creatures you control that are equipped get +1/+0. So it gets it and others too. And the equip cost is actually reasonable. It's 2 and a white. So what do you get at the base here? You get a 3/2 flyer?
Or 4. Yeah.
3/2 flyer for 4.
That anthems all of your Formiridan creatures. So it's not busted, but this looks like a B- build around. Like this would be, I would guess, one of the better cards in your deck if you drafted the equipment deck.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. B to B- build around for Hexgold Hoverwings. Next is Indoctrination Attendant. This is 3 and a white for a Phyrexian Cleric at common. It's a 3/4. It's got Toxic 1. And when it enters a battlefield, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. If you do, you get a Might. Excuse me.
So that ability is a bit of a strange one to say on a common. You may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand.
Yeah.
So it can save something that's been negatively auraed or like pacifismed. It can, in long games, it can just work. It can be a cost reducer because if you haven't played your land for the turn, you pick up a land and replay it and get to tap the land again. So then it's like a 3-mana 3/4, assuming you can use the mana. And then it again works with the Mirrodin style of equipment. And it's Toxic 1. This is, again, another one of those, like when we saw that 3/4 in green, where it's got like it does a lot of things, but maybe not anything particularly like efficient or busted. And so I will give this a C- because I think if you have enough of the right style of cards in your deck, you could get some good value out of it. But on the surface, a lot of times it's just going to be a 4-mana 3/4 with Toxic 1.
Yeah. No, I like that. That's exactly how I'd break this down too. Next is Orthodoxy Enforcer. This is 3 and a white for a 2/4 Phyrexian Cleric. It's common. It has Vigilance, and it gets +2/+0 as long as you control 2 or more artifacts. So I will say that there are artifacts that we've seen here, so that's probably enough of a payoff itself. But we have not seen that many cards in white. Remember, white-blue is the cares about artifacts color pair that care like that are like, check your number of artifacts or grows based on your number of artifacts or whatever.
Yeah, and this works well with equipment by being a 2/4, close to a 4/4 Vigilance body. This is not going to be something that you want in every white deck because you're going to want it. This is, even though it's a Phyrexian card, it's a little bit more of an equipment card than it is for like the Toxic Corrupted people. And so it's pretty solid. I would give this a C, but because the upside is pretty real, this will be a board dominating card if you just have some normal stuff going on in white, but it's not always going to be, and it does require a little bit of work, but not that much.
No, it'll happen pretty naturally, I think. The question is just, is that where you want to be? Do would you rather have any creature that had Toxic, or would you rather have this? And I think some decks will want either one. Next is Porcelain Zealot. This is 3 and a white for a 2/3 Phyrexian Soldier at uncommon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If that creature has Toxic, instead it gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
It's quite a big recurring buff for no mana on Toxic creatures. It does come at the cost of only being a 4-mana 2/3, but I think this is a very strong build-around card. Like, it just not that hard to get a critical mass of Toxic cards.
Agreed.
And then this thing is just a house.
It is, because it triggers on combat, so you can play it, go to combat, and get the trigger immediately. That is nasty.
Yeah.
I like build around B for Porcelain Zealot. I think if you're like stocked up on Toxic creatures, and this does pump non-toxic as well, but it really pumps Toxic creatures.
Yeah, I think I'll go B- just because this, anytime you're starting off the game on the back foot, it's not quite enough, I think, to swing it back to your favor in enough spots, but this is definitely a good card.
No, it's a good point. And it is understated for what you get. Basilica Shepherd is next. It's 3 white for a 3/3 Phyrexian Angel at common. It's got flying. And when Basilica Shepherd enters the battlefield, create 2 mites.
This is a very nice card.
I mean, this common?
This is a reason to stretch up your white curve. We've talked about it being like super low curve with all the corrupted synergies, but this is a reason to go bigger. It's unfortunate this doesn't have Toxic itself, as we'll say for every white creature, but I do like what's going on here, and I'd be very happy to play this. Being 5 mana means you can't play that many. I'll give it a C, maybe even a C+. I think I'll go C+.
I think it does get to C+. That's a big board addition that you make. Next is Mirren Bardish. I don't know what that is.
Not sure.
Bardish?
Yeah.
It's a 4 and a white for an equipment. It has 4 Mirrodin. It's common. And the creature gets +2/+1 and has Vigilance, and the equip cost is 3 and a white.
Yeah. So we're getting a 4/3 for 5. 4/3 Vigilance for 5 with an equipment that is +2/+1 in Vigilance for 4.
No.
I would imagine I would play with one of these in my equipment decks, which doesn't add up to being anything more than like a D plus.
Yeah, I would give it a D. I feel like both deals are bad. I would never pay 4 and a white for a 4/3 vigilance, and I would definitely not want to pay 4 mana to start pumping up my creatures +2/+1. Not that that's terrible, but 4 mana is a lot.
And if you were wondering, a Bardiche is a type of polearm used from the 14th to 17th centuries in Europe. Turns out the 18th century was just really bad for Bardiche. Probably they invented firearms.
Next is Plated Onslaught. It's 3 white for an instant at uncommon. It says, it has affinity for artifacts. So it gets cheaper by 1 for each artifact you control. And creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Instant speed. This thing can cost white.
Yeah,
get your mites all pumped up.
Yeah, it does matter that the affinity for artifacts part, both because you're getting Phyrexian mites and because sometimes when you're trying to do that one turn where it's like built up a wide board, I'm going to go wide, you might also have a secondary combat trick in your hand that you would like to combine after the inspired charge effect goes off. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that adds up to being something that you need to have in these white decks. We've seen plenty of solid combat tricks. And so if you have the go wide deck, you're happy with it. This is like a build around just like C for me. Yeah. You don't oftentimes have to work to get these kind of cards in draft. They just flow to the person at the table who's meant to have them.
Who wants them anyway. Last white card is called Apostle of Invasion. It is 4 white for a 4/4 flying Phyrexian angel at uncommon. It's got Corrupted. As long as an opponent has the 3 poison counters, this thing has Double Strike. Which kind of ruins the party because it doesn't have Toxic, so like it kills them so fast though, like probably 2 hits.
Yeah, this is like if you have a deck with a bunch of removal, maybe you want to play with a big control finisher, but it's not that big of a deal. Usually you can kill them with another flyers, and 4/4 will stabilize decently, but not that great considering how many good combat tricks we've seen. You're going to tap out for it. It will have Double Strike. That helps a little, but this is not adding up to anything more than like a D+ to me.
Yeah, I guess it feels thematically weird to have payoffs like this for Corrupted. It doesn't resonate with me.
Yeah,
big flying Double Striker, but that's based off of the fact that I used a bunch of toxic stuff to get that going. I don't know. It's a little weird.
Well, you get to cut a lot of slack if you're playing in a deck that just has some random creatures, which we've seen with just Toxic 1. Well, maybe they got in once or twice, and maybe you proliferated once or twice, and it's you kind of like there's almost a U-shaped thing where you either want the cards to get corrupted very early, or you're willing to say like, yeah, I probably won't have corrupted in this deck till turn 8, but that's good enough for a possible invasion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's going to do it for white. One more color to do, and it's blue. And our first blue card is Aspirant's Ascent, which is blue for an instant at common. And it says, until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying and toxic 1. This is blue's first card, by the way. It's a combat trick that gets you toxic. Oh, man. Okay, it's efficient, right?
Yeah, it's efficient. I think when you're playing like blue-black or blue, like just except for red, you're gonna be okay playing this. And even in red, it's a +1/+3 combat trick. What I'm thinking about is when you're trying to get Corrupted going, like you don't want to have to use something like this at sorcery speed to get Corrupted on. But hey, if your opponent's done a good job of getting blockers on the board and you have a bunch of Corrupted cards, having this as an out is okay. And so I think this is a card you will play because it's a solid combat trick, and I'll give it a C-, but I don't think it's something that you want to have like a lot of.
Maybe one of C-, yeah. Font of Progress is blue for an artifact. It's uncommon. Font of Progress enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. You can pay 3 mana and tap it to have target player mill X cards, where X is the number of oil counters on Font of Progress. So we already had poison, regular damage, and now we've got mill as a win con as well.
Maybe we'll see some more things that move oil counters around in blue, but we didn't see much. We saw like Very little so far.
Is proliferate enough? What would this card?
Yeah,
we know it two oil counters
sure.
that it comes with. That tapping 3 whole mana to mill them for 2 is an abject disaster for you, like not what you want to be doing. What number do I need to get to? Where I can like conceivably mill them out in a shorter window, 5 or 6.
I guess
I need to triple the number of oil counters on this before I'm actually like getting excited about it as a game plan. That is not good.
Just don't play with this card.
Okay, we'll give it an F for font of progress. Next is Glistener Seer. It's blue for a 0/3 Phyrexian Advisor at common. Glistener Seer enters a battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. You can tap the Seer and remove an oil counter from it to scry 1. And it's an 0/3 blocker to keep maybe you from getting corrupted by a 2-drop or something.
Right, that's the big thing, I think, is that this is just going to... It's so little investment. 1 mana? Like, Scrying Starfish was a 2-drop. I don't know. I think I'm going to give this a C. Like, I like it. It might even be a C+. Like,
yeah.
An 0/3 that scries 3 times, and if you proliferate even more, and it has other synergies by being a permanent with oil counters, lot to like.
Also, you're more likely, you can keep slightly sketchier hands, right, with the Glistener Seer in it, like dig for lands on your upkeep type stuff.
You can keep slightly sketchier hands, and you will keep way sketchier hands.
C+ for Glistener Seer. Minor Misstep is blue for an instant and uncommon. Counter target spell with mana value 1 or less. That is not going to be playable in limited.
Yeah, it's not even a sideboard card because your opponent's just not going to have... Yeah, this is a card for constructed.
Yep, it's an F for limited. Avoid it. Next is Atmosphere Surgeon. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Phyrexian Wizard at uncommon. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on it, and you can remove an oil counter from it to have target creature gain flying until end of turn. You can only do that at sorcery speed, but that's not... Actually, that does matter. Can't do it defensively at all.
Yeah.
Not that interested in this one.
No?
Am I missing something? Like, is it really good to be able to get like a toxic creature up in the air? Is that kind of the thing here?
I guess. I mean,
it doesn't come with an oil, like, to be clear. Like, you have to start casting non-creature spells to get the oil going.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that this set of abilities is anything like particularly amazing. It's just the opportunity cost and investment to do all of this is so low. Like, and I think we'll see how aggressive blue ends up being. That'll be a big deal. But I would be, I mean, I don't think this is better than a C, but I think it's a C. Like, how good do you need your 2-drops to be in the late game? Like, this is a lot.
But it's so bad in the early game, like it does nothing. It's a 2/1. Well,
I guess it really matters a lot, like how malleable you think it'll be to just trade up with early toxic creatures.
Yeah.
That's the big upside.
And if you're willing to do so, I think if you can use it that way, then fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably overrating it.
I'll go D+ on Atmosphere Surgeon. It just does require a lot of work, and I don't know. Seems super conditional, super fragile. Bring the Ending is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It says counter target spell unless this controller pays 2, but it's got corrupted. Counter that spell instead. Huh.
Yeah, this could be very good.
That could be very good, actually.
The problem with these cards is always that they turn off at some point, and this one, if you just can do a little bit of deck building work, we'll see how easy it ends up being in blue to get corrupted going. We haven't seen it. Probably see, my guess is very little toxic, but a lot more proliferate. Is this a C?
I think it's probably a C-, but I'd give it a C. These type of cheap interactive spells have gone up of late. This does seem like a format where you really do need something to do on turn 2, and this could be it. And then it seems to scale well with the game later, where assuming that you're even attempting to get corrupted, you could upgrade this to just a hard counter.
My biggest concern with this card is if your opponent just plays a toxic creature and you're on the draw, you're just not even going to be happy holding this up. You wish you could just tap out and play something.
Definitely.
But we'll see how much of an issue that is.
All right, so CC minus for Bring the Ending. Next is Escaped Experiment. It is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 artifact creature, Phyrexian Beast at common. And when it attacks, target creature and opponent controls gets -X/-0 until end of turn, where X is the number of artifacts you control. So there's another direct nod to how many artifacts you have.
Yeah, it itself is an artifact.
Mediocre.
So its floor is that it gives something -1/-0. Yeah, I don't imagine this card to be particularly useful. I guess it's kind of nice with other toxic creatures, but it doesn't mean they can't still block. So if they have something that can, it just might mean that it bounces off instead.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with a D on this one.
I'll go with D on Escaped Experiment too. Next is Experimental Augury. This is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It says, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom in in any order, and proliferate. So this was the card that you mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. So there's the blue-red, just as many of those as you can possibly get card. And probably just totally playable in any blue deck.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very solid limited card. It's possible the format is so aggressive, so on the board, that this is an annoying thing to even spend early turns on. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't think this can be much worse than a C- if it's not a C. I mean, it could be really good. I just mostly have kind of come to the conclusion that I don't think Proliferate is like anything special, because it doesn't help you get the first toxic counter on. And for the most part, the cards just don't value that much getting a ton of counters on them.
Yeah, there's the corrupted threshold, and then it kind of doesn't care again until you win.
My guess is we'll see is that cards like Experimental Augury will change a lot when you look at like the rares and mythics, because there will probably be some very potent things to proliferate there.
So C for Experimental Augury?
Yeah, it's not a solid. I mean, you could almost put it in the build around range. Like once you get like one of those.
Every blue deck's going to play this, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just going to be a matter of like, are you trying to actually get them in your deck or not? I mean, works really well with our next common, so maybe I'm going to mark it higher after we look at Icarus Synthesizer.
All right, and that is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 Phyrexian Wizard at common. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Icarus Synthesizer, as long as it has 4 or more oil counters on it, it gets +2/+0 and can't be blocked.
This looks like one of the best versions of this kind of blue 2-drop we've ever seen. I mean,
because they've made a lot of these where they are kind of medium and then all of a sudden they become big and unblockable.
Yeah, it looks like you'll be able to get some good proliferates from a lot of the colors, and a 3/3 unblockable, and it's just 2 mana. Blocks in the early game, trades up well in the late game, and unblockable. A lot to love about this.
I don't know if I'm sold on it. 4 is a lot. Like they didn't spot you any. Like you have to just straight up cast 4 non-creature spells.
Yeah, but it's every Experimental Augury is 2, for instance.
True. Anything with proliferate is 2. Any spell.
Equipment.
Okay. So maybe a little faster than I'm giving it credit for.
Yeah, I mean, I might be getting a little too excited because if you top deck this late game, it is just a 2-mana 1/3.
Yes,
maybe
it
it's
not
not better
let you
than
catch up. Yeah,
but I think I want to be. What I'm really excited about for this format is creatures that can block early that I can justify playing, where I don't have to feel embarrassed about playing them. And Icarus Synthesizer meets that mark for me, and so I'm going to give it a C for that reason.
Okay, I'm going to give it a D. I think it's a borderline playable, and I think if you can turn it on, get it going, then it's probably worth playing. Otherwise, you probably don't want to. Malcator's Watcher is next. It's 1 and a blue for a 1/1 artifact creature, Phyrexian Drone. It's common. It's got flying and vigilance. All right. And when it dies, you draw a card. Does this trade off enough for you to be happy?
No, but this is certainly a hard card to evaluate because we've certainly gotten all of the pieces and combinations of them together at times, but never quite this many.
Yeah,
I do like Oh, go ahead.
This just seems like a high enough floor card that you will play it to me. Like its worst case is it chump block something and you get a card back, right?
It could be the case that what you're looking for a lot in the format is like, can I just get something which allows me to stop my opponent from hitting me with a toxic creature? I don't even need to like actually like trade with it. If you just stop it on an early turn, then it makes all the other turns better.
Totally. And, you know, also there's times when your opponent plays a 1 toughness attacker and you have a Malcator's Watcher and you're just laughing at them, right? They're just like, well, I'm not going to trade my 2/1 or my 3/1 or even my 1/1 for that thing.
Yeah, I actually like this less than Icar synthesizer. I'm going to give it a C-, but it could be better than that.
You're crazy. This is so much better than Icar synthesizer. What the?
I'm not that much of a fan of when I die draw a card like 1/1s, but
I think I'm in love with them. I'm going to go C+ on the Watcher. I just think that there's almost no downside to that card. Prologue to Phyresis is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at common, and it says each opponent gets a poison counter. Draw a card. Okay, so you want to get Corrupted going? Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen 3 playable 2-mana blue cards with instant, so it's pretty cool that you can just hold up all of your mana and your opponent doesn't know. Are you anticipating giving me poison?
Yes.
So this is how you're going to get the party started. This is probably we're going to see some nice corrupted cards coming down the line. This looks like a pretty important card to have like 1 or 2 copies of so that you can be consistently getting toxic online or getting your poison online. I don't think that's going to be more than like a D+, C-. I'll go D. 2-mana cantrip poison counter. I don't know. Where are you at, Marshall?
I'm on C on Prologue to Phyresis. So the way I'm viewing it is that you would play many of these, but they do not supplant actual 2-drops. These are like sort of get spread along your curve down further. You know, where you actually cast them would be like turn 4, you play a 2-drop and this, right? Or turn 6, you play a 4-drop and this. Because I don't think it's like a race to get to Corrupted necessarily, and you absolutely must shields up. You have to play an Icar synthesizer, a Malcator's Watcher, something earlier, you know, to make sure that you don't get ran over by opposing toxic. But once the floodgates start to open with Prologue to Phyresis, I think it's just like borderline free and can give you way more than just a card back in value. So I like C for Prologue, even though it doesn't do that much.
Yeah, that's legit.
All right, Serum Snare is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant and uncommon. And it says return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If that permanent had mana value 3 or less, proliferate. Sure.
Critically, it can return your own ones to your hand. So if you have good ETBs, if you want to protect something, you get a nice little bit of extra value with the proliferate there if you're doing it to yourself and it's cheap.
You mentioned a bunch of times today that, you know, there were multiple things that were vulnerable to bounce, particularly for Mirrodin mechanic, but there was others too. I feel like this is going to be a card you want. Like, I think it's cheap interaction too. And we've seen that time and time again that, you know, in formats that look how this one looks so far on paper, where it looks like it's going to be assertive, like things are going to be coming at you. Especially if you're in blue, it's not like you can be like, well, should I play this Doomblade? If, you know, it's like, this is what you get. Like, Serum Snare is going to be the best cheap interaction you're going to have access to in blue. So I think you'll play it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there is like one of the things that I've noticed is, man, a lot of the spells are just good, like, and they're not bad, and so
they're good and not bad. Wow.
Well, there's both a bunch of really good ones and they have really high upsides, and also the ones that aren't that are not bad. They're just not as good. Like, and you know, with a lot of limited formats, you get a lot of like, here's this stupid fog that you'll never play and things like that. And you know, you guys talk about the fundamentals all the time here, but you know, you want to just, most limited decks want to be like 14 creatures and 9 creature spells. And it oftentimes matters a lot less, and with what I'm seeing, how exactly you fill out that portion of your curve, the 9, especially if you've got some premium removal in there. And so something like Serum Snare, which has a lot of like nice little tactical upsides, well, we're kind of seeing that in other places. Like Prologue to Phyresis isn't exactly the same thing, but draw a card, your opponent gets a poison counter, and you have corrupted stuff. It's in a similar vein. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. And I mean, I just believe that, when the format's quick, you do what you got to do, and cards like Serum Snare go up in value. They just do. Like, yes, it's not removal,
Definitely.
but you need to be able to interact early, and 2 mana is about as early as you're going to get. And this does take a creature off the battlefield. It does zap an enchantment. It does kill a token. It does all those things. So I like C for Serum Snare, which normally I'd be a little bit lower on just a bounce spell, but from what we've seen, I want to be protected. I do not want to die.
Fair. All right, I'll go with C minus.
Okay. Next card is Thrumming Bird, which is 1 and a blue for a 1/1. This is a reprint, by the way. It's an uncommon. It's a Phyrexian bird horror. It's a flyer. So 2 mana, 1/1 flyer. And when it deals combat damage to a player, proliferate. In many ways, this card does have toxic, right? Like in many scenarios, you will find a way to get 1 token on and then, or 1 poison counter on, and then the Thrumming Bird can start adding. But it does not have it on its own.
Nope.
Pretty powerful, if fragile, card in the other formats that it's been in.
We had a white one in War of the Spark, and I don't remember that one being like anything special.
Yeah.
What?
I remember that. And this one was in OG Mirrodin or whatever it was. Scars.
Yes.
Scars, not OG, but Scars of Mirrodin.
It was in Scars, yeah.
Yeah. This has a very powerful upside, and it must be killed. The problem is that it can be killed very easily or blocked very easily. I would give Thrumming Bird a build around B. It does have an incredible upside attached to it, and I think it is worth playing, but don't be too shocked if it doesn't pan out that often for you.
Yeah. I will go with C, build around C+.
Okay.
Like, the biggest thing is just when you have Thrumming Bird in a format with a +1/+1 counters, and there's a little bit of it in the form of the oil counter stuff, that's where it pops off, because it's just like you hit them a couple times and now this creature's huge and you still have the Thrumming Bird. I don't think there's that consistency of cards which are just so potent if you proliferate a couple of times.
Yeah, they cheated that on the oil counters a few times, but not in the same way that it's been. Chrome Prowler is next. It's 2 and a blue for a 3/2 artifact creature Phyrexian cat at common. It has flash, and when Chrome Prowler enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls. That's okay.
Yeah, this is the kind of card you might want to play like a copy of in a slower deck. I don't really like it in an aggressive deck just because you're not getting that. When you get those like Frost Lynxes where you get to get multiple attacks out of the tap, that's nice. What this is going to be more useful for is like you started off on the back foot, your opponent's got a couple of creatures, you tap one you can't block, and you block and trade with the one you can, and you caught up a little bit. And you caught up a little, but
it also doesn't seem like the same deck that wants Prologue to Phyresis doesn't really want Chrome Prowler. Like these are different approaches. So I would say D+ for Chrome Prowler. It is not an unplayable Magic card, and it is an artifact creature, which might matter, but I don't see it as some important card in the format or whatever.
Yeah, I like D+ too.
Distorted Curiosity is 2 and a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says, Corrupted, this spell costs 2 less to cast if your opponent was corrupted, and you draw 2 cards. Hello. Late game, indeed. You're patient, you get those 3 corrupteds going, and then boom, you're paying 1 mana to draw 2 cards.
It's true, and it's just very, very playable, even if you can't get corrupted online. So a reasonable floor and a high ceiling. I would go with a B- on this one.
I agree. I think that, divination at the worst is not that bad. Eye of Malcator is 2 and a blue for an artifact at common. When it enters the battlefield, you scry 2. And whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, this thing becomes a 4/4 Phyrexian Eye artifact creature till end of turn.
Yeah, I'm going to curve out with this and my Ichor synthesizers and kill people. This is a very aggressive card. It's technically going to be possible for you to play artifacts on your opponent's turn. We just saw one in the form of Chrome Prowler, but this is going to work a lot better for blue tempo non-creature spell aggro, and it's going to be a pretty close to like a premium common for that because it's a 4/4, just very bad blocker. And I love the smoothing out. This is exactly what those kind of decks want with the ETB Scry 2, because it's so much often the case that it's like either my deck works or my cards work or they just don't at all. And Scry 2 is exactly what you want there. So I'm going to go with a build around C+ on Eye of Malcator.
I feel like I want to go build around like D-. Like this thing can't block, right? Like under normal circumstances, it's just not blocking. So after all we've been talking about, your opponent goes, you know what? I'm going to play my 2-drop, 3-drop toxic creature, and you're going to play Eye. Like you're done. You are totally freaking dead.
Well, that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is that you are developing a game plan. Like you have to actually build around it, actually build this deck where you are trying to kill your opponent.
To get my amazing payoff of a 4/4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out. Build around D- for Eye of Malcator for me. Not worried about losing to that one. It is a common. That's the only thing that saves it, is you could just get a bunch of them or whatever. Gitaxian Raptor is 2 and a blue for a 1/4 flying Phyrexian bird at common. When it enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it, and you can remove one of those counters to give it +1, -1 until end of turn.
Yeah, so it could be a 2/3, a 3/2, even a 4/1 if you proliferate enough times, like reliably. It's going to be at its best being just like sort of a mid-range control blocker that has some late game utility. This looks like a solid body. We saw a similar card in Kaldheim, Mistraven, Mistwalker, excuse me.
Say, don't say Mistraven. Don't sully the good name of our Lord and Savior, the Mistraven.
I'd be happy playing a couple copies of these in my deck. I'll give it a C-, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And to go with what we were just talking about, these cards are right next to each other. Your opponent plays that curve that I just mentioned, and you play Raptor, you're okay. Like you can trade optionally, you can just block. That's what I want to be doing. Next is Mesmerizing Dose. This is 1 blue for an enchantment aura at common. It enchants a creature, and when it enters the battlefield, you tap that creature and then proliferate, and the creature does not untap during its controller's untap step. That's a lot.
Yeah.
For blue removal, you're not getting better than that.
Claustrophobia. Yeah.
Claustrophobia
Another
with proliferate.
card that's susceptible to bounce and all those sorts of stuff, but you're still going to get the value of proliferating. I think this looks like a card. 3 mana, and some of the downsides, but I think I would go as high as maybe C+. I think I'll just stick to C though.
Yeah, C+ is right where I want to be for Mesmerizing Dose. Next is Reject Imperfection. This is 1 blue for an instant at uncommon. Counter target spell. If that spell's mana value is 3 or less, proliferate.
This does not look like a format I want to be playing cancel. No. So I'm going to go with D+. I just don't think you should be playing cancel right now.
I think so too. And again, I'm worried about the low curve, especially toxic stuff. You need to be able to defend yourself. So D for Reject Imperfection for me. Tamio's Logbook is 2 and a blue for an artifact at uncommon. It has the activated ability of 5 and a blue, tap it, draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each other artifact you control. Oh man, this card's so sweet, and it does nothing. Like I cannot imagine that this is where I want to be in the format. Even if I can get that reduction down, from 6 down to like, let's say 3, and just start drawing an extra card every turn. And, that's the dream, right? That's where we all want to be. But like, when are you finding that time, right? When are you finding time to get the logbook on the battlefield where it does absolutely nothing the turn it enters? And then when are you finding the time to start activating it and doing it? I'm really worried that you're going to find yourself at the very least corrupted by the time this goes off. And then your opponent's going to have all these advantages to take from you.
Yeah, I would go D- on this. I don't I'm struggling to see this getting there. And even in a deck where things are going pretty well for it.
I'm going to give it a D. I want it to be a B. You know, like this, the format that I want to play, it's a B. I haven't seen that format here. So I'm going to say D instead. Trawler Drake is 2 and a blue for a 0/0 Phyrexian Drake at uncommon. It does have flying, and it does enter the battlefield with an oil counter on it. And it does get +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you put an oil counter on it. Now that's what we're talking about, right, BK? That's the old school, proliferate stuff up, make it bigger, make a huge flyer. That's some business right there.
Yeah, this looks totally ridiculous in any blue deck just because it looks like you'll be able to, without working very hard, get proliferate, get non-creature spells going, and it'll get very large and be flying early. I think I'm going to go with a B on this one just because the turn it comes down, it is very susceptible to removal, just being a 3-mana 2/2. But this looks like easily one of the better blue uncommons.
3-mana 1/1, right?
Oh, sorry, it's only 1/1 at start?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I will go. I think I'll go down to B- then.
Okay, that seems fair. There's a window where they can really just like not have to worry about this and kill it. But if they miss that window, like this thing's going to be a 4/4, you know, a lot of the time. So I like B- on Trawler Drake as well. Next is, what is it? Unctus's Retrofitter?
Yeah, you know my boy Unctus.
Your weird friend from college. Unctus.
Kind of rude thing to say about one of my friends, but okay.
He's your friend. Unctus's Retrofitter.
In fairness, I have a lot of weird friends.
Have you seen his Retrofitter? It's 2 and a blue for a 2/3 Phyrexian Artificer at uncommon. It has Toxic 1, and when it enters the battlefield, up to one target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/4 for as long as a Retrofitter remains on the battlefield.
Really, really, really nice.
That's nice.
With the Malcator's Watcher.
Definitely. It's also nice with a stupid Might.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the Might will still have Toxic 1. It still won't be able to block, but a lot to like about Unctus's Retrofitter. This looks like... I think I'm going to go... I'm
going to go B+. I'm going to go B+. Like, this is a 3-mana toxic creature that has a big upside.
Yeah, and 2/3 is an okay stat line.
It's okay for toxic, yeah. So B+ for Unctus's Retrofitter. Gitaxian Anatomist is next. It is 3 and a blue for a 2/5 Phyrexian Wizard at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you may tap it. Weird. If you do proliferate. Weird card. That's kind of cool design. I've never seen that.
Yeah, a little bit of upside on a 2/5. Looks like a decent format to get such a thing. And if you're ahead, you can do some work.
Unfortunately, it doesn't bring it out of the D range, right? Like it's still just a 2/5 for 4, which is not where you want to be.
No, but I think it's always great when you have these Ds that are like going to fill out your decks and curves well, and I think you'll be kind of happy to play with it in some decks. What was it, like the Wishcoin Crab? Like that was a great example of a format where it was like, if you played that one where it was like, yeah, this 2/5, I'm in love.
yeah, it can do no wrong. Meldweb Curator is next. It's 3 and a blue for a 3/4 Phyrexian Wizard at common. When a Meldweb Curator enters the battlefield, put up to one target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. Worth noting here that is not a card, right? Like you're not gaining card advantage from this. That said, you get a little bit of selection. Sometimes, I don't know, I could even just see like Prologue to Phyresis. You're just like, put that back on top, get another poison, get card going. It casts a spell, keeps things moving. Yeah, I just don't think I'm going to play it. But
the dream is that if you have a really good deck with multiple distorted curiosities.
That's just her dream in general, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is just a, I mean, 4 mana, 3/4. I would give this a D. I mean, I think the floor in this isn't that low because even just buying back like a decent removal spell, which you're hopefully going to have, is an okay spot to be.
Yeah, I just, these type of cards that don't generate any advantage for you and are 4 mana for a 3/4 vanilla that doesn't do anything game plan wise. There's no proliferation happening. There's no toxicity happening. There's no oil counters. They usually just fall to the side. So I would say it's a D- for Meldweb Curator.
It's also kind of a build around because if you have this and a bounce spell, you can never deck.
Hey, that's kind of sweet. Tamiyo's Immobilizer is next. It's 3 and a blue for an artifact at uncommon. Tamiyo's Immobilizer enters the battlefield with 4 oil counters on it. You can tap it and remove one of those counters to tap target artifact or creature. That's powerful, especially if you get the proliferation going.
It's Icy Manipulator that is taxed on the amount of times you can use it, but not really because 4 is so many at the start.
Right. And no mana, by the way, to activate it. Just tap this thing.
Can't hit lands. Can't hit artifacts, which I wonder if that'll actually come up. That it would
tap an artifact that wasn't a creature.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder. I mean, maybe in the mirror.
Yeah, or if there's like a mana generator on the upkeep or something like that. Very powerful and could be absolutely devastating if you can proliferate a bunch of times too.
Yeah, I would go with a B on this one. Yeah,
Tamiyo's Immobilizer gets a B. Next is Transplant Theorist. This is 3 and a blue for a 2/4 artifact creature Phyrexian Artificer. It's uncommon. And when it or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. And you can pay 2 mana to put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Second part, not super relevant unless you're in some weird situation where you're going to get decked. But that first is nice. Like ETB loot, and then you get to loot every time after. That can be very powerful.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. I think I would go with a C+ on this one.
I like C+. I also like just seeing like a pure artifact payoff here because there hasn't been that many. Meldweb Strider is next. Looks like a vehicle. It's 4 and a blue for a 5/5 artifact vehicle at common. It has vigilance. It enters a battlefield with an oil counter on it. You can remove an oil counter from it to have it become an artifact creature until end of turn. Otherwise, you get a crew for free. And the crew cost is 3, which is usually the dividing line on when you don't really want to play it. Like crew 2 or below, you're in. Crew 3 and above is like, you better be giving me some business. This one kind of splits the difference because it gives you 1 crew for free.
Right. Yeah, so it'll be able to block that first turn, which is so big for an equipment. Usually, one of the big issues with equipment, with a vehicle is you're getting that turn off where it's like you're not really attacking or blocking with it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks totally busted in my Icar Synthesizer Eye of Malcator decks. And it's got vigilance.
You've already got some builds going in your head, don't you?
And it's got vigilance. And one of the things that's nice about this is that you're going to try to not remove the oil counter the turn you play it, like to actually block, but you probably won't have to because your opponent's not going to attack into a 5/5 vigilance. And then on subsequent turns, just do a little bit of proliferating, get more oil counters on there. And then you just are going to be rolling with this thing and it's going to be dominating the board. It's going to require a little bit of work for you. This is in the build around range, I would say, where it kind of wants a specific deck, but it looks like a pretty card. Like, this is a bit higher than some of the other, 5-drops where it's like, oh, this is for a deck and you want to play 1 copy. I think you would be sad if you were building, the artifact non-creature blue deck and you didn't have a copy of this and might even want a second. Okay. Because 5/5 Vigilance just looks like a dominating set of stats on most boards.
It is big, especially if you can, crew attack and then on your turn have another oil counter to block. What would you give it?
I'm not going to go higher than a C just because maybe even this is a C-. One of the upsides of drafting these style of decks is these cards make it to the person at the table. If you're reading the signals right and you're the person who's in on it, you get this card.
Yeah. Yeah, because my gut tells me that it's in the D range, but the stuff you said makes sense, though. It has a place. So I'll go D+ on Meldweb Strider. Next card is called Quicksilver Fisher. It is 3 blue for a 4/3 flying Phyrexian Drake at common. And when it enters a battlefield, draw a card, then discard a card.
This is the much more generic. This is good for everybody in blue.
Yeah.
This is
which sometimes is the death knell for cards like this. By the way, where they're like, "Hey, it's pretty good for everybody," and then everybody's like, "But I want very specific things."
Yeah,
still,
I would give
come on,
this
how
a
can
D.
this card not see some play?
Yeah, I would give it a D+.
God, that sucks.
I don't
look
really
at that
like
card,
5 mana
man.
4/3 flyers that much.
Wow. I know you're right. Not disagreeing with you. I'm just like, holy crap, right? Like that's a card that should be better. Vivisurgeon's Insight. This is 3 blue for a sorcery at common, and it says draw 3 cards and proliferate. And I am not interested. That's just way too slow, right? I mean, there's no cost reduction. It's 5 mana. Like, yeah, there are some very rare types of builds that are full control, never planning on attacking, defensive specialist that you could get away with playing a card like this, but it's so narrow. It's just so often that you're going to cast this card and just find yourself so far behind that you can't come back. So I would give Vivisurgeon's Insight a D- and say try to avoid it if you can. What do you think?
I'll go D+ because I think you will. So I don't.
Like blue-red could use it?
Yeah, but I just think in general, something that players overrate is playing draw 2s. Like playing a bunch of draw 2s in their deck instead of playing like a draw 3. Like there's always this element of you can manage having some amount of dead cards in your hand, and the amount of looting and things that you have and how long you can make the games go will help you play a card like this more. But if you're there's going to be a big counterbalance. One of the things that'll come up in this format is if you're trying to make your deck cheap and lean and interacting with all these people who are trying to be aggressive early, you can in some ways handle playing card draw a little bit more because your deck ends up being a little bit more polarized where I'm going to be playing a bunch of cheap cards, which are good, and then restock up with an expensive card draw effect.
See, I see it a little differently because I see it like if I play a Distorted Curiosity, let's say I have to pay full price, so Divination, it gives me the ability to still play a 2-drop that turn or maybe even a 3 if I go like land plus thing. Where Vivisurgeon's Insight makes it almost impossible to double spell that turn. Like you are just saying like, I throw up my hands, this turn's over. Yes, it's way more powerful. I mean, drawing 3 cards, then you draw your card for the turn. You're 4 cards fresh to your next turn, almost for sure going to have 6 mana available at the minimum. That is a knockout punch 1-2, but it is so committal, you know, that like I feel like I need to affect the board every turn basically. And if I play cantrips or cards like Distorted Curiosity that can get me a little bit ahead, I feel like I can continue to affect the board on those turns most of the time. So that's my logic on it. I mean, I love cards like that. I mean, it's sad to me, but it's just like, it's so difficult to take turns off in limited now. So yeah, D- D+ is what we ended up with on Vivisurgeon's Insight. Last blue card is called Watchful Blister Zoa. That sounds like a jellyfish, aka my favorite creature type. It is 4 blue for a Phyrexian jellyfish. Please be really awesome. It is uncommon. It is a 4/4 flying jellyfish. And it says it enters a battlefield with an oil counter on it. And when it dies, draw cards equal to the number of oil counters on it. That's a cool card.
Yeah.
Is it good?
It's okay. I mean, 6 mana 4/4 flyers, when they untap and survive, they will be quite strong on the board. They will help you win the game. You know, this one is kind of, your opponent will kill it the first turn when you play it, if they can. So you'll get probably 1 card out of it a lot. That sort of dream about you getting a bunch of cards isn't the most real. It's a little fake, but that's an okay thing. You know, if you want to play a nice top end flyer in your control deck, go for it. You probably shouldn't be playing with it in most of your blue decks, I would say. Okay. I think you just mostly, like, you know, everything we're talking about is like, I want to proliferate. I want them to have a poison counter on them. Yeah. I want to be tempoing them. I want to be keeping up. That just doesn't lend itself well to a 6 mana card. But, you know, this one, it at least replaces itself. So if you get into a longer game, it will usually work pretty well for you.
So B+, A- is where you landed then?
Yeah, that was where I was going. I was going to say
a D+,
C-.
right? C-,
yeah,
D+.
C-,
yeah.
D+. Like, yeah. it gets trickier to grade the cards when it's like they go for not even a specific deck, but a more of a how well does the rest of your deck support it?
Right. And that isn't even a question. I mean, the only question for that is you could proliferate a few times with the oil counter, and then when it dies, draw more cards. It feels like a win more card. Okay, that's it for blue. And that means that we're almost done, actually. We've just got a few artifacts. There's not as many artifacts as you might think there would be. This is very much a Phyrexian set, not a Mirrodin set, as it turns out. But there is a cycle of these skull bombs to kick us off here. There's Basilica Skull Bomb. This is 1 mana. And I'll just tell you, all the skull bombs are common, and they're also all 1 mana. And then they all have an activated ability, and then they have an activated ability associated with a color. And so this is the white spell bomb. So 1 mana, artifact, common. You can pay 1 mana and sacrifice it to draw a card. Okay, now they all can do that. So the difference is the activated ability that costs a color. And this one is 2 and a white, sacrifice it, and target creature you control gets +2/+2, and gains flying until end of turn, and you draw a card. At sorcery speed, you can activate that part, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Basilica Skull Bomb. I think I could see myself playing a copy or two in white corrupted decks because it's so nice at getting you that first little bit of toxic damage through to turn on corrupted. And so, I don't think this is anything more than like a C-, but, that's solid.
Agreed. CC minus for Basilica. I mean, your worst case is that you play it in, 2 mana, you get a card back. Surgical Spell Bomb, again, same thing, 1 to cast, and then it has the, you can sack it to draw a card for 1 mana. But this is a blue one, and its activated ability is 2 and a blue, sacrifice it, return target creature to its owner's hand, draw a card, sorcery speed.
Yeah.
I like it.
You invest like 4 mana to get a repulse, and the creatures look pretty good and pretty cheap. So I'm worried you don't get enough tempo out of this against like 2 and 3 and drops to be worth it as a form of interaction. It's a nice tactical piece to have. It can bounce your own things. I would go, I guess the floor is like pretty high. One of the things that's nice in blue, though, is that this will proc all of your non-creature spell effects and all of your artifact effects.
Proc?
Proc. Yeah, proc is maybe that's just game. That's a little bit of game design slang. And proc is actually, it's funny. When you're not working on Magic, you don't use the word trigger. And the word that you use instead is proc.
Oh, okay. I'm not grokking the proc here, so.
Yes. Yeah,
okay, so that means trigger or activate or turn on or whatever, something else.
Right.
Okay. Well, and we should note that this is the blue one, and that is a color that cares about artifacts entering the battlefield, being on the battlefield, etc. And then the one other thing to note, of course, is the for Mirrodin mechanic. This is good against that; it kills the token.
That's true. I'm going to go with C- on this one.
Okay, I'm going to go C. I like Surgical Spellbomb. Next is Dross Spellbomb. This is the black one, so everything the same except for 2 and a black. Sacrifice it. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand at sorcery speed. And draw a card.
I hate it.
This one's really slow, right?
It's really slow, and also, like, what creature are you buying back? Like, one of the nice things about, like, any sort of disentomb effect is that you can get the thing back and get it back relatively quickly. You don't want to be spending if you've identified a creature you really want, you don't want to be like, oh, okay, I'll spend all my mana this turn getting it back, and then next turn I'll actually play the thing, and then the turn after that I'll attack with it or use it.
It feels way overpriced. This one feels like it shouldn't have cost 2 and a black. The other two make sense, but this one feels too expensive. I like.
They all cost 2 and a color except for the red one.
The red one's cheaper. This one could have been cheaper too. This one honestly feels like it should have cost black. Like it's hard to make this worth it. D? Minus?
Yeah, I would
F?
go D.
Would you just never play it?
No, I mean, again, if you're in the market for a cantripping artifact and non-creature spells and those sorts of things, there's a decent amount of that stuff in the set. Keep in mind, there's also all the when an artifact or creature leaves the battlefield.
Yes,
you get a trigger. So That's going to make, I'm not going to go all the way down because it's going to be pretty easy to have some stuff for it. And the floor isn't that low. Like you're breaking up a 2-mana cantrip over 2 turns, maybe.
Yeah. And I mean, and we have seen quite a few cards, right, that say whenever you cast a non-creature spell, and any one of these skull bombs is one colorless mana to trigger that, and then one colorless at some point to get your mana. I mean, it doesn't matter what the rest of the text is. So I guess the floor really can't be that low. Furnace Skull Bomb is next. This is the red one. And as you mentioned, this one is 1 in a red to activate rather than the 2 in a red that we've seen. And it says, put 2 oil counters on target artifact or creature you control, draw a card, etc.
I feel, I mean, this is kind of a lot with some of the oil counter cards, like any of the ones that get them when you, when +1/+1 for oil counters. It's 3 mana and it cantrips. So I like this one quite a bit. I think this one is like a C. It doesn't seem like you would need to have very many cards that worked well with this for it to be good. And when it does, it's going to be quite good. So yeah, I'll go C.
This is a absolute heaven in the blue-red deck because a lot of those things get oil counters for having cast non-creature spells, and then this gets you more oil counters on top of it. So you could pick up potentially 3 oil counters there and be card neutral for only 3 mana. Last one is a green one. It's Maze Skull Bomb. So this one's 2 and a green to sacrifice it. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn, and then you draw a card, and it is, of course, at sorcery speed.
I'm going to go C on this one. I think this card looks really nice with the bigger toxic number of creatures we saw in green.
Agreed.
But just that, but you can't actually be like that invested in it because it requires you being like, I really want to pump up my 4-drop to be a bigger attacker. But you can say, I would like to have that ability and also something I could just cycle away relatively cheaply.
And I mean, again, even if you'd use the other ability, you get your card back. +3/+3 and trample is a big game. And if you're getting it for air quotes free, not too bad. I think those are all going to see a lot of play. Next card is called Prosthetic Injector. It is 1 mana for an artifact equipment. It is uncommon. Equipped creature gets +0/+2 and has Toxic 1, and it only costs 1 to equip. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Like this fills in all the gaps on your Toxic deck, and since it's additional, like you can just throw it on a toxic creature anyway.
+0/+2 on a 1 mana equipment is like a lot in terms of you will just be able to win combats on both players' turns because of it.
Yeah. I like Prosthetic Injector. I'd actually give it like if you're going for the toxic plan, I think you want this, and I would give it a B.
Yeah, I would give it a B. I mean, like Bone Splitter is better, but not like that much better in terms of how much it lets you swing combat.
There you go. Dune Mover is next. It is 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature, Phyrexian Golem at common. It's got Toxic 1, so there's a little more glue for the toxic deck. And when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, shuffle it, and put that card on top of your library.
An interesting card. It plugs in a lot of holes because it's a 5-color or multicolor enabler. It gives you toxic. It gives you an artifact. You just play it in a normal deck. Like you playing a 2-mana 2/1, even in like a mid-range control deck, it's like you just will have never not hit your 3rd land drop because of this card. So you cannot play a lot of copies of this. It's certainly going to have spots where it's just going to feel kind of medium. I think that's adding up to me to being a C-, but it could be better than that.
I think it's a C-. The activated ability or triggered ability, you're not even going to use it all the time. But, the ability to just have a 2-mana toxic creature just to fill in toxic, I think is really good. Mirror Convert is next. This is 2 mana for an artifact creature, Phyrexian Mirror. It's a 2/1 with Toxic 1, and it has tap, pay 2 life, add 1 mana of any color. That's a lot better, but that's an uncommon.
Yeah, it's definitely better. I guess I'm going to go with C+ on this.
Yeah, maybe. That's what I think.
Like you can't use it for mana that many times.
No, but a lot of times you don't need to, right? It lets you like curve out to the next 2 turns or something, and then you don't use it. So
yeah, this card drops off a lot from packs 1 to 2 and 3.
Yeah, for sure. Next card is Prophetic Prism. That's a reprint as well. 2 mana for an artifact at common. When it ETBs, you draw a card, and you can pay 1 mana and tap it to add 1 mana of any color. I don't know how important the mana fixing aspect is, but the fact that it's, again, a cheap, colorless, non-creature cantrip, I think is going to make it appealing to a lot of decks. And of course, the fact that it's an artifact is going to add to the artifacts deck.
Yeah, not to go too deep on it, but it's a tricky set. There's not that many gold cards, but man, the gold uncommons look like they are just really good to play in almost all of your decks. And so you're going to see them during the draft, and you're just going to run into them. So I think I like having a little bit of splash ability, but it's tough to say. There's also Terramorphic Expanse. We'll get to that. And green might have a 5-color thing. This isn't my favorite Prophetic Prism set, but I still would put this at like a C range.
That's what I think too. I just think it has enough crossover, but it's not like built for this set. Atrax's Skitterfang is 3 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian insect. It's uncommon, and when the Skitterfang enters the battlefield, it enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may remove an oil counter from Atrax's Skitterfang. When you do, target creature you control gains your choice of flying, vigilance, death touch, or lifelink until end of turn.
Looks nice.
So you can give a creature flying. I mean, I know there's other things.
No, that'll be the most common.
Yeah,
but sometimes you'll have a big creature and give it lifelink and it'll be enormous.
True. But like, let's imagine that you play a toxic creature and then your opponent plays something that can block it. Just turn 3, you just play Skitterfang, just immediately cash in a thing, get in for something and get yourself some corrupted going, right?
Yeah. I like this card. I would give this a B-. I mean, being colorless and playable in almost every deck is great.
Yeah. And, theoretically, you can proliferate and kind of keep the train rolling with the Skitterfang as well. Next is Ichorplate Golem. This is 3 mana for a 2/3 Phyrexian Golem at uncommon. And whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it has 1 or more oil counters on it, put an oil counter on it. And creatures you control with oil counters on them get +1/+1.
It itself does not get buffed by it. It can buff itself if you get an oil counter on it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Did we need this? You know what I mean? Like the oil counter creature payoff. I think it's kind of cool, but it just feels like a little bit on an island. Like all the other oil counter stuff is inherent to the card itself, meaning that it provides value and then it incentivizes you to make more oil so that you can provide more value. But they don't really seem to be like with each other. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't imagine a deck where I'm like, all my creatures have oil counters on them.
Well, it's just a very green card. Like, I think that's the biggest thing.
I see.
You might get into some stuff in some of the other colors that has some oil counters, but green is where the bulk of it is. So if you keep that in mind, you'll be a lot happier with it. A 2/3 on its own, not anything particularly nice. It doesn't need to buff that much stuff. That's the other thing. Like, if you're buffing 2 other creatures, you're getting quite a good deal. That's 4 or 5 worth of stats from a 3-drop. And then I guess the other aspect to consider is just that it gives them additional oil counters, which doesn't feel like the biggest thing considering how much how much oil counters we saw in general on these cards. It doesn't work with. It's a little weird to me that it doesn't buff the artifacts that get oil counters, but whatever.
I'm skeptical of Ichorplate Golem. I have it in the DD plus range. I just don't see that coming together quite the way that it hopes. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I'll give it a C-, but
okay. Mirror Custodian is 3 mana for a 2/3 artifact creature. Mirror is just like the first not Phyrexian thing in the whole set. It is common, and it says when Mirror Custodian enters the battlefield, scry 2, then each opponent may scry 1. So somehow the nice guy that lets everybody just have some scries hasn't been taken over by the Phyrexians yet?
I guess not, yeah. Your opponent gets to sort of use the card that they'll see before you, because kind of how that'll go when you play it on your turn.
I'm not. No. Why? No.
All right, so we're gonna go with a D on this.
Yeah, D on
minus?
Mere Custodian. Get out of here.
All right.
You should turn to the dark side. Phyrexian Atlas is next. This is 3 mana for an artifact at common. It taps to add 1 mana of any color, and it's got Corrupted. If they have 3 or more whatevers, then each opponent loses 1 life when you tap it. I don't see the 5 color thing. Like, maybe I'm missing it somewhere, but like, it's certainly not a heavily pushed theme in the set. So I assume that Phyrexian Atlas isn't where I want to be. What do you think?
Yeah, it's I in the similar vein to Edicts, I generally try not to play manaliths.
Okay.
So this upside isn't really changing that. There's not a lot of synergy between the decks that want manaliths and the corrupted ability. So I'm just going to give this a D.
Yeah, I'm just going to go F on Phyrexian Atlas. I don't get it. Mirror Kinsmith is next. It's 4 mana for a 3/1 artifact creature mirror. Hey, another mirror. It is common, and when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a mirror card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, and then shuffle. I mean, these type of effects are very powerful. It just depends on what you can dig up with it.
Yeah, and it really, right. And, there is some mirror in the set. We just talked about a couple of them. There might be I know there's at least a rare mirror. There's like but doesn't, it's, and it can get copies of itself. We should also note that.
Sure.
So this can kind of chain off in a Legion Conquistador kind of way. 4 mana 3/1, not particularly enticing stat package there.
Yeah, I would say that I would start off low on Mirror Kinsmith, but there's a couple of opportunities for it to show me up a little bit there. But I would say C- on the Kinsmith. And then, if there's a play pattern that makes sense, it will emerge and it can bump itself up to like C+ or whatever.
Yeah.
Ribskiff is our last artifact. It is 4 mana for a 4/4 vehicle. It's uncommon. It has Toxic 2. And when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. Now, the crew cost is a bit much. It's 3. And I mentioned that that's on the bad side of where you want it to be. But hello, it draws you a card and it has Toxic 2. I think they might have convinced me here.
Yeah, it's okay.
Cantripy?
So, yeah, this looks like a nice solid card for for white decks. It's a pretty nice way to use some of those white and black corrupted and toxic creatures that can no longer get through and might getting powered up once the Ribskiff gets through. I like this card. It's hard for this card to be too bad, assuming you're trying to play a solid early curve of creatures, which I imagine just about every deck in this format is. So I'm going to give this a B, maybe even a B.
Yeah, I can't quite tell. I think it's in that range though, B or B- for Ribskiff. The fact that it replaces itself and is a decent onboard thing is pretty good. Crew 3 though is tough. There's a cycle of 5 lands here. The Fair Basilica, the Surgical Bay, the Dross Pits, the Autonomous Furnace, and the Hunter Maze. And this is what they're called spheres. So the Fair Basilica is the white one, and it's a land sphere. They're all common, and it enters the battlefield tapped, as they all do. It taps for white, and then there's one that taps for each color. And then it has an activated ability, 1 and a white, tap it, and sacrifice it to draw a card. And that's true for all of them in their respective color as well. So ETB taps for a color, and then you can cash it in for a card later. I actually love this. Like, I wish these type of things were in every set. The ones that were like 4 mana tap, whatever, the dual lands that did that were fantastic. And I love these ones too. The question I have, BK, is where do you value them at? Relative to other picks. You would play a decent amount of these in your deck. ETB tapped matters, but if you handed me 3 of these, I would play them probably every time. The question is, what am I taking them over?
Yeah, it's a tricky one to evaluate, and I think you're in the exact right headspace of like, just if I could play any number, how many would I play? And I don't think it's that many more than just like 3 or 4, because I think a lot of do you imagine yourself cracking multiples of these in a game? If not, then you probably don't want to be playing more than that. And so, it sort of smooths out the curve. A lot of ways to think about tap lands is as 1 mana spells.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't get to use a mana that turn.
Yeah.
I would put these in the C- range. I'm very okay if I don't get any, and if I get like 1 or 2, that's fine enough for me.
Yeah, that's how I have them. C, maybe C-, right? You'll almost always take relevant spells over them, but they are worth a nod. They're definitely better than, some filler card that that if you're honest, you're not going to end up making the deck anyway, that type of thing.
I would say, I think the power, I wouldn't say the power level of the format is high, but the power level of the bad cards is kind of high. Like the floor is pretty high in this format, and that lends itself to you taking lands higher.
There you go. Last card is Terramorphic Expanse. This is a land at common. You can tap it and sacrifice it, search your library for a basic land card, put that onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. This is a card that they've put in a ton of limited sets, but it's always fun.
Well, I was going to say it's funny to see it back because it's been so long. Has
it?
Well, not for Evolving Wilds, but they made Terramorphic Expanse. This was the original, and then they switched it to Evolving Wilds, and then they just didn't make Terramorphic Expanse in the normal sets for a long, long time.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, because Terramorphic Expanse itself has been around for quite a while, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So there you go. Where do you want to put it? I always play one of these in my 2-color decks almost every time. Certainly goes up in value if you are trying to splash for something.
Yeah, it's a little bit lower in your 2-color decks in this format, I would say, because there's cards like Glistener, Seer, and some of the other nice 1-drops that we've seen. Not that I still disagree with you, but you're going to feel the cost a little bit more often than you would in most formats. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look like a format where I'm going to be looking to splash much. I think tempo is going to be pretty big. I'm going to put this, I think, around that C- range. I just, you'll know it. Highly variable. You get a gold off color rare, take some Terramorphic Expanses,
There you go. And you take them at the C level, C-?
Yeah. There's some formats where I take Evolving Wilds higher than that, and more in the C+ range, but this was not one of them to start, at least.
Okay. BK, you did it, man. You did a set review. You're still alive. Congratulations. You did a great job. I want to say thanks again for stepping in for Luis. Those are big shoes to fill, and this is the hardest show that we do all year, and you handled it like an absolute champ.
Thanks, Marshall. It was fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this set a lot. Definitely going to be drafting this one. I mean, I love that this set has just got some pretty simple mechanics and got a lot of cool designs that work in different ways with each other. And that's exactly what I want, because I don't want it to feel like, hey, you drafted this card, now draft all the other cards that you obviously should draft together with it.
What's your PT setup right now? Like, are you qualified? Are you what's your deal?
So I'm going to Philly, but I'm not qualified. Unfortunately, I finished 9-4 at the regional championship, which is shy of what you needed to qualify. So I'll be playing in the PTQs at Philly, and then I'm also qualified for the next regional championship in San Diego.
Okay, that's awesome. Good luck. Where can people find you if they want to catch up on social media or wherever? Yeah, I'm at Twitter at Baeckst, spelled just like my name, Abeckst, and hanging out there, and oftentimes hanging out over at Luis's with those clowns. So, hey, you're one of the clowns. So, I mean, weird you would say that to my face, but yeah. I am very much looking forward to seeing you in person, though. I assume you're going to be in Philly. I will be. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody too. That will do it for this episode of the show. We want to thank our sponsors once again, TCG Player and Channel Fireball, for supporting us. Make sure you check out the TCG Player Marketplace via the link in the show notes if you need to buy cards, including Phyrexia. All will be one. They'll have it for sale once it is available there. Also, everybody on the Patreon, thank you for supporting us once again. We really appreciate it. If you want to find us on social media, Marshall_LR, and as Andrew said, he's Abeckst. I'll put a link to his Twitter in the show notes as well, in case you want to give him a follow and see what he's been up to. You can find everything related to the podcast over at lrcast.com. That's going to do it for this one. We'll see you next time. BK, do you have a sign off?
I didn't have anything prepared. I guess I would just like to shout out my Eagles for winning the NFC Championship. And if you're
solid,
and if you want to, if you're going to the Pro Tour in Philly and you want to see a Super Bowl parade, if you get there a few days earlier, the parade will probably be on Wednesday of that week, and you can have a nice little trip seeing the Eagles celebrating their Super Bowl victory over the Kansas City Chiefs.